the most elite magic academy on the continent, where every single student can bend mana with their bare hands. So why is the professor standing there, with his mouth open watching a spell get sliced in half? And why is the guy holding the sword, the one student in this entire building who physically cannot use magic? Stella Academy. Arcanion, the city of magic. Magic towers, magic knights, 5 academies, and this one sits above all of them. Every noble house on the continent fights to get a kid through that gate, and the ones who make it are geniuses before they even sit down. And then there's Bach Yusul, commoner, no family name worth saying out loud. Entered dead last out of 1,141 applicants, somehow ended up in Class S, and hasn't cast a single spell since he walked in. So today is defense magic practice, and the whole class is out on the field throwing up shields. The instructor is walking the line looking pleased with himself, because this year's freshmen are stacked and he knows it. Then he gets to the one kid standing completely still. Bake isn't practicing. Bake isn't holding a staff like anybody else holds a staff. Bro is just there. The instructor asks him what he thinks he's doing, and our boy basically says he's working on a different kind of defense. Wrong answer for that guy. So the professor decides to make an example out of him, announces a one-on-one spar in front of everyone, and picks the opponent himself. This red-haired guy who's already grinning, stretching, and already imagining the free aura he will farm on the loser. Turn-based rules. Each side attacks only when they're told to. The crowd starts cheering for the redhead before the match even begins. Nobody in that field thinks this goes past 30 seconds. Bake doesn't react to any of it, because this class is mandatory. Little smile. Time to see if the training paid off. The redhead goes first. Full confidence. Big showy cast. Bake doesn't dodge. He sets his feet, watches the spell come, and cuts it clean out of the air. Dead silence. Girls in the crowd are asking each other if you can even do that to magic. The instructor's brain is buffering, because that spell didn't get blocked or absorbed. The flow got severed and the whole thing stopped existing. The redhead is shaking, says it's impossible. Bake looks like he just sliced fruit. So the instructor, in front of his entire class, starts coaching the other kid mid-match. Says the technique has a weakness. Says one blade can't answer a chain of attacks arriving at once. Handed him the counter with no shame at all. Even Bake is standing there like, brother, they're watching you. The redhead loads up everything he has. 11 stone projectiles, all at once, all at Bake. So he spins the blade so fast it turns into a wall and eats every single one. Then quietly admits to himself he stole that move from a video game. The redhead has nothing left, and rage is a hell of a drug, so he starts gathering mana for another attack out of turn, breaking the rules in front of the entire class, while the instructor conveniently looks somewhere else. That's when a voice cuts across the field. Jeremy Scarlvin, Crown Prince. He steps in and asks the instructor why Bake still hasn't been given permission to attack. The man has nowhere to hide. Permission granted, and the redhead is still standing there loaded up, still glowing. Bake is gone before the class can blink. The sword comes down through the guy's guard, through the spell he never got to finish, and the mana just dies in his hands. The students who were cheering 30 seconds ago are now asking each other what school this guy actually came from. Now hold on, because to understand how a guy with no magic ended up here, we need to rewind. 10 years ago, a dating sim dropped called Aetherworld, and inside it, there was one character everybody agreed was garbage. Bro couldn't store mana at all. In a world where magic is breathing, this character had some sort of a hole in him and energy dispersed, but he had one single skill, blink. Teleport 3 to 10 meters in a random direction, random distance, and after you use it you freeze for 2 full seconds. Almost nobody who picked him made it past the tutorial, but one guy did, Bake Yusul. 10 years on that character, and he mastered it so hard he controlled the direction, the distance, and figured out how to skip the freeze penalty entirely. And when the devs dropped a final boss nobody could beat, a dragon that cancels magic, which everyone online said had to be bugged, our boy looked at the worst character in the game and saw an opportunity. 10 years of muscle memory versus the strongest thing in the game. He wins. He's about to type GG in the community tab, absolutely glowing, when the system messages start stacking up. Wrong ending. 90% of Aetherworld destroyed. Please reach the true ending. Bro, what? He doesn't even get to be confused about it, because the screen goes white and his body hits the floor. He wakes up on cold ground with no idea where he is. Then he notices a mirror nearby, walks over to it, and to his surprise, he now looks exactly like his favorite character, the trashiest one of them all. Then suddenly, a system screen pops up, saying, Episode 1, Escape Your Pursuers. That is, as Bake remembers the prologue quest for this awful character. In his pocket, he finds an acceptance certificate for Stella Academy. Even though it's hard to believe, he finally accepts that he's inside Ethan World, in the body of his favorite character, the one nobody likes, the worst of them all. But this isn't the time to panic. He needs to think about that last red message telling him to reach the true ending. As far as Bake knows, the game never had a true ending, just multiple endings, so he figures maybe no one in the last 10 years ever managed to reach the real one. Still, now's not the time to focus on that, because if he remembers right after his character wakes up, the people chasing him break in. Outside, a group of unknown men is already approaching through the snow, so Bakey moves as fast as he can, thinking they're already here. And then this guy here with that beautiful face, my god, what a handsome man, spots a nearby cabin and orders his men to search it. That puts Beiki in a pretty bad spot, because he knows there's only so much he can do to avoid them, and there's no way he can fight them all. Before he can even decide what to do, another system screen appears and tells him he can use his teleport skill. That confuses Beiki, since the system is saying he can actually use that magic now. Like I said before, this trash character only has one skill, teleportation. His body suffers from mana leakage syndrome, so he can't store mana at all, and that's the very skill Beiki spent 10 years mastering. With that said, back to the present. Now Beiki really can use the ability himself. There it is, along with all its details. But he runs into a problem. How is he supposed to use it now when he used to rely on a mouse and keyboard? Still, there's no time to overthink it because the squad is already charging in, ready to take him out. That catches Beiki off guard since he didn't think they were that close already. Even without knowing how to use the skill, he has to try. Because whether he likes it or not, it's the only thing he's got. Now we cut to the squad chasing him. They're caught off guard when someone suddenly slips right past them. So one of them speeds up and goes after our Beiki. Meanwhile, Beiki runs for his life. He knows the men chasing him have magic boots, so they're faster than he is. That leaves him with only one way out. Teleporting. Even though he still has no clue how to use it here. Still, he tells himself that part doesn't matter. He's used this skill countless times, so somehow it'll work. After 10 years with this terrible character, he at least knows the perfect timing for it. Right then, the squad is already closing in. That forces Beiki to move even faster. The worst part about teleporting is simple. If you mess up the distance, you slam into something and die on the spot. Before he can even finish explaining that to himself, he nearly runs out of breath trying to keep up and figure out how the skill works in real life. Then one of the men gets right behind him, ready to strike without warning. This is the moment. He has to use his skill now, so he activates jump. In an instant, he opens space between himself and the pursuer. Just like that, he's out of reach. Beiki is thrilled. He actually pulled it off. Quick note, I'm calling teleportation jump because it's shorter and I'm not saying teleport every 5 seconds. Anyway, back to it. A few of the men are stunned by what Beiki just did, but there's no time to freeze. Beiki knows the chase is still on. Before he can settle down, the men are already wondering how he's moving like that, while Beiki focuses on not making a single mistake. Right now, even one small error could kill him, so he tries to use the rough ground to his advantage. At this point in the game, nobody here can use flash, so they can't instantly catch him. As long as he keeps moving, he still has a shot. Almost nobody who picked this character even made it past the tutorial. And the tiny number who did still couldn't master jump's distance well enough to chain it over and over. Now he counts it down. 3, 2, 1, jump. Beiki carefully measures each move, pushing this skill as far as it can go. Even the chasing squad is shocked by how well he's using it. So they order the mages to move up front. And just like that, the mage unit steps in. That immediately grabs Beiki's attention. This is the second part of his character's brutal tutorial. He has to dodge the magic arrows flying at him by using jump. Back in the game, this part was easy because he could see their path on a screen. Doing it in first person is a whole different story. But before that can hit him, another system screen appears. His mana leak syndrome is active, along with its linked skills, Sixth Sense and Cognitive Acceleration. Those support skills kick in for Beiki right away. Just before the arrows can hit, they help him dodge every single shot coming his way. Then the last arrow comes straight for his neck. He braces himself and uses jump perfectly to escape the attack. Beiki resets his stance and narrowly avoids that heavy strike from the squad. He lets out a breath and realizes that was way too close, but he can't relax. He still has to escape. In his head, he knows what comes next. Part 3 of this awful tutorial. He has to cross a ravine using jump. The only way across is perfect control over the skill's distance. If he makes it, he'll reach a passing group of mages and finally get out. That would clear the tutorial. To pass this section, he has to cancel the skill within 0.1 seconds. Miss it and he dies. There are around 20 floating stones, so that 0.1 second timing has to be exact. Even while thinking whoever designed this tutorial had to be insane, he knows it can be done because he spent 10 years playing this character. The only problem is this: the squad is almost on him, so it's not just about using jump perfectly. If the skill doesn't kill him, the men behind him will. Beiki quickly judges the gap about 100 meters. Jump has a 3-second cooldown, and that isn't enough to cross safely, which means his only way to survive now is to stand his ground. He gets ready, realizing his best chance might be taking all of them down himself. With that in mind, Beiki shifts into position. Even he knows this is crazy, because this isn't just a game anymore, it's real. In the game, losing a fight was one thing. Here he's decided to wipe out the whole squad. Still, one thought crosses his mind. The idea of taking a life doesn't seem to shake him at all. And part of the reason he's doing this now is because he knows beating the whole squad will earn him something. That thought becomes his push to finish them all. So he pulls out his dagger, then he steps right in front of them. The squad rushes him as fast as they can. Beiki doesn't panic, he settles into his stance. One of the men charges straight at him with everything he's got, but at the exact moment Beiki uses his skill, the attacker is completely caught off guard. So is everyone else watching. Beiki isn't weak at all. He drops the guy with ease. That's the end of him. And in that moment, the guy who until yesterday was just a normal player grinding this trash character for years feels blood running over his fingers, and strangely, he doesn't feel guilty. After that, he drives the blade into the man's throat. He tells himself there's no room for guilt. This is survival, and if he wants to live, he has to kill them first. Then he kicks the corpse away. The body flies toward the others. Before they can react, Bache rushes in first and cuts through them at close range. Just when he thinks the next attack will be easier, a small doubt hits him. Why did everything suddenly go quiet? He looks back and realizes they haven't given up. They only stopped to cast magic. The mages finish preparing their spell under their leader's order, and fire. The attack races toward Bebunk and catches him off guard. With it nearly on top of him, he knows he has to use his skill right away. He spots the exact moment to move and activates Jump. A second later, the spell slams into the ground and explodes. The men already think they've won. They're sure there's no way Bebunk escaped that, but they forgot one thing. Bebunk is the main character here. A hit like that this early in the story isn't stopping him. And before they realize it, here he comes, flying back in to show everyone who's really in control. And to remind that guy he's just a side character. The moment the enemy notices, Bache uses Jump again. He moves so fast the man doesn't even notice when he's been cut. The others can only stare, confused about what just happened. Meanwhile, Bache keeps slicing through them one after another. No hesitation, even the squad leader is shocked. He sees his men dead while Bache is still standing. Bache is clearly exhausted, breathing hard, but even so, he thinks only 2 enemies are left. He knows he has to finish this before those last 2 reach him. One of them calls Bameek strange, saying he's way too fast for a mage. Then he asks what kind of mage Bameek really is. And honestly, Bameek's reaction speed is better than a pro gamer's, but that was only ever inside a game. Now he realizes he can't keep dodging forever, especially against close-range attacks, so he charges both of them, deciding to end this as fast as possible. The other man raises his guard, gives a small laugh, and says he's figured out how Bameek fights. Watching Bayek move, he concludes that all he has is his skill and a dagger, so as long as he protects his vital spots, he's sure victory is his. Just as Bayek rushes him, the guy uses his skill right away. Then he yells for Bayek to come at him. Bayek takes the bait and gets ready to use his own skill. The moment that guy casts an ice wave at Bayek, he laughs. Sure, Bayek is done for. But Bache was never aiming at him. He went for the mage beside him and cuts him down in seconds. That leaves the other guy shocked. He can't believe it, asking how someone who was just running for his life could pull that off. Bache answers with total confidence. Smiling, he thanks the guy and says chasing him this whole time helped him sharpen his skills. That only makes the man even madder. He shouts that he'll finish Bache for good. But before he can finish talking, Bache moves. His attack lands and Balk's shot hits cleanly. When the man tries to reset and prepare his next move, Balk is gone. That catches him completely off guard. Then the instant he notices Balk's strike is already hitting him from behind. Just like that, the worst character's tutorial stage ends, and Balk escapes alive. Not just that, he wipes out every pursuer. So of course, here comes the XP. And extra rewards too. After all that fighting, he can barely stay standing and nearly collapses from exhaustion. His breathing turns heavy, and his hands won't stop shaking. Then he looks beside him and realizes something. He just arrived in this world, and now blood is running over his fingers. People died because of him. At last, it really sinks in. Using his skill for the first time, his first real battle and his first kill, none of it was fake. This world is real, and along with surviving, he now has to carry the weight of taking a life. Still, this isn't the time to stay here. He needs to move. But before leaving, something near the bodies catches his eye. Even if it feels wrong, he has to be practical and search for anything valuable. He needs money, and he actually finds a pretty big amount, around 2 million yuans. Even so, his biggest problem now is the same as before, crossing this huge mountain with his skill. So he heads to the summit, thinking it through. Then a voice suddenly cuts into his thoughts. Someone asks if anybody is there. Right in front of him, he spots a group calling out to him. He quickly realizes it's the tutorial mages. Not wanting to miss the chance, he shouts back that he's here and alive. From the other side, they ask if Balk can get across, and he says he'll find a way. After that, they tell him they'll wait for him. One of them points out it should be nearly impossible to cross that cliff unless he's a third-class knight. But then, to everyone's surprise, they watch Balk use his jumper skill to cross the gap. The whole group is left wide-eyed, while Balk just keeps jumping from spot to spot. His move leaves them stunned, and they start wondering what kind of skill that even is. Teleportation? That's the guess from a mysterious voice. A girl's voice, to be exact. After hearing that, Balk keeps showing everyone he's no joke. The others can only stare in disbelief. Then he notices 2 unfamiliar people farther back. For a second, he wonders if they're with the group. But that thought ends fast when he sees them preparing an attack aimed straight at him. A moment later, they fire. Balk is caught off guard, and barely dodges with his skill. Once he sees them clearly, he realizes those 2 are the mercenaries who are after him. His skill has a 3-second cooldown, so dodging every spell they throw is impossible. That means he has to reach the next floating rock as fast as he can without relying only on the skill. But before he can, another spell flies at him and grazes his face. He's lucky to avoid the worst of it. Still, his luck runs out when the rock under him cracks. Then it drops. He tries to move fast enough to save himself, but he's already falling and every floating stone is too far away. With no other choice, he uses his skill as his only shot to survive. It works, pulling him close to another floating rock, his last hope. He manages to grab onto it. Hanging over the abyss, he lets out a shaky breath and tells himself he made it. Or maybe not. Another magic attack comes flying right at him. For a second, Bayek thinks he's dead, but no, a huge bolt appears out of nowhere and blocks the hit like a shield. That sudden save keeps Bayek from getting blasted off, and honestly, this whole moment looks amazing. He was one step from falling to his death, but someone really did save him. Now he wonders where that magic came from. At first it looked like ice, but it was clearly lightning. What shocks Bayek most is how exact the spell was. Perfect aim, no wasted mana. He starts wondering who cast it. When he looks toward the mages, one girl stands out, a blue-haired girl with a cold look, holding her staff like she means business. The mercenaries panic right away, then run with their tails tucked between their legs. Thanks to that overpowered savior, Bayek lives, even while hanging off the edge. A little later, once he's back on solid ground, he rejoins the group of mages and they welcome him. Soon, the girl who saved him gets his attention. Bayek walks over to thank her for saving his life. She barely reacts, telling him there's no need to thank her, and he shouldn't worry about it. Bayek can only answer with a simple, "Alright then." Bayek is already thrown off by his first meeting with her, mostly because her voice is way prettier than he expected. Putting that aside, the group that attacked him is known for raiding nearby villages. But in truth, a lot of what they do is tied to the Shadow Demon cult. Even so, Bayek figures his dealings with that ugly group end here. Then a system screen appears in front of him. It tells him to enroll in the Stella Academy. That catches his attention. It sounds like the next big step, but at least it doesn't seem too hard. Then reality hits. He's already in his 20s and now he has to go back to school. Hours later, inside the mage's carriage, Bayek is so tired he's already out cold. In his sleep, he dreams about the past of the weak character he took over, back when he was a child with his mother. He sees her warm smile as he tells her that one day he'll become a great mage. After all, both his father and mother worked so hard to give him that magic book. Because of that, he studied with everything he had, hoping to become a mage and make them proud. It's a sweet memory, a kind mother caring for her son. But not everything stays happy. That was also the day his whole world fell apart. Right after he learned he had mana leakage syndrome. He refused to believe it could happen to him after working so hard to become a mage. That crushed dream could only come out one way, through tears. Bayek wakes from sleep with those memories now inside him. The headache hits too. Then he notices something else. The sun is up, and morning has come. One of the others gets Bayek's attention and tells him they'll soon arrive at the satellite city of Arcanian. Before reaching it though, they'll stop once to take a short break. Bayek stretches after waking up, but then he notices the girl who saved him earlier has been watching him. That leaves him confused. Maybe he just isn't used to being ignored by a pretty girl like her. In the end, Bayek's just like everybody else. So here's a quick look at this world. Magic is normal, cities are protected, and people travel long distances on trains and flying ships. With that in mind, Yusol thinks about where he's headed next. He'll board one of those airships in Lysanidia on the way to Arcanian. And that leads to where the real story begins. Arcanian, the city of magic, home to famous magic towers, magic knights, and 5 top academies. The strongest mages and most talented students gather at Star Academy, a place packed with geniuses and nobles from all over the world. That makes him wonder how this weak character ever got accepted into a school like that. Still, first things first, time to check his abilities. These are the skills he has. The biggest one is Sixth Sense. It uses mental power to detect mana within 12 meters. Then there's Detection Acceleration, and seeing those skills makes him feel a lot better, because without them, he'd already be dead. But there's still one huge problem. The cursed skill called Mana Leakage Syndrome. That curse is permanent, and it's one of the main reasons everyone treated this character like trash. Even so, the curse lets him sense mana around him with Sixth Sense. It also helps him notice incoming attacks even when he isn't looking, while Detection Acceleration makes everything seem almost slowed down. Those are the key abilities keeping Yusol alive. He still can't use mana, and he can't keep Sixth Sense active for long either. It burns through his mental strength and hits him hard afterward. Now for his stats, they're basically like this. Looking at them, the protagonist figures, starting over at the beginning of a game isn't the worst thing. In this world, there isn't just one level. Each stat and skill has its own growth. Skills use levels, while stats use stars. 9 stars is the highest a stat can reach, but that's almost impossible. Even after playing for 10 years, Yusol only ever got up to 8 stars in vigor and sensitivity. So he plans to do what worked in his past life, focus on sensitivity for now, to boost Sixth Sense and reaction speed, then raise vigor and flexibility some other way. But his biggest issue is still the mana leak. If he doesn't fix it, he knows he won't live long. That means he needs to level up Secretive Nature as fast as possible. And the way to strengthen that lies in Star Academy. So if MC wants to survive this world and deal with his syndrome, he has no choice but to go there. Even so, he can't help thinking it's a pain. It would be nice if there were some other way. Just then system notifications appear, but before he can check them, someone calls for him to hurry up, so he puts it off for later, and heads to the carriage. All the while, that calm girl with the pretty voice keeps watching Yusil. A few hours later, they're on the flying ship. He quickly draws attention because he looks like it's his first time on one. Some people even start calling him a country bumpkin. Then one of them walks over and says, "The most famous academy in the world is being stained by someone like Yusil." The protagonist hears all the insults and does what? Nothing. Smart move. No point wasting energy on trash talk. While MC just thinks the whole thing is childish, the other guy starts losing his temper. But before he can do anything, something grabs everyone's attention. Not something, a person. A silver-haired girl with red eyes named Abdulavit. She doesn't just walk in, she owns the room. The loudmouth from before immediately tries to approach her, but he gets shut down fast with nothing more than a cold glance. That's all it takes. Then she simply walks away, ignoring the others completely. She passes right by Yusil, and even he has to admit she's stunning. But looks aside, he knows Abdulavit is the villain of this world. She's one of the main characters, and she's always clashing with the heroine. No matter what route you choose in the game though, she always dies in the end, and every death is brutal. In some endings, everyone at the academy turns on her before she's expelled. In others, she's bullied. And in another route, she goes through something so humiliating she never appears in public again. It's almost like the game's creators were determined to make her suffer, no matter what. Because of that, Yusil thinks of her as one of the game's most memorable characters. And yeah, she really is beautiful. Before he can finish that thought, though, it's time to eat. So he heads off to find something and fill his stomach. Too bad everything here is insanely expensive, and the protagonist is flat broke. But before he can get any food, a loud signal rings out, and everyone is told they'll reach the next stop in 1 minute. They're ordered to head to the first floor, because Arcanian is only 10 minutes away. It's finally happening. Feeling nervous but firm, Yusil tells himself this is his reality now, so he'll do what he has to do. Nice speech, but then reality hits again. Sure, he wants to do everything he can to reach the end of this world, but with a sigh, he wonders if he can really survive Star Academy. Worse than that, can he survive this world at all? Especially as the weakest character in the whole game? Right then, Yusil finds himself wishing he had something to help. That makes him remember the earlier notifications, so he finally checks them. It turns out the reward gives him 3 choices: a weakened version of his old game items, a downgraded skill he used before, or last but not least, experience. Now MC seriously thinks over which one he should take. After a bit, he leans toward choosing some items. But the system messages make a lot of options unavailable. He tries different ones, yet gets the same answer every time. That makes him wonder why everything is so heavily nerfed. The system says his narrative power isn't strong enough yet for those things to fully appear, which basically means it's still way too early for him to become overpowered. Since he's still a beginner and this is only the start, Yusil goes quiet for a moment, then decides to take Boo Boo's glasses. This time the system accepts it, and just like that, the item is given to him. Now with the item in hand, he thinks he never expected he'd actually use something like this. These glasses store all the information he gathered while playing the game. Monster records, learned knowledge, and all kinds of useful data players kept track of. So he puts the glasses on. And there it is, Boo Boo's glasses and their details. With them equipped, he opens the folders. Inside, all his saved knowledge is neatly sorted by topic. In other words, it's a very handy way for Yusil to know what happened, or what's about to happen in this world. And honestly, it's a huge help. There was no way he could remember every quest he'd ever done, but with these glasses, he can recover a big part of the knowledge he had as a player. But enough of that, because look who's coming by, that quiet bookworm girl, the eldest daughter of the traitor Deathmoth, Azel. Because she's the child of a traitor, everyone is judging her. That's what Yusil decides to call her for now. And sure enough, people keep staring and whispering about her. Just seeing her pass by catches the protagonist's attention too, so he uses the moment to test his glasses, since they also store information on characters. The file on Azel labels her with the title False Heroine, and there's a reason the game gave her that title. The game Etherworld was based on a fantasy novel called Don't Love the Princess, where Azel was the original heroine. After facing Adolnavit, the novel's villain, she ends up with the male lead, but in the game there's another heroine instead, basically the usual isekai type, someone who reincarnated into the world of that novel called Flame. Yeah, there's another person here from the real world, just like ManhwaCapped. The difference is she came from a manhwa while he was just a game addict who got dropped into a game world that's also part of a manhwa story. Weird, but that's the idea. So ManhwaCapped realizes that while Gazelle ends up branded as the fake heroine Flame, the possessed lead rises as the real heroine of the game. And just like Delhi, Gazelle is doomed to die in every route, even knowing that ManhwaCapped doesn't really care. As far as he's concerned, it has nothing to do with him. Still, when he looks at Gazelle, something feels oddly familiar. He starts wondering where he's seen her before, then he brushes it off, figuring he's probably imagining things. A few hours later, it's time for Estella Academy. The new students are all gathered in the schoolyard. Someone is giving a speech, but ManhwaCapped couldn't care less. What matters is what comes next. The most important people in this world, game and novel finally show up. To ManhwaCapped, their grand entrance feels like the usual over-the-top hero moment. Flowers, praise, all that stuff. But out of all of them, one stands out the most. It's the representative of the Kaliros, the absurdly overpowered Maya Seong, who I'll be calling Mateus. The moment he sees Mateus, ManhwaCapped starts thinking about him. To him, Mateus is that kind of untouchable character who stands above everyone else. And no, I'm not making that up. That really is a direct reference. Bonroy clearly threw in a nod to Gojo there. So with that in mind, because Mateus is just that powerful, ManhwaCapped decides he needs to avoid the bad endings from here on, and getting Mateus on his side will be a huge part of that. But there's one problem. A lot of this depends on Flame and what she does next. That's what ManhwaCapped is thinking as he watches her closely. Since she came from the same kind of reality as he did, he knows things could get messy, so he doesn't want to take big risks. Even though they're both real people who came to this world, his character is basically trash, worse than an NPC, so getting close to Flame won't be easy. On top of that, she has the special power to purify demonic humans, but as we already saw with Giselle and Deli, she also brings disaster to the people around her. That's why he has to be careful about how he deals with her. Getting too close could be dangerous, so he decides his role in this world should be simple, support the main characters from a distance. He tells himself he'll stay out of their lives as much as possible, though honestly, I seriously doubt that lasts. With that, the freshman entrance ceremony comes to an end. And just like that, episode 2, the entrance to Estella Academy, wraps up. After the ceremony, it's time for class. ManhwaCapped thinks it feels strange becoming a student again after already finishing college in his past life. Still, having that watch helps a lot. It's Estella's pocket watch, a student ID that also gives access to all kinds of perks. Naturally, ManhwaCapped plans to make full use of those perks right away. Then a teacher walks into the classroom carrying the test papers. He tells everyone to put away their things and take off their glasses for inspection. And yeah, remember the part about the glasses. This academy wastes no time. They start with placement tests right after the entrance ceremony. With the teacher fired up, the exams begin. These tests will decide which class each student gets placed in. Once the papers are handed out, ManhwaCapped immediately realizes he has no clue how to answer this thing. This is the exam that sorts students from Class F all the way to Class S. And of course, most of the playable characters will end up in Class S. As for ManhwaCapped, he entered the academy dead last, so he's sure he's headed straight to Class F. He even wonders if messing this up badly enough could get him kicked out. While he's lost in those thoughts, something catches his eye. One student is already done with the test. He looks completely bored. That student is Maya Seong. ManhwaCapped can't help but admire how fast Mateus finished. Then again, for someone like him, everything probably feels dull and easy. And yeah, I'm sticking with calling Maya Seong Mateus. Mateus isn't just one of the strongest people in the world. If one word defines him, it's boredom. He's also insanely smart and talented beyond anyone else. Seeing that, ManhwaCapped starts wondering how the heroine of this game will affect Mateus and change his choices. In some routes, Mateus joins the demonic humans, which is obviously a disaster for everyone. ManhwaCapped figures one of the biggest reasons for that is his family. But that can wait. Right now, the test comes first, so he thinks about using his glasses here. He relied on them a lot while playing, and maybe they still have the information he needs. He quietly starts pulling them from his pocket, just planning to test it. Remember when I told you to pay attention to the glasses? Well, this is why the teacher immediately asks ManhwaCapped what kind of glasses those are. That reminds him the teacher had already warned everyone that glasses would be checked, so the teacher takes ManhwaCapped's glasses and gives them a quick inspection. Keep in mind, these glasses are basically a plot device. They hold exact information for ManhwaCapped, which honestly works way better than a protagonist somehow remembering every tiny thing from his past. You know the type, guys, who remember everything for no reason. Because of that, ManhwaCapped starts worrying now that his little plot device glasses are being examined. But then, to his horror, the system alerts him that parts of the glasses are returning and asks if he wants to summon them. Obviously, no chance. The teacher then hands the glasses back and says there's nothing wrong with them. So moving on, thanks to that narrative cheat. Seriously, I'd love a pair of glasses like that myself. Life would be way easier. ManhwaCapped gets excited, thinking this might be enough to carry him into Class S. Then he goes back to the test and time's up. So yeah, he may have his plot device tricks, but that doesn't mean the story is on his side. Just like that, his hopes of escaping Class F are gone. While the papers are being collected, ManhwaCapped realizes he only answered 3 questions. Then the teacher holding the exams notices something strange. He quickly heads over to ManhwaCapped and asks for the glasses again. ManhwaCapped is completely thrown off. The teacher studies the glasses once more, muttering to himself that this should be impossible. That draws a student's attention, and he orders someone to call another professor. Now with ManhwaCapped's glasses in hand, the other professor arrives, engineering magic professor Dr. Grian. After checking things over, he says ManhwaCapped answering those questions really is suspicious, but he didn't cheat. He flat out tells ManhwaCapped that he solved them with his own brain. After that, Dr. Grian leaves, even congratulating him and saying he did well. The first teacher politely apologizes to ManhwaCapped for the whole mess. ManhwaCapped says it's fine, even though he feels guilty because yeah, he absolutely did cheat. Now let's switch locations. Over in Professor Lee's office, that same teacher is there, still bothered by this year's test results. Then a woman catches his attention. She asks if those are this year's student exams in his hands. It's Professor Delta Man. With a bright smile, she says she heard this year's freshmen are especially interesting. She mentions the princess from the most famous fire magic family, Jeremy Scarlvin, the heir caught up in the struggle for the throne, and Ian, successor to the master of the magic tower. All of them come from powerful elite families, so naturally this year's test was bound to be interesting. Professor Lee gives a small smile. Turns out he likes having his work praised too. Still, this year's exam included a new kind of question. The first three were problems normal students shouldn't have been able to solve. That was the whole point. In fact, those three questions mattered more than the rest of the test. The first one measured flexibility. It was meant to confuse students by asking something they'd never learned from a book. The age when magic was all about memory and theory is over. Now it's about battle, quick choices, and creative thinking. That's why those questions were made. Those questions were so hard that out of 1,141 students, 1,000 left them blank. Only a few answered them. Matali, Flame, who got into the academy on the principal's recommendation, and finally Benoik. The teacher thought the test would crush him, but he proved him wrong. Professor Lee thinks Matali and Flame are real geniuses, but Bake had no score worth noticing before this, so he never expected him to solve those questions. That's when the other teacher cuts in and asks why he's so focused on those exams. There's a lot going on here, so here's the short version. Bake answered all three special questions, and that changed everything. Because of that, Bake proved he was far more capable than anyone thought. He answered only the three hardest questions on the whole test and left everything else blank. So even though he wanted to stay unnoticed at this school, he solved three questions he barely even understood, all because of his glasses. Then he was shocked. His name had been placed in Class S. That class is the top class in the whole academy. Now Bake is stuck there, thinking this will only drag him closer to the main characters. In his mind, getting involved with people like that will only shorten his life in this world, so he decides to keep a low profile and avoid attention. He leaves, fully convinced that's what he's going to do. Of course, that plan is already falling apart, because someone becomes interested in Bake. With that, we move to another place. There, Bake gets slapped across the face. The hit comes from the fire mage Hong Ye. She yells at Bia for missing three questions on the exam. Then she says even insects answered those questions, which means Bia is worse than an insect. Bia just stands there, quiet, with a sad look and the slap mark still on her face. And the one saying all this is her own mother. Her mother demands to know what kind of state her daughter is in. She warns Bia not to end up like her, a woman chased out of her kingdom and now stuck in the miserable role of a teacher. She puts all that weight on Bia, saying she must never become a disgrace to her kingdom. Then she steps closer, lifts Bia's face, and stares her in the eyes, telling her to become someone greater than her sister. With a twisted smile, she asks if Bia understands. Bia says yes, but inside she's saying no. She only knows how to live the way she was taught. She only solves problems she was trained for. If it's something she never learned, a spell, a formula, anything unfamiliar, she can't handle it. All of that feeds her doubt about herself and who she is right now. And those feelings soon turn into pain, pressure, and fear. All of it finally becomes tears. She tells herself she doesn't understand her sister, doesn't understand why she had to suffer, and doesn't understand why she's being tormented like this. For now, we leave that pain behind and go back to Bulk, who now has a pounding headache. He can't figure out why he got put in Class S. Around him, he hears whispers, asking why he's even there. Bulk gloomily thinks that he came into this world alone, and will leave it alone too. As far as he can tell, he's already an outsider at this academy. Still, the gossip around him won't last long, because another student from Class A will soon move up to Class S. But what really grabs his attention is how strange it feels to see, right in front of him, people who were just game characters until yesterday. In a few years, most of the students in this class will be famous all over the world, and around 5 of them may one day betray the magic world. Matale is one of them. And the one who might stop that, or help cause it, is Flame. Bake thinks she has to keep that future from happening. Just then, the teacher enters the room. He walks up front and formally introduces himself to the class. He's the instructor for Class S, Professor Lee. Professor Lee says this year's class has many talented students, and one especially unusual one, Behik. And just like that, Behik's academy life begins, along with everyone else's. With that done, class is about to start. But before the lesson begins, someone arrives late. It's Baya, and the redness on her face and her swollen eyes are hard to miss. That makes Baya pause, because Baya being late doesn't feel normal. He watches her speak with the teacher from a distance while thinking something is definitely wrong. So he falls back on his usual trick and puts on his special glasses to check what's going on. Then the information appears, and the key part is this. Baya is a villain with fire magic who sometimes burns herself. She has a terrible mother, and her death is guaranteed. Seeing that, Baya thinks something about it can't be right, especially the part saying her death is certain. He remembers that because of Flame, Usail and Baya are supposed to die, and sadly that really is the usual fate of a villain like Baya. Bayek even thinks he'd like to save her if he could, but he knows he's not in any position to help anyone, so all he can do is feel bad and watch Baya from afar. But that distance doesn't last long, because to his surprise, a certain girl walks straight over to Bayek. And yes, it's her. Bayek stops in front of him and stares at him coldly. Bayek is completely lost. Without a word, she sits down right next to him, which only makes things weirder. Bayek wonders what is happening, and starts thinking the story of this game may already be going off the rails. Then class resumes, and Professor Lee announces the staff succession ceremony, where students will receive the staves they'll use at the academy. He says Class S and Class A will attend together. Hearing that, Bayek gives a faint smile. He finds it annoying, but he's still looking forward to it. There are two major events at Star Academy. One is the familiar contract ceremony, and the other is the staff succession ceremony. Once everyone arrives, Professor Lee explains that the staves there range from low class to upper middle class, and he tells the students to get ready and choose. But Bayek knows that at this event, you don't choose the staff chooses you. In this world, a staff only answers someone worthy of it through resonance, so it comes to you, not the other way around. Bayek walks around, looking over the selection and wondering which one might suit him. Eventually, he notices a short staff and thinks it fits him best. Wands are usually used by knights who cast quick magic, while staves are for priests who focus power into a single strike with a longer cast time. While everyone is busy talking about staves, someone comes up to Bayek. It's some guy Bayek doesn't care about at all, and that feeling is very much mutual on Bayek's side. The boy asks what kind of staff Bayek plans to take, and Bayek basically says any of them will do. Then the guy tells Bayek he should pick a staff that matches his status as a commoner. While the guy keeps trying to put him down, Bayek just brushes him off with a calm reply and walks away as fast as he can. The other boy is left standing there, looking like his own taunt just blew up in his face. That's Bayek for you. The funny part is, Bayek really has no idea who that guy even is, so he checks with his usual skill. Then the info pops up, and the only thing that really matters is how minor this guy is. Bayek can only stare and wonder just how unimportant this poor extra really is. The guy says he's taking that staff, and Bage doesn't bother stopping him. That one is Edmund Adalik's staff. It's a mid-high grade weapon, usually used by skilled magic fighters. Besides Edmund Adalik's staff, there's another mid-high grade one here too, but that one is only for display, not for students to choose. Then, following the professor's order, everyone starts trying the staffs. One student steps up first, then another gives it a shot, and then another one after that. Pretty soon everyone's taking turns. As the students talk about all the famous people who got amazing staffs before, this guy doesn't want to be left behind. So he walks up to Edmund Adalik's staff and stands right in front of it, while everyone watches. Then he reaches for the staff, rejected. Just like everyone expected, he fails. That's because this staff already has someone it belongs to. A moment later, someone else steps forward. He heads straight for the staff everyone's been talking about. And that person is none other than, yes, really, our guy Mateus, the one with the top-tier plot armor. While Mateus stands there, people start whispering again, wondering if even he, with all his talent, can really claim Edmund Adalik's staff. Then he reaches out, and without any struggle at all, the staff accepts him. No surprise there. Edmund Adalik's staff now has a new owner, and it's Mateus. That instantly grabs everyone's attention. Bage can tell this proves to everyone just how gifted Mateus really is. But then, when Bage notices something, he gets confused. For some reason, Mateus gives Bage a small, friendly smile, and Bage is just left thinking, what was that? Flame also gets a powerful staff, the Teravan staff. That was the one meant to be available here. But this is where the story can split. If Flame gets that staff, Mage becomes interested in her talent, and her route begins. If she doesn't, then a completely different route starts instead. That's why Bage needs to make sure Flame gets that staff. So he keeps his eyes on her as she approaches a staff. Of course, it's Flame, the main heroine of this game. The staff is right in front of her. Bage watches closely, wondering what she'll do next. It's kind of funny. Flame reincarnated into a character from her favorite novel, while Bage ended up as a trash character in his favorite dating sim. If this ever gets an anime, it'd probably change everything and make it look like some other reincarnated protagonist story from Bage's point of view. Anyway, back to the moment. While watching Flame, Bage keeps silently cheering her on, telling her to hurry up and take the staff. Instead, Flame ignores it completely, which opens a different route. That leaves Bage wondering if she just doesn't want that staff, and if she goes after a different one, things could get bad, so he starts to worry. He tenses up and gets ready to use his skill. Then he jumps in. In seconds, he's right next to Flame. That's one way to make an entrance. Flame is startled. He wasn't there a second ago, so she has no idea when he showed up. Bage politely asks which staff she plans to choose, and she immediately asks why he wants to know. He says he just wants to help, but she only gives him a side glance and tells him to mind his own business. Then she turns away and leaves him there. But he can only stand there, feeling completely shut down. Still, something feels off. Flame is supposed to be kind and friendly with everyone, so he can't understand why she's being so cold. So he calls out to her again, saying one more time that he's only trying to help, but for some reason Flame keeps treating him harshly. Bay keeps pushing, saying a few more things until she finally snaps and angrily asks what he could possibly know about staffs. Now Bake is totally lost, wondering what he did wrong. He even starts thinking maybe she just doesn't like side characters. Still, He points out a certain staff and tells Flame she can wield it. It's the staff that's supposed to lead to the good route in the game, but while Beak is trying to explain, something happens. Something rushes straight toward him at crazy speed, and that something is the very staff meant for the friendly route with Mateus. It suddenly chooses its owner, and that owner is Beak. Fate completely played him. Beak panics, wondering how this thing ended up in his hand. As for Flame, that smile on her face says everything. Beak is cooked, and Beak just stands there in shock. After the event ends and everyone heads back to their dorms, Flame walks around the academy, hearing gossip from all sides about the commoner who got a mid-high rank wand. Some are also talking about a mage who uses teleportation magic, which in this world has a terrible reputation. Surrounded by all that talk, Flame feels strangely uneasy. Later in the academy study hall, she walks through the halls in silence, a little annoyed because all anyone talked about today was Bake. Even now, she still can't believe it really happened. She keeps asking herself how Bake managed to get Yvonne and who he really is. After all, Flame read this novel many times before coming to this world, and she never once saw a character named Beige Kiyasu. The novel said it was impossible to wield that wand, so she starts thinking to herself, maybe Beige was just trying way too hard to show off in front of her. And that misunderstanding only keeps growing. Still, she tells herself there's no point overthinking it. Then some other girls call out to her. A cheerful trio asks if she's on her way to study. Flame puts on a smile and chats with them for a bit. What stands out most is how often she speaks with a calm, mature attitude. That makes sense, since she was older before coming to this world. Then someone else catches her attention. It's Jackie. And honestly, Flame is being a little harsh here. Just because the girl dresses badly doesn't mean she has to think like that. Anyway, Flame says goodbye to the others and leaves, telling them they'll meet again later. As she walks down the hall, she suddenly bumps into someone. That person is a guy who brings a weird little tension into the moment. They talk for a bit, and then Jan notices something's wrong. He asks if something happened, since she doesn't seem like herself. That catches Flame off guard, and she wonders if he's actually worried about her. Even so, she says she's fine. Then he asks if she's going to study, and she says yes. Their different personalities make the conversation kind of funny, but then Jan stares at Flame for a moment, which makes her notice him more. Finally, he lightly touches her shoulder and gently says goodbye, telling her he'll see her later. After he leaves, Flame calls him cold, but before she can move on, something else catches her eye. Jackie from earlier is staring at Flame for some reason she can't understand. Flame calls out to her, and Jackie suddenly runs off. That leaves Flame confused. Then she reaches the extra study meeting. According to the novel, Flame knows that Gazelle and Bia are supposed to be part of this meeting. So as a fan of the story, she's excited to watch both the villainess and the heroine in action. She walks into the classroom and finds a pretty strange sight. A certain guy standing with Mateus and Gazelle. She realizes everyone is already here. With that, the meeting begins. Flame explains that this is a session for students who need to improve their grades. But one thing still keeps bothering her. Out of everyone in the room, what stands out most is Mateus acting weirdly friendly toward Bayek, which is honestly surprising. So she starts wondering if maybe, just maybe, it's only a coincidence. Still, Flame starts thinking Bayek is hiding something. Those 3 questions make it seem like he knew answering them right was all he needed to get into Class S. That leads her to one big thought. What if Bayek knew the secret behind those questions? If so, then from Flame's point of view, he's dangerous. With that, we cut to Bayek, who is basically begging to be saved from this awkward mess. Mateus is way too friendly with him, trying to learn more about him, while Bayek just keeps wondering why this guy is so interested in him. Honestly, if nobody is already shipping these two after this, I'd be shocked. Anyway, class starts. This lesson is about going over the placement test questions while the teacher talks through them, and one thing catches attention. Mateus knows Bake got the lowest score in the ranking. Because of that, he wants to prove he's better than Bake, so the class keeps reviewing the test questions. But then Mateus makes that face like he's about to do something, and he does. He asks Bake whether his answer is right or not, with a bright, pushy smile on his face. Bake has no clue what he's talking about. Glasses or not, he's just as lost as ever. He doesn't even know what those 3 questions are. Even so, he answers honestly. He simply says he doesn't know, and murmurs spread through the room. Mateus gets annoyed while Bake is left confused. And Bake is caught off guard when Mateus asks again if he's doing it wrong. This time, Mateus snaps and tells him to come up and solve it himself. Bake is like, what? And Mateus is already waiting. So yeah, Bake goes, he walks up to the board, and you can probably guess what's coming. Time for the glasses. Then he tackles the question, which feels more like a wordplay puzzle than a real test. For example, a mage casts a spell saying, "Dear Earth, shed tears," and then there's talk about double filth. What could that mean? Well, the answer is simple to Bake. If the Earth is crying, then it's in a state of decay. Even though Bake thinks these questions are ridiculous, he makes one thing clear. Mateus solved it the wrong way by forcing a math-based method onto it. So even if he landed on the right answer, it was just luck. If the question changed a little, he'd probably miss it. Bake says he can't show a full proper method for solving it, but he can point out the mistake. Then he asks, what if the question used water or wind instead of earth? Would that same method still work? In other words, Mateus only got it right by chance. And honestly, there's no arguing with that. After Bake answers and explains how the question is supposed to work, everyone starts writing down what he says. All of it. That is exactly what grabs Flame's attention. This should have been the moment Beige and Giseline joined in, but both of them are distracted instead. That makes Flame wonder if things are really supposed to go like this. After all that, Mateus says goodbye to Beige in a weirdly cheerful, excited mood. Bake, on the other hand, tells himself he can't get too involved with Mateus. Still, he figures the guy noticed him because of his staff, which is fair enough. Then his thoughts are interrupted when someone calls out to him. It's Bea. No matter how nice she looks, Bake doesn't want trouble, so he tries to walk past and keep moving. But then she comes over and stops him. Bake says she wants to ask him something. Why didn't he explain the solution earlier when they were talking about those questions? And that's the problem. It's not that Bake didn't want to explain it. He just couldn't. There was no clean way to logically explain a nonsense test. Seriously, it's like trying to solve a joke question with strict formulas. So thinking Bae might have misunderstood, he just says there wasn't really anything to explain. That catches her attention, and she says she understands, but she actually gets the wrong idea, assuming Bake just doesn't want to reveal his method in a place like this, so she says she'll reward him. Proudly, she lifts her head and tells Bake she'll make it worth his time, so he should explain everything he knows. And with that, we move to Bake and Bea talking. After briefly checking Bea's test, Bake sees she only missed 3 questions. That makes him wonder why she'd pay him just to explain those 3, so he asks if she's not embarrassed. Not at all. Bea says what's really embarrassing to her is not figuring out those answers herself. That surprises Bake, so he asks why she came to him specifically, hinting that she's a princess and should have plenty of people around her. But out of all 1,141 students, only 3 got those questions right. And here's the part everyone knew except Bake. Bake explains those were questions that weren't really meant to have answers. The only ones who answered them were Mateus, Flame, and Bake. So yeah, this was something literally everyone knew except Bake. That's when it finally hits him, why he was placed in Class S and also why Flame treated him so harshly. Bake doesn't know every detail about this world. He didn't even know about those strange questions. Flame is different. She read this novel over and over, so even without playing the game, she'd naturally understand this world, and probably those answers too. And now Bake, a background extra who wasn't even mentioned in the novel, has appeared and messed up her plans. No wonder he ends up with a headache while Flame is left thrown off too. After that, Bake brings up the reward. In a serious tone, he says he only wants one simple thing: trade his staff for a magic sword. Bake is confused and asks why, pointing out that only low-rank mercenaries usually use weapons like that. Bake just says he has his reasons, that it suits his style better. He doesn't want to explain his mana problem, so he just asks her for a yes or no. And to Bake's relief, we move on to the test explanation. The idea is pretty simple: change your perspective. One of Baya's biggest weaknesses is that she uses magic in a very textbook way, so she gets stuck on certain kinds of problems. She doesn't realize that, though, until her second year, when she loses badly to Flame. Baez isn't going to hand her every answer, but he can at least nudge her in the right direction. So he uses silly quiz examples. One example is this: what is between one knee and another knee? After thinking from that angle, the answer is the letter E. Baez explains that between one knee and another knee, there's an E. Baez's reaction is basically pure disbelief. And honestly, Bayek adds an important point. There are formulas and techniques she won't always know, so she has to use creativity to solve things. Then he asks if creativity can be memorized, which catches Baya off guard. Of course, the answer is no. Bayek tells her that yes, she already knows many important spells and techniques, but for a mage, the most important thing is seeing beyond your limits. His words make it feel like a whole new world opens up for her. Magic can grow from even the smallest change, and while Baya is strong on technique, she's lacking in creativity. That said, Baya is more than a little bothered by what he says. Actually, she's very bothered. They talk a bit more, and even though Baya says she gets it all, Bayek himself doesn't fully understand the nonsense coming out of his own mouth. Then comes another dumb riddle. What time is it? After thinking it over, her answer is 8 o'clock because if not sounds like 8 basically. Then he asks, what's the best tea for hair loss? The tea is a hat. It might be funny to some, but Baya does not find any of this funny at all. Still, one good thing came out of this. We got to see Abeline's adorable reactions. Then comes another weird riddle. What did the clouds say to the ocean while it was raining? After a moment, the answer comes in. I'm feeling a little oceany. And yeah, clap, clap, clap. I honestly didn't get that one either, so if you understand it, feel free to explain. What I do get is Abeline's smile. She's seriously too cute. Even Bayek notices and keeps teasing her a little. Jokes aside, they spend hours doing these dumb word games and random questions. Before long, night falls. By then, Bayek looks completely worn out. He ended up stuck in that game with her for 3 whole hours. Still, Abeline really is a talented mage with a sharp mind. Her problem is that she thinks too rigidly, and even if she's meant to be a villain, Bayek still wants to help her, and I still can't help shipping them. Leaving that aside, we head somewhere else with Bayek. He arrives at a small house out in the suburbs. Inside, it's an old unnamed used bookstore that's clearly falling apart. This place has the study notes of Mela, the top graduate from the academy 10 years ago, and Bayek came here to find them for school. Then he spots it. But when he reaches for the book, his hand touches someone else's. It's a girl named Dizella, and she looks surprised to see Bayek. She asks if he knows who she is. Of course he does. She's pretty well known. Dizella remembers him too. Just hearing his name was enough. She says she liked what he said during the meeting, and thought it was disappointing that he couldn't finish. That short exchange ends quickly, and she leaves just like that. She's clearly not very talkative. After that, Bake goes back to the book, but now he's curious about her. Why was she here? Well, the answer seems simple. Money. This shop mostly sells used books, so poor students come here, just like Bake. Since Dizella comes from a ruined family and lost everything, she probably didn't have many options. Her father was killed by dark demonic humans, and even Bake thinks that's tragic. A princess like her having to worry about book prices says a lot. On top of that, her ending in the story is miserable. You could even say Dizella is the most unfortunate character in the whole game, not because of what she does, but because of the fate waiting for her. Back in the bookstore, Bake ends up looking even more like a bookworm than she does. So he asks what's wrong, and when she's about to call him an idiot, she stops herself and just says he picked some very strange books. Bake definitely notices that almost insult, but he has his reasons. He says those books will make life at the academy easier soon enough. Then he leaves, while she stays behind trying to figure out what he meant. The next day, Dizella heads to class as usual, and notices that way more students are there than expected. She takes a seat, then quietly worries. More students means more competition. After class, she's still uneasy, stressed about lessons and enrollment. Then another problem hits. She's hungry. She starts thinking about getting something to eat, but she's so broke that even that seems hard. Then something catches her eye. It's Bake. More specifically, the academy genius himself. Bake. She wonders what he's doing there, and soon notices he's in a class with barely any students. That stands out, because a class like that could easily get cancelled. But then she realizes what he's doing. He's taking classes where getting good grades is easy, so she concludes he planned all this to make academy life much easier for himself. A few hours later, we find Bake in another class, and for some reason Dizella is sitting right next to him. For now, let's focus on the lesson about the divine moons, beings that sleep for 1,000 years. Long ago, even when he was just a player, Bake only managed to find 5 of the 12 divine moons. He pulled that off by gathering info from other players, and no one found more than he did. There are 12 in total, and since they likely connect to the true ending, he needs to track them down again. Somewhere else, we move to another class. This one is taught by the fire element professor. Most of the lecture isn't important, so let's skip ahead. What matters here is that she's still as harsh as ever, and that cold look she's giving is aimed at her own daughter. After class, the girl sits alone, thinking she embarrassed herself in front of her mother again. She beats herself up. Sure, her mother must be disappointed. Then someone interrupts her thoughts with a gentle smile. The girl asks if she's okay, then sits beside her and says she looks sad. Our girl knows who she is. It's Shuro Ararangi, a new fire element genius who showed up recently. But she's not in the mood to talk. After a short exchange, she stands up and walks away. As she leaves, Shuro watches her with a cold expression. Later, back in her room, she still looks down. Then suddenly, someone gets her attention. It's Seno Bayan. I'll just call her Bianca. After serving Abeline some snacks, Bianca brings up Bayan's staff and says that based on its quality, it should be as valuable as a high-level magic sword. But there's a catch. To Abeline's surprise, that staff constantly drains its user's mana. She asks if it's some kind of demonic magic tool, but Bianca says it's a little different. Then Abeline wonders how such a shabby staff could be ranked so high. Bianca explains that it was originally made to greatly boost the user's mana and power, but because it keeps draining mana just from being held, its rank dropped. That answer shocks her, because that cheap-looking staff is actually high rank. What really gives Abeline a headache is the fact that this staff is even at the academy. It was only meant for display, not actual use, but of course Bayan took it anyway. After hearing all that, the only thing she can say is that Bayan really is a strange and one-of-a-kind person. A few days pass and classes continue. This time, the big thing is that PvP combat starts today. The lesson is about aiming, shooting, and battle form basics. But for Bayan, it's just plain boring. You can see it clearly, even if he doesn't say a word. That's why the teacher calls him up to the board, and you can already guess what happened. Just looking at the teacher's face says enough. After class, someone calls out to Bayan. It's Dizella, and that actually surprises him. She walks over seriously and says she has something to ask. While watching him, she realized Bayan is smarter than he first seemed. His earlier class choices proved it, and that caught her attention. At first she doubted him, but now she's sure he has a real strategy for studying. So she gets right to the point. She wants to know what class he's taking next so she can use that knowledge too. That definitely catches him off guard. He jokes and asks if she's hitting on him, but her answer is so cold it shuts that down instantly. She says every class he's been taking is one where it's easy to earn good grades, so she bluntly tells him to share his method. Bayan brushes it off, saying it was all just a coincidence. Then he turns to leave. She hesitates for a second before calling after him, but gathers the courage and shouts, stopping him in his tracks. She runs after him and says she needs to know what classes he picked. Her grades have to stay up to keep her scholarship. Bayan already knows that if she loses that support, she's in real trouble. That makes him stop and think. As for her, she even tries using her looks to win Bayan over, but it doesn't work, and that leads to this exchange. Still, pretty is pretty. She's not wrong about that. She's gorgeous, smart, and funny too. Honestly, she's the perfect kind of danger, way too easy to fall for. Then she brings up the ghost of the 7th tower, talking about an abandoned building in Taos. But then, that turns out to be a huge piece of information. With that, Flame has a chance to raise her affection with the main character. The reason Flame knows this is because Giselle mentioned it back in Chapter 9, and she was only supposed to tell the protagonist, so Bayan backs off. Since this is such important info that even an NPC like him shouldn't know, he plays it safe and says ghost stories in Taos sound way too scary for him. That creates a pretty funny moment between them. More than that, it's enough to make her want to be honest with him, and he notices she seems a little nervous. So he tells her to choose Journey of Meditation in the Abyss as her liberal arts class. In short, he explains that meditation can raise her magic power. That immediately gets her attention. This isn't common knowledge, but for bishops who use destruction magic, meditation matters a lot. Their spells rely on exact formulas, equations, and precise control of mana. He says he's only telling her because she's just that cute, even though a few minutes ago he acted like she wasn't all that. Still, the tip helps and she gives him a small smile. Then she leaves. This time he does worry a little about changing the future. But if he stays away out of fear, Giselle could still die because of her tragic fate, so he hopes meditation really will help her. Then another thought hits him, maybe it could help him too. Even with his condition, he's still a mage. In the game, Bakeshul trained his body hard, awakened his physical strength first, delayed his magic reveal, and then grew insanely strong. Now he realizes he'll have to train for real, unlike before, when all he had to do was press a few buttons, so he starts his training. Back in his room, he sits on the bed and gets ready to meditate. He takes a deep breath, focusing as hard as he can. Stats aren't the main thing here. First, he has to get used to this body. Even if Bake was treated like a trash character in the game, he was still a genius who awakened Sword Aura. He uses the fact that mana keeps flowing in and out of the body non-stop. In the story, no one noticed him, no one knew, but Bake's character was actually a gifted master swordsman. This is his only path forward, so he keeps concentrating. His breathing starts guiding the flow of mana. Slowly, it grows stronger. With each breath, he absorbs a little more, and step by step, he begins opening the door to a new world. The meditation goes on for a long time. Before he even notices, morning has come, and he's still deep in meditation. At last, he succeeds. Like someone finally accepting his own condition, he opens the door to that new world. His status window updates, his syndrome levels up, his teleport skill levels up too. Happy with the result, he thinks he's getting closer to his goal, reaching the true ending of this game. After Big succeeds in meditation and powers up his jump-around skills even more, we move to another place. With the wind brushing past her, Flame thinks about how everything around her was made artificially. This place is Stella's Dimensional Dome, a pocket dimension built on the Academy campus that can freely change its size. Sports events, dungeons, gates, and monster training all happen here. So this dome is where all the other students are gathered too, and of course Flame is one of them, along with the 114 new students. That makes her think, if this followed the novel exactly, there should only be 39 new S-class students, and she would be number 14. Naturally, that leaves her uneasy. Those thoughts make her wonder where Bake even came from. The guy is a walking chaos magnet. Still thinking about him, Flame decides he must have existed in the original novel too. She tells herself she'll have to sort all of this out little by little from now on. She's still worried, but this is her job. Flame is the only person in this world who knows the novel. In the end, she looks around and something catches her eye. Prince Jeremy Scarlvin, surrounded by NPCs. He's charming everyone like usual, handing out that perfect smile. Flame just watches. She remembers that in the novel, Jeremy Scarlvin was obsessed with Giselle. After getting rejected over and over, he eventually became a villain. Flame knows that even though Jeremy acts kind, everything he does is carefully planned, so she has to be careful around this future yandere. Prince, Jeremy Scarlvin notices her presence and gives a small laugh. Flame thinks the guy definitely has presence, but she still doesn't get why so many people suck up to him. Maybe it's the looks, the money, the status, the connections, probably all of it. In the end, Flame decides to leave his sight. She's sure she needs to be ready for the future. Meanwhile, Jeremy Scarlvin becomes slightly interested in her. After that, the staff announce that the new students will enter a simulated dungeon to test their skills. The simulation will include traps and monsters. Defeating a level 1 monster gives 4 points, a level 2 monster gives 8, and whoever grabs the stick in his hand gets 20 points. He adds that the top 5 freshmen will get small rewards, while anyone who ends with 0 points will lose points on their report. They can make teams, but the score gets split. After all the extra explaining, the professor leaves. Then suddenly thick roots burst out of the ground, changing the whole area into a giant forest. Flame quickly realizes it matches the Jack and the Beanstalk setting. With that, everyone starts the mission. Flame plans to go alone, but Jackie stops and asks if she's really doing the mission solo. Flame knows teaming up has benefits, but she wants more points, so she turns Jackie down. Jackie answers with a pretty sarcastic comment, then both of them head off. Before Flame can go far, something about Jackie catches her attention. Flame starts thinking Jackie might be copying her. Quick pause here, it really feels like Jackie is copying Flame to get attention, and that might be what pushes her into becoming a villain later. An hour after the event starts, Flame is already getting tired and wonders when the test will end. Suddenly plants attack her. She reacts fast and throws up a mana barrier blocking the attack. She realizes it's not just monsters she has to worry about out here. So far, Flame has earned 18 points, and that pushes her to keep going for more. In the thick brush, she senses someone nearby. She wonders if a monster is close, but to her surprise, it's Bake, and he's alone just like her. He turned down every team offer he got. What is this guy thinking? That's what runs through her head as she looks at him, especially after noticing he already has a stick worth 18 points. She decides this is her chance. Without hesitation, Flame casts a spell. They're about 15 meters apart. She aims true and fires a bullet of light straight at Bake. But Bake is still the king of hopping around, and he dodges it. Bake then thinks he almost died right there. Without his mana syndrome, he would have been in serious trouble. Now he starts planning carefully. His goal in this event is 5th place, just enough to win the electric roots. That reward boosts health and strength. He doesn't want to take huge risks, especially since the top 4 spots are basically locked already. While he's thinking, a group of students shows up, led by one of Jeremy Scarlvin's pawns. This guy here already has 3 sticks. He basically demands their points. Bake refuses. Our guy Bake is about to throw hands. He knows the fight will be rough without the 3 jumps from his skill, but he still has one trick left. It's the stick he's carrying. So Bake offers the stick to the other students. The group leader gets greedy the moment Bake offers up the stick, but his smile vanishes fast. Bake suddenly appears right in front of him and smashes through his magic barrier with one hit. Before the others can do anything, Bake is already on them, snatching their sticks with a smug little grin like he's having the time of his life. The students instantly start yelling at him to give them back, but all he says is, "Not my problem." Before the real fight starts, here's the short version of how he broke that barrier so easily. That wooden item is basically broken, super tough, and it hits like a magic tool. If Bake were a normal mage, using magic would be easier. But because mana messed him up, he has to fight with tools like this instead. Anyway, now that Bake has stolen the sticks, those guys try to strike back, but this is Bake we're talking about. So now it's time for the beatdown. Our guy goes in and tears through the whole group, proving exactly why he's Bake. He slips behind one of them and slams the stick into his face. The blow is so hard it sends the guy flying back. That sets off one hit after another, and the whole group starts dropping. In the end, it's basically Bake versus everyone, and Bake is the only one still standing. He beats them down with ease and claims every one of those sticks for himself. With the loot in hand, he mocks the poor NPC-like students and jumps away again. Behind him, the others are still shouting after getting completely wrecked by Bake, but someone else nearby has been watching the whole thing, and now she's interested. Bake is feeling pretty great after hitting the jackpot with all those sticks, when suddenly something strange catches his attention, and he wonders what that feeling is. Then he realizes an attack is rushing straight at him, out of nowhere. It crashes into the ground, and the impact triggers a huge explosion. Bake barely avoids it with his jump skill, then stares at the scorched area ahead, knowing he almost got cooked. Through the smoke, the caster finally reveals herself. She steps forward and locks onto Bake. It's a red-haired girl named Bega, and she asks why he didn't take every last stick. Confused, Bake asks why she even cares, and then it hits him. She wanted him to gather them all so she could steal them from him later. She even boasts about being royalty, and calls him out to fight. Just taking his stick wouldn't be enough for her pride. She wants to beat him first, then make it hers. With that, the fight between Bake and Bake begins, and she's already thinking today's the day she crushes him. She wastes no time and fires her magic at him. The attack comes fast, but Bake barely dodges. Still, this won't be easy. Bake's fire magic is no joke, and another attack is already on the way. Bake realizes that even if he dodges with his skill, the spell's range could still trap him in the crossfire. Then at that exact moment, a sudden sound grabs his attention. He instantly jumps toward it with his movement skill, and Bake's magic crashes into the spot where he had just been, burning through the area but missing him completely. He knows he got lucky that time, and while looking at Bea, he can tell this fight won't be simple. Next time, even if he gets close, the flames around her will ignite the moment he steps in. Bea knows that from fighting fire mages over and over back when he was still a player, and now Bea is clearly stronger than any fire user Bea expected to face. She doesn't hesitate and sends another wave of attacks at him. As the spells rush over, Bea admits to himself she's seriously strong, and without the space he's using to move around, he'd already be burned alive. Still, with the wooden sticks in his hands, Bea hardens his expression and decides he won't give them up that easily, and he definitely won't just stand there. Then Bea's attack hits and sets off another huge blast. Bea dodges again and keeps running through the battlefield. But one thing becomes clear to him in that moment. I can hear it. That's what he thinks as he watches the magic flying toward him. Everything feels slower, and by reading the direction and path of each spell, he uses the stolen stick to knock away all of Bia's attacks. To her, that makes no sense at all. How is he using that weapon to deflect magic? She just stares, wondering how this is even possible, while Bia keeps doing the impossible right in front of her. At the same time, his senses keep sharpening. Fighting a mage with his real body feels nothing like the old days when he was just a player behind a keyboard and mouse. Now it's vivid. He can feel the flow of mana itself, almost like he could grab it with his own hands. That strange sixth sense feels as natural as sight or hearing. Even after seeing all that, Bia stays frozen for a moment, still unable to believe what she's watching. And even though frustration starts building inside her, she doesn't back down. Instead, Bia decides she'll use an even stronger spell, one Bia won't be able to avoid. Bia also makes up his mind. He knows he can't stay on defense forever, so he'll have to use those magic sticks now and somehow break Bia's barrier. And then he moves. He circles around Bia while her body stays wrapped in protective flames like an armor of fire. She's locked down in the center, and Bia keeps moving around her fast. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Using his jump skill, he closes the gap little by little until he's only inches away. That alone catches her off guard, so she reacts as fast as she can and activates Light Crash. It's a close-range spell that explodes the instant it goes off. But Bia has dealt with this kind of magic many times before. He times his movement perfectly and slips out of the blast radius with just enough distance and momentum. Then he throws himself forward and brings the stick down hard on Bia's magic barrier. That single expert strike shatters it completely. The one with no magic, the one everyone looked down on, steps right up to her, lowers himself to her eye level, and makes it clear that he won, Bia himself. For a moment, Bia is left speechless. Then she asks who Bia really is, and his answer is simple, just a normal student. After that, Bia calls out someone else, who had been hiding nearby this whole time. It's Flame. She saw his strength for herself today, and now understands just how dangerous he is. At last, Flame walks over to him. A little uneasy, she tries to play it off, saying she wasn't hiding or anything, then asks how he knew she was there. Intuition, Bage says casually, even though it was really his sixth sense that picked her up. That answer only makes Flame more curious. So she asks how Bage managed to break Bage's magic barrier using nothing but a point stick, and that question surprises him too. Then she asks, almost teasing him, if he used that same intuition to pull it off. The truth is, it only worked because of a weird bug in the game, but that's not something Bage can easily explain to Flame, since she's a character from this world and doesn't know any of that. So he plays dumb and simply says the wood was really sturdy. That only makes Flame ask an even harder question. How did he know it could do something like that in the first place? Now she's putting him on the spot. She points out that if this were really possible, then this world would still be full of knights, not just mages. Finally, Flame looks straight at him, says his name, and seriously asks, who exactly is Bage? The mood gets so tense that even Bage starts feeling uneasy. Bage can only wonder if this is really how things are turning out. He hasn't even been here a full month, and all of this is already happening. He almost considers telling Flame the whole truth, that she's a character from his favorite game and that he knows she's someone from Earth too. Still, he only tells her that her suspicion is fair, but he's not a bad person. That just leaves Flame even more confused. He goes on to say that before anything else, he wants to help her. That only makes her more curious. But before she can ask more, he cuts the talk short and says that was nice, but he has to go. Before he leaves, Bage is still a little annoyed, so she hurls the stick at him without holding back, and honestly, it looks like she regrets it right away, or maybe not. When he asks what that was for, Bage says she thought he'd catch it easily. After all, during their fight, he dodged all her spells like he was Bruce Lee. It's not like he didn't want to dodge this one. His skill has limits. Yesio's mana sense depends on his mental strength, and once he's mentally drained, all that's left is a pounding headache. Now, with his head already hurting inside and out thanks to the redhead, he asks why she threw the stick. Bage snaps back that since she lost, he should take her wood and leave. Pride, that's what he sees in her attitude. Even so, this is still a bit much, especially since he's only aiming for 5th place in the ranking. In the end, he walks over to Bage's pile of wood and takes just one piece. Then he tells her he'll only take one stick. She can keep the rest, because he's a knight. After that, he walks off like he totally nailed that cool exit, and yeah, he really is feeling himself. In his head, it's basically, wow, I'm amazing. Meanwhile, she just thinks he's an idiot, and yeah, too much swagger always causes trouble. Anyway, while all that was happening, somewhere else, the aides were gathered to watch the students' test matches. The usual school stuff. Then something catches the professor's eye, a clash between two S-class students. It's Matali against Yoping. Yop makes the first move, rushing straight at Matali. Matali answers by using his advanced jump skill to dodge the attacks. The professors start explaining what they're seeing, and the professor joins in too. Short version, Matali is seriously good. What really stands out is that every professor there is stunned. These students' skills and control are on another level. No wonder they stand out. Then, cutting through it all, a giant icy bird suddenly appears and interrupts the fight. It grabs both students' attention right away, because this huge bird is the hidden boss. But before anything can happen, the thing suddenly drops dead. So remember when I said these students were strong? I wasn't lying. But she, the one who steals the spotlight, is even stronger. It's none other than Giselle. She shows up asking if she interrupted, acting casual while making it very clear she was the one who did it. The professor sees her and immediately realizes she took down the hidden boss with ease. Cute face or not, she's the real deal. A few people there start talking about her too, but something else catches the eye of that mustached old man. It's the fight between the redhead and Baek Yuseos. He wonders who the unlucky student was that had to face Bia. Then something really grabs his attention. MC's mastery of movement as he dodges her attacks. That skill is also known as arrow praise. For centuries, scholars tried to control that ability and failed every time. It was thought to be impossible, so seeing a student use it draws the mustache man's full attention, and not just his. Everyone in that room is amazed by Yuzel's skill. They all start asking who he is. That's the answer they get. He's simply someone who specializes in that technique. That alone gets everyone interested. The mustached man asks why Yuzel seems to be playing around in battle, why he isn't using other kinds of magic, and why he doesn't seem to be fighting seriously. Then a young guy speaks up and says the protagonist actually has been serious from the very start. It's age, and he says MC's been locked in the whole time. He adds with a smile that he is very interesting. The way he fights reminds him of an old knight from long ago. The cavalry were knights who still use swords in a world ruled by magic. Since ancient times, heroes fought evil to protect the world, and many of them carried swords. But according to the professor, sword fighting is basically outdated now, which is why Yuzel using simple sticks like a blade is such a shock. On top of that, if the young man's guess is right, then the head of the greatest magic academy in the world, a 9th class mage and one of the 10 great mages, if even he sees Yuzel that way, then this could mean something big. The first event ends, and later in the S-class area, Yul is off training again. He's irritated by his lack of mana. Out of the 141 students who joined the event, Giselle took first place by defeating that hidden boss. Matali finished in 6th, but right now Yul can't stop thinking. If Giselle hadn't interrupted their match, then Matali probably would have. Before that frustration goes further, the focus shifts to the redhead, who shows up surprised by something. And that something is Yul. She wonders why he looks so angry. Anyway, she's here for the same reason, to take out her anger on the training dummy too. And yeah, saying she's upset is an understatement. As she starts going off, that flashy display catches Yul's attention. She's still mad because she only got 3rd place thanks to UCL's sticks. Even if her mother was somewhat satisfied, it still bothers her. So she blasts the training dummy again. Watching this, Yul starts wondering what happened. Still, unlike before, he notices her magic is more precise now. Looks like the protagonist's training is actually working, and honestly even she knows it. She just doesn't want to admit it. But the lessons she got from UCL really did help. He may be a low-status commoner with terrible grades and an awful personality, but Baya has to admit he's the only one who can fix her flaws. Yep, it's happening. Still, even with that, she's annoyed by everything. Then someone suddenly calls out to her. It's Bianca. She came to say the staff Bia ordered for UCL is finished, and asks if she should deliver it to him. Bianca says yes. As Bianca is about to leave, Bianca stops her and, working up some courage, says she'll bring it to MC herself. Later, somewhere else, Bianca carries UCL's new staff in her hands and goes looking for him, wondering what he's doing near the professor's room. Then she suddenly realizes, why did she even come here herself? She starts questioning her own choice. A little red-faced and shy, she hesitates and turns to leave. That's when someone else appears, a professor named Roniel. Well, maybe not exactly that name here, but that's who she is. Baya greets her and the professor greets her back. Then she says things are a bit hectic right now, which surprises Baya. All the professors are currently busy looking for UCL. Baya asks why, and the professor points out that in his fight he didn't use magic at all. Before she can even finish, Baya gets embarrassed. From her point of view, that match was humiliating, especially since it was seen by a professor she deeply admires. The professor notices how uncomfortable Bia is and then tells her why. The mage tells her not to blame herself. The other side had gone all out too, and even without explaining why Biak avoided other magic, she sums it up as pure determination. In her eyes, Biak is trying to bring back the age of the great knights from long ago. That idea leaves her curious, and she says it still doesn't make sense. But then she starts to understand. During that fight, Biak used his staff like it was a sword. So she realizes he was fighting like a magic swordsman, and maybe that's what he really wants to be. She points out that this is a magic school, and refusing to use magic will only get him punished. Still, the mage says this is the path Biak chose. Then she asks her straight up, doesn't that make him admirable? Even after mastering flash magic, Biak is still pushing himself even harder. Those words hit her hard. After saying that, the mage leaves, and she's left there alone. By the end of the day, she keeps thinking about him, wondering who could even become a knight in this era. But Biak has already made up his mind. He wants to become a knight with all his heart. Thinking about that only stirs her up more. Then all of a sudden, Biak shows up. He's chewing on something. It's the prize he got for placing 5th. He asks what she's doing there. She freezes up right away. She looks way too flustered to hide it. Trying to play it cool, she says she didn't come because of him. Biak calmly answers that he never even said she did. That only makes her more embarrassed. Still acting shy, she hands Bake his new staff, and he thanks her. But something quickly grabs his attention. In his hands, the sword is intangible. He's thrilled, and realizes asking for her help was the right call. Then he even asks if he can keep the box too. He wants to sell it. She says yes, while he happily celebrates, and she quietly makes fun of how broke this human is. Even so, she softly calls Bake by name. Then she asks if he really won't use any other kind of magic. That question clearly catches his attention, and for her, the mood suddenly feels a lot warmer. Later in another place, Bake heads off still thinking about what she asked. He's curious because another mage asked him the same thing before. Still, that one felt more like encouragement. Anyway, with this magic sword, the next few days should go smoothly, or so he thinks. Curious, he tests it out. He pours mana into it, and the sword starts growing bigger. No jokes. Seeing the blade expand, he gets excited and admits it's even better than he expected. He remembers this was supposed to go to Flame, which makes him think about who this weapon was truly meant for. Since Flame is a mage who can control elf, dwarf, and angel magic, she's someone special, because this staff drains its user's mana. Not just anyone can use it, but Flame can restore her mana from the natural energy around her, so she could handle it. But Flame is Flame. Bake is a different story. Because his magic power is always leaking out, he can't use it the normal way. In other words, the amount of mana he can gather through his breathing decides how strong this staff becomes. Then he opens his status window. Looking over his stats, he notices his mana leakage has reached level 2. That alone makes him happy, since the 5th place prize turned out to be really useful. Now that he has this weapon, gaining experience should be much easier. So he throws himself into training with his new sword, knowing he's going to stay very busy from here on out. After Bake spends hours and hours training, working to become a monster with the sword, a few days go by and the day finally comes for the new students to gather for a practical magic test. A mage tells everyone to ready their staffs. He's the academy's defense magic instructor. Just as ordered, the students begin practicing shield magic. Watching them, the instructor thinks this year's new class is full of talent, and he's glad to see it. But one person soon catches his eye. It's Bake standing there doing nothing, which makes the instructor wonder if this is the student the other teachers were talking about. A plain 5th rank wand user who somehow synced with a high mid-rank magic staff. The instructor finds Bake a little annoying already, so he asks why he's just standing there instead of training his defense magic. Bake answers through his actions and attitude that he's studying a different kind of defense technique, not the one being taught here. The instructor doesn't like that at all, but now he's curious about these so-called special defense methods. He recalls the rumors saying Bake uses no magic except teleportation, so he basically challenges him to prove it and show everyone what he can do. So he tells Bake he'll be sparring one-on-one with another student, then points him out. It's this red-haired guy the teacher calls forward, and he looks exactly like the type who thinks he's about to crush Bake, when really, he's the one about to get humbled. Now the duel begins. Bake, king of the sword, against the red-haired student. The redhead is full of confidence, while Bake stays as calm as ever. The crowd starts cheering for the red-haired student. Bake barely cares about any of it. For him, this is the perfect chance. Since this class is required, and he'd fail it if he couldn't use magic, this duel gives him a shot to earn points another way. Thinking it over, he quickly figures out what this setup is really about, and why this fight is happening in the first place. A sly grin spreads across his face. It's time to throw down and show the results of all that training. And with that, the match begins. The red-haired student wastes no time and makes the first move with full confidence. He attacks first. Bake shifts into stance, ready to strike. Right when the spell is about to hit him, he cuts clean through it. And it's a beautiful slash too. Like a magic-canceling blade, Bake uses the edge of his sword to erase the redhead's spell. The instructor is left speechless, unable to understand what just happened. Jeremy Scarlvin, though, seems like he might get it. Meanwhile, the red-haired student starts shaking, saying this is impossible. But Bake stands there totally unfazed, like cutting that spell was as easy as slicing fruit. Some of the girls watching start asking if it's even possible to cut magic with a sword. As the explanation comes together, the instructor realizes Bake didn't just slice the spell, he actually nullified it. In this world, all magic is built on flow, and if you can see that flow of mana, you can cut it. That's what makes Bake so shocking, and now the instructor is left wondering if he really has that ability. Meanwhile, Bake is thrilled. The sword turned out even better than he hoped, and with it, he can cut through 1 to 3-star magic. That's only possible because of all his training, and for now, that should be enough. That's what he tells himself as he gets ready to fight again, fully sure he'll win. Of course, the red-haired guy is furious now. The redhead is even madder now, because he knows he can't lose. This whole match was meant to crush Bake, so the instructor speaks up and admits Bake's defense is impressive, but says it still has a weakness. In his eyes, Bake's technique isn't all that useful. He goes on to say that if a whole chain of attacks comes at once, there's no way Bake can block them all. It was basically a dirty hint, handed right to the redhead. The tip was so obvious that even Bake wondered if the guy had no shame at all. Before he could think much more about it, the redhead had already prepared a large spell with tons of attacks, making it painfully clear he got help from the instructor. He's full of confidence now. Sure, Bake is finished. Then he unleashes the barrage. All of it rushes straight at Bake. There are 11 stone projectiles flying at him. Bake quickly realizes he can't just cut through that many, and teleporting away won't work either. So he spins his sword as fast as he can, turning it into a shield. It's the only option he has. The moment he sees that, the redhead is stunned. That was his strongest attack, and Bake blocked it with ease. The instructor starts fuming, angry that the redhead still hasn't won. As for Bake, even he's surprised it worked. He says he just copied something he once saw in a game. A move like spinning your blade fast enough to make a wall. Pretty much just swinging it around like crazy. Still, because he's also using his wand, Bake knows he'll run out of energy soon. He has to end this duel fast. He also knows that kind of defense is pretty weak. In a real fight, it would cause him a lot of trouble. So he's just glad this is only a school duel and not a real battle. The other students start whispering that the redhead is about to lose, which makes him even angrier. Blinded by rage, he can't stand that a guy like Bake is making him look bad, so he starts gathering mana for another attack. That worries everyone watching, because this school duel is supposed to be turn-based. Each person attacks only on their turn, and the redhead is breaking that rule. Everyone is shocked by what he's doing. Everyone except that shameless instructor. Even so, the redhead gets ready to break the rule completely and shouts Bake's name. But right then, someone interrupts and calls out the instructor. It's Jeremy Scarlvin. He steps in with a faint little smile and directly asks why Bake still hasn't been given permission to attack. That puts the instructor in a very awkward spot and exposes his failure. With no way out, he finally gives Bake the order to attack. And that's all it takes. One quick move and the redhead is done. Since this is just practice class, that means Bake wins. The other students are shocked by his victory too, and now they're seriously impressed. Jeremy Scarlvin just keeps that small smile aimed at Bake. Sometime later, a girl stands there looking clearly uneasy. Around her, people are shouting, begging for forgiveness. That same redhead is lying there in a pool of blood, and the one who beat him down is Jeremy Scarlvin. In the end, Jeremy turns to the girl, calling her Vera, to get her attention and calmly says her friend looks badly hurt, so she should take care of him. Then he leaves, making Vera stay behind to deal with the mess. She's left deeply uncomfortable by the way he said it. In this empire, magical skill decides everything, and Jeremy Scarlvin became crown prince at just 12 by surpassing all his brothers. So when he called the redhead a friend instead of a servant, it meant the redhead's family had been thrown out of imperial politics for good. That leaves Vera thinking hard, because now Jeremy Scarlvin has noticed someone else too. Bake, whose school life is about to get much harder. But that's a story for another time. For now, we move to the next day, and now it's time for an alchemy class. Bake is still the talk of the school, because now everyone knows he wants to become a knight. That annoys her a lot. No matter where she goes, all she hears about is Bake, and for some reason, it really gets under her skin. Yeah, that kind of tension feels like the start of a romance. Soon, the alchemy teacher gets everyone's attention and addresses the class. She explains that alchemy needs exact measurements, perfect timing, and strict heat control. This is Professor Mitre, the alchemy instructor. Today, the class will be making a fatigue recovery potion that she developed herself. Then we cut back to Flame, who clearly isn't happy. This is not her best subject. Watching the lesson, she thinks again that alchemy is a hard class she wanted to avoid. And for good reason, the professor never hesitates to shame students who are bad at it. From what Flame knows, this professor will become a necromancer in the future and bring chaos. That's why Flame has to keep coming to this class, whether she wants to or not. Then someone else grabs attention with loud laughter. And of course, that someone is Bake, acting like some mad scientist. At first, Flame thought Bake only came to this class to chase girls, Gisela especially. But seeing him now, she realizes he's actually having fun. Anyway, this is what she's thinking, and what happens next. After finishing her alchemy work, Flame feels relieved. She's just glad she got her potion done quickly. With her own potion complete, she looks for Gisela and wonders what she's doing. Soon she spots her, hard at work. At first, Flame is glad to see things seem to be going well, but then she notices something is wrong. In the original story, Gisela finds Mila's notebook on magical machinery. Using that notebook, she creates an improved version of the fatigue recovery potion from this class. So why did she make an ordinary one instead? That immediately makes Flame curious. Then she hears more people talking about Bake, wondering why he changed the ingredients in his potion. Cutting to him, Bake tells the professor his version is simply better, which leads to a small argument between student and teacher. That's when Flame finally understands what's happening. The higher-level potion Gisela was supposed to make was actually made by Bake instead. And honestly, this part is worth pointing out. It's funny, in other stories, a smart side character avoids the main plot but still gets dragged in by other people. He gets involved anyway, just not by his own choice. Bake is the opposite. He throws himself right into the mess. Here he took the booklet that should have gone to Gisela and caused all of this himself. Back to Flame. She's still confused because this really is strange. She keeps asking herself why Bayek made the potion instead of Gisela. Meanwhile, the professor starts criticizing Bayek's behavior and attitude, even taking a nasty shot at him for being a commoner. That catches Flame's attention right away. Those same words should have been aimed at Gisela, in her case not commoner but girl from a ruined family. According to the novel, that line hurt Gisela deeply because she really did lose her family, and that wound stayed with her all the way to the end of the original story. So Flame starts wondering if Bayek knew that and chose to take the blame himself, so Gisela wouldn't have to hear it and suffer that trauma. As for the answer to Flame's question, no, probably not. If it weren't for bathed glasses, he'd be just as clueless as ever. In the end, Flame thinks about the professor again. She has a lot of influence at Stella, and once she marks someone as a problem, even their grades in other classes can suffer. That makes Flame wonder why Bake is going this far for Gisela. Back to the professor. Now she's seriously angry with Bake and demands that they call his parents. Bake can only answer that he doesn't even have parents. He's an orphan. And yeah, he really is slow, because only now does he remember the ending of this situation. This whole mess. He stops caring about holding back. The teacher is left awkward after hearing he's an orphan, and that's exactly what he's counting on. From this point on, he just says it straight. Then a few weeks passed, and the arguments between Bake and that teacher kept going. In the end, through his glasses, he checks the teacher's information, her name, corruption level, and other details too. She shakes with rage while he thinks everything is going as planned. In episode 8, the Nasty Teacher's episode, she fails to control her dark feelings and becomes one of the game's villains. Once her dark corruption passes 90, she'll turn into that monster. Right now, her corruption is at 21. He still has no proof that she's using dark magic, so he can't report her. His only move for now is to keep pushing her until it goes past 50. With normal corruption, you can still stop it before the full change happens. But this teacher made the contract by choice, so the seed of dark magic is already growing inside her. Now it can't be undone. Episode 4 hasn't even started yet, but since this teacher is a strong boss, Bake knows he needs to get ready. Meanwhile, the nasty teacher keeps tearing into Bake for how he's been acting. She tells him not to expect good grades in her class. Still, he sees one good side to that. Less trouble for him later. But then he notices who's beside him, his smart little study partner. Judging by everyone's faces and especially hers, the mood is still pretty bad, so he tries to break the ice by introducing himself to the group. First the blonde girl's name, then the brunettes, and of course the nerdy girl everyone already knows. Bake starts whining that they're doomed because the teacher is going to give all of them bad grades. But then the girl cuts in and asks if they're really going to give up just because of that. And here comes the important part. She says they still have a way to fight back by doing as well as possible. The best score they can get still matters. Gisela explains that during the practical exam, at least 3 alchemists will come judge their work, so the teacher alone can't ruin their grades just because she's fighting with Bake. That gives the whole group a small bit of hope, and Gisela brightens the room. Even Bake ends up smiling at her a little, and the way she steps up here is honestly really sweet. Then Gisela moves on to the plan. To make the vitality potion, they just need to use everything they've learned so far. They only need the right ingredients now. Bake immediately gets ready to go collect them, especially the fireman lizard tail. Watching him, Gisela gets a little curious. He really does seem confident, and Bake is already fired up, thinking he'll go straight to the source and grab the lizard tail himself. After some time passes that night, a certain student visits the nasty teacher. She tells the student to hand out the note she's holding to every alchemy group. Every group except group 12, Bake's group. She passes the paper over with a satisfied smile. The Academy's alchemy practical will be judged in front of professional alchemists, and one serious mistake could destroy a student's future. That's exactly what the teacher wants. Swap the ingredients and make it look like Bake's group made a terrible mistake with the potion. The next day comes, and at the training field, Flame is there again when someone calls out to her. It's that same student from before, handing her the note with the new ingredients. Before leaving, he tells Flame to keep it secret and not tell any other student. According to him, she'll understand why, and she does. She immediately thinks of Bak, lets out a small sigh, and wonders why they think she'd really stay quiet after seeing this. So the potion recipe really was changed. But then something crosses Flame's mind. If Bak truly knows something about the original story, then he should be able to stop an incident like this. In that case, he should bring Atrix spider shells, the new ingredient needed for the changed potion. She lightly crumples the paper, thinking this is the perfect chance to test him. She wants to know if he really understands more about this world than he should. Then we cut to Bak after he uses the Academy's teleport hall. The trip leaves him a little dizzy. A voice calls out to him, and a kind receptionist welcomes Bak to the city of Derby with a warm smile. He says he's not a real student yet, just an Academy cadet. But she answers that even a cadet deserves to be treated like an official Academy mage. And honestly, wearing Stella Academy's uniform is a big deal. It draws attention from everyone standing around the platform. Some chatter, some jealousy. Before he leaves, the receptionist tells Bayek to come find her if he needs anything, and he thanks her politely. He's thrilled. Being treated like an official mage anywhere is amazing, and the teleport hall usually costs a diadem, while he gets to use it for free. Because of that, Bayek spent whole weekends using it to visit big cities. Soon after looking around, he realizes he's found the place he was searching for. His target is the fire-manned lizard, a level 2 danger beast. It's stronger and tougher than normal animals, has magic resistance, and moves fast, so you need at least a class 2 spell to catch it. Back when he was a player, Balk handled this thing without much trouble, so he's sure he can deal with it again. Then he senses something nearby moving at high speed. He goes on alert, pulls out his sword, and knows it's time. The creature rushes at Balk from behind. His instincts kick in right away. With a single strike, he hits the charging lizard cleanly, and it drops to the ground. One down, he tells himself. Then more lizards appear coming out of the forest. Bach sees the group and decides it's time to move. He charges in anyway, yelling that he'll collect his ingredients by force if he has to. Sometime later, Giselle is shocked by what she sees. Bach actually brought back fresh ingredients for the group. A little embarrassed, she thanks him and tells everyone they should get moving. Bach agrees, happy that things are finally going well. Giselle says all they need to do now is make the potion. She gets everyone moving, and the group's mood becomes way lighter than it was at the start. Then the nasty teacher arrives with the visiting alchemists. She tells the class that today's lesson is a practical exam, watched by professional alchemists, and that doing well could really help their future. She says it all with a sly smile while explaining today's task, something Becca's group had no idea about. That makes Giselle question the teacher about the ingredients for the potion. The teacher answers that she changed the potion ahead of time and already informed everyone earlier. Then she asks the other students if they already knew, making the whole room turn ugly. Bake realizes that's how this teacher plans to play it. If it only hurt him, that'd be one thing, but dragging his whole group down is different. A bad grade would hit all of them. He starts wondering if this was part of the original story too, and then he notices Flame glancing at him. She quickly looks away, which only makes him more curious. That makes Flame even more confused. If he knows the original story, why didn't he stop this from happening? Back with the group, the professor turns to Giselle and asks if she was the one who brought those ingredients. She reminds her that alchemists are supposed to search for the truth, then scolds her for mixing up something this basic. Just as she's about to declare that their group will fail the test, Bake cuts in, catching her off guard by asking if all they need to do is make the potion. He boosts Giselle's confidence and says he'll make it work, even with the wrong ingredients. The professor goes still when Bake says he'll finish the potion with these substitutes, and do it better than she expects. He says it with full confidence, like he's about to prove everyone wrong right here. Even with Bake fired up, one of the alchemists stays doubtful, and the professor starts thinking it through. The original formula for this restorative potion uses the shell of an adirex spider as its main ingredient. So in her mind, there's no way Bake can copy that result with a tail ingredient instead. Still, she tells him to go ahead, sure he won't pull it off. Then she gives the group 1 hour to finish the potion. On Bake's side, his teammates still think this is impossible and nearly give up on the spot. But with a calm smile, he tells them they just need to do their part and trust him. Even if their first reaction looks like a no, it turns into a clear yes. They start believing he might really pull off a miracle. Bake's confidence spreads fast and the group finally gets moving. But before that, here's a quick bit of context about alchemy in this world. Back when he was a player, alchemy was the system Bake liked most. He was basically a recipe nerd from the easiest mixes to the hardest ones. Among all those recipes, there was one potion formula he still remembered, the one tied to this test. So he moves ahead even though this recipe was only supposed to show up later, as something Professor Majera would claim as her own invention. Bake gives the team a quick explanation. They can use the blood from the tail to make the same potion. He even goes into the technical side a little, mentioning a tribe whose lifespan increased from using that tail blood. So one teammate takes charge of processing that ingredient. Another jumps in too, not wanting to just stand around, and says she'll handle her part. From there, the group gets to work. Seeing it all come together, Bake gives a small, satisfied smile. Majera, on the other hand, doesn't look happy at all, because now there's a finished potion right in front of her. Bake presents it plainly. It's talent type B. The other alchemists step in to inspect Bake's potion. They check it over in stunned silence. And yes, it really is the completed Talon potion. The whole group lights up with happiness. Majera quickly snatches the potion from Bake's hands, saying she'll examine it herself. And she ends up proving him right. Bake shuts her down again, leaving her completely shaken. She's clearly rattled by the whole thing. Then, just when it seems like she might still try to give his group a low score, the grade is A. The alchemists announce it out loud, stunning Majera. An A for Bake's group. Nothing but smiles. Yeah, it's a little much, but those happy faces deserve the spotlight. While everyone else is celebrating, one person is definitely not happy about this. Her hatred only gets more real now, and it's all aimed at Bake's group. Of course, her corruption progress keeps rising little by little. Bake, with his glasses on, completely turned the tables on Professor Majera. She came in planning to humiliate him, and ended up embarrassing herself instead. After that, some time passes. Now at the training field, Flame grumbles that going back to studying like this is rough. A group of girls notices her and tries to cheer up the red-haired girl nearby. Flame recognizes her right away. The reason for her frustration is simple. Bake has been doing better than her in training. That makes Flame think about Bake's sudden improvement, and she starts wondering if Bake had something to do with it. It feels strange, especially from the very start. As far as Flame knows, the Tearing Bee potion Bake made was actually something Gisela was supposed to create in the near future, until Majera stole it and took all the credit. That leads Flame to wonder how Bake could know how to make a potion that never even appeared in the novel. So she starts narrowing it down. Maybe Bake doesn't just know the novel. Maybe he knows the future itself. And honestly, Flame puts the pieces together fast here. Maybe she's smart, or maybe Bake just made it easier to figure out. The one part she gets wrong is this. She assumes Bake isn't from Earth like she is, but someone who went back in time. That idea makes her even more curious, because to her, it fits. Someone from the future might forget the smaller details. In the novel, Bake actually does get one chance to return to the past through a certain being, the only one with power over time. But before she can finish that thought, someone calls out to her. Flame hurries over to Ian and asks if he knows anything about Bake. He doesn't know a thing, and that answer clearly annoys her. Then, Ian asks if Flame is worried about Bake. She admits that in a way, yes she is. Without meaning to, she's just set something else in motion. Even after that, Flame keeps thinking about whether Bake is really a time traveler or not. Ian picks up on it and says he'll just ask Bake himself, which of course is where a bunch of misunderstandings start. In the end, Flame says goodbye to Ian and leaves. Ian stays behind, looking pretty down after getting unintentionally outdone by Bake again. The next day, Bake is taking it easy and having breakfast like nothing happened. He lets out a small sigh while thinking about what to do next. Right now, Professor Majera's corruption level is at 31. That means in about 3 months, something bad is likely to happen. The possible targets are Jackie, Flame's so-called friend, Beyond Laria's fierce fire magic rival, and Ian, the heir to the Tui family. Out of all of them, Ian would be the worst case. If dark corruption reaches him, things could go very badly. That's what Bake thinks as he stands up. In the game, that route was rare, but if Ian gets corrupted, it leads to one of the worst endings. So Bake knows he has to be extra careful to stop it, as he thinks that over the most likely one of the three seems to be. But before he can finish the thought, Flame suddenly appears. She looks upset with a clear frown on her face. Then she asks Bake who he really is, and what he actually wants, pointing out that last time he never gave her a real answer. And yeah, getting cornered by Flame is not fun. Still, seeing how genuinely worried she looks, Bake thinks telling her the truth might be the best move. If they share what they know, maybe they can find the real ending to this game. So he starts to explain that he's a person from Earth living inside the body of this game character, when suddenly a bunch of system screens pop up, all warning him that the narrative is incomplete and that he must not reveal his true identity. It's basically the author's easy excuse to keep the romance tension between these two going. The repeated system windows catch him off guard and even give him a headache, so he tells Flame they all have secrets and he'll only tell her half the truth. Flame accepts that and tells him to go on. So their question game begins, and Flame starts strong by asking if Bake knows the future. Bake immediately realizes she went straight for the biggest question, so he answers carefully. If she's asking that, then maybe she knows the future too. And with that, he turns it back on her and asks what her goal is. Flame answers that she doesn't want the world to end because it's in danger. Now that they understand each other, Flame asks her next question. She bluntly asks why he acts the way he does. That was her real question, not about something else, but why he behaves like this. Betas isn't sure how to answer, so he decides to keep it vague. He tells Flame that he acts this way because this is the best way he knows how to act here. Even while saying it, he wonders if that answer is enough. Then Flame suddenly snaps. Shaking, she yells for Betas not to lie to her, and asks how someone could be this kind. She's upset because she can't believe he'd do all this with no hidden reason, so she demands to know what he really wants. But unlike Flame, Betas doesn't have some big clear goal. So far, he just wants to see this game's true ending. His favorite game, so he honestly doesn't know how to answer her. In the end, he gives Flame an answer she never expected. He says he only wants to live. That's his goal. Nothing more. After hearing that, Flame apologizes for being rude, which of course leaves Betas confused. Then she simply walks away, crying. Betas is left there in total panic, wondering what just happened. As Flame leaves, Ian shows up. He immediately gets Betas' attention. Ian asks what he did to Flame and why she ran off in tears. At that moment, Betas realizes he's in trouble, especially since Ian is completely into Flame. So he quickly puts on a calm smile and says it's not what Ian thinks, just a misunderstanding, and tells him not to worry. And surprisingly, Ian actually calms down. He even apologizes to Betas too. After that, he leaves. Betas watches him go, thinking the whole thing was weird. Ian is usually cold and careful, so seeing him act that emotional is rare. Anyway, night falls, and in her room, this girl is having trouble focusing on her studies. She keeps thinking back to when she went to ask Betas something herself. She had asked about the potion and whether he was the one who came up with that mix. His vague answer only surprised her more. For a long time, she believed she was a genius. She truly thought that if she kept going like this, one day she could beat her. I always believed that, but those words don't comfort her anymore. Now she thinks that if things stay this way, she'll never be able to avenge her father. Her father, Gazelle's father, was branded a traitor and killed for it. The ones behind it were the filthy Libeta family, and she burns with rage, swearing to get revenge on all of them. Still, now isn't the time, so she forces herself to stay calm. She tells herself she'll work harder than ever from now on, then goes back to studying as the night deepens. With that, we move to Flame, who also can't sleep. There's only one thing on her mind, Betas, of course. She remembers him saying he has no real goal, and to her, that proves he really is a time traveler. In the original novel, Mateus was told he could turn back time, but in exchange most of his memories would be lost, and once his mission was done, he would disappear. No one would remember that he saved the world, not even the people he loved. Even so, he was asked if he still wanted to go back in time. With a sad smile, Maedrit said yes. If that was his fate, then yes. But in the middle of that moment, Giselao stopped him. She told him that if the choice was living in a world where Maedrits didn't exist, then she would rather see everything destroyed as long as she could still remember him. Because of those words, Maedrits gave up on turning back time and stayed by Giselao's side. Their love led to the world's destruction, and that was how the novel ended. Tragic endings always split people, so maybe the author is hinting that this story could end the same way. Back to Flame, that was everything she knew about this world so far. But now Betas' interference, something that never happened in the novel, makes her wonder if this world is different from the original, and if the one who came back through time was Betas, not Mateus. She starts thinking that Betas might vanish the moment his mission is complete, with his whole existence erased from this world. That thought alone leaves Flame deeply worried. Quick pause here, in the original novel, the world was destroyed because of Giselle and Mateus's love, but when Flame entered this world, her actions changed the original story. That twisted version became the game Betas used to play. Now think about Betas' game ending. Even after beating the final boss, he still couldn't reach the true ending. That's why he was sent into this world. So maybe Betas is here as a sacrifice. He's still a player, yes, and his mission is to clear the game and return home. But the price may be that he stops existing in this world, and maybe that's why he can't tell Flame everything he knows. It sounds a little wild, but it actually makes sense. Flame ends up deciding that Betas really is a time traveler. She thinks he lost his memories, which is why he lost his sense of duty, and that would explain why he said he just wants to live. That idea fills her with a heavy sense of worry, but that can wait for later. Now Jake enters Flame's room and tells her Ian is looking for her. She says he's waiting on the first floor, but Flame couldn't care less. That answer leaves Jake a little stunned. Then she realizes Flame really doesn't care about Ian at all, unlike her. Meanwhile, Ian is downstairs, fully expecting Flame to come meet him, but the one who shows up is Jake. She came hoping to talk to her crush. Honestly, it's kind of sad. Ian just looks at her and asks, "What is this?" Then in a flat voice, he asks about Flame, and Jake tells him she's already asleep. Hearing that, he simply leaves. Jake is left behind alone. Sadly, she tells herself that no matter how much she liked him, Ian doesn't even remember her name. It's always been like this. Extraordinary talent and everyone's attention. Flame always had it all, even Ian's heart. Now Jake sees that clearly, and with that realization, a certain feeling takes over her whole body. That feeling is anger. The next day at the Academy's main tower, someone is speaking with Professor Amajera. Word reached him that she embarrassed herself in front of a student. He reminds her that people expect a lot from her. This man is the vice director of the Academy. He asks about the random flow intersection formula she's been developing with the church, and she answers that everything is going well so far. She promises she won't disappoint him. Then he steps closer, lightly places a hand on her shoulder and says he's counting on her. After Professor Amajera leaves the room, the vice director calls her an idiot, his face turning serious. He thinks she's blinded by her fame and doesn't even realize she's being used. A magical warrior who should be fighting demonic humans is instead doing research for their sake. He lets out a quiet laugh at the thought, then admits he's looking forward to the day black tech magic is finally complete. With that, we move somewhere else. This kind girl is completely overloaded with work. Then, to her surprise, someone comes to help her. That someone is Betas. Once they arrive where they were headed, she thanks him for the help. Betas looks around and thinks the room is a total mess. Then a formula written on the board catches his eye. The girl explains that Professor Amajera created it herself. To Betas' surprise, it's the random flow intersection formula. So here's the context. This is the first black tech magic formula. The random flow intersection formula. In the Professor Amajera corruption episode, the demonic humans finish this formula together with her. The technology gap that creates causes massive damage, but the whole situation changes because of this girl Altarisha who steps in. But seeing all this, Bayek gets an idea. What if Alicia cracks the formula before the demonic humans do? So he gets Alicia's attention. Then he asks if Asura Megara doesn't make her mad every time she pushes her around. The question catches Alicia off guard. Right after that, he drops something huge. What would she do if she had a really satisfying way to get back at her? Alicia doesn't know how to respond at first. Bank stands there with a confident smile and she can tell he's completely serious. A little nervous, she says she's only an assistant. Getting revenge would just put her job at risk. But Bank cuts in and tells her she'll become an alchemist 10 times better than Asura Megara. He keeps going, saying no one will look down on her anymore, and that she needs to believe in her own talent. Like he said, this all starts with one big what if. Still a little shy, Alicia gives a small smile and admits that would actually be amazing. Baymek knows she's already worn out. There's no way she'd be happy spending her whole life stuck in this dusty storage room. Alicia always dreamed of becoming a great alchemist, making and inventing whatever she wanted, and she really does have the talent for it. In fact, she will become the greatest genius alchemist of this era, creating all kinds of items with her sharp mind and original ideas, nothing like a certain Asura Megara. That's what Baymek is trying to do now. give this genius alchemist the confidence she's been missing. She pushed that dream aside because life was hard and it wore her down. But soon that dream will become real, and I'll help make it happen. I like Alicia. After that, until the end of the first exam, Baymake keeps visiting Alicia. And unlike before, Alicia now always has a bright smile on her face. The two of them spend hours talking about alchemy. Seeing that makes Baymake feel satisfied, especially since his inventions are improving without any big problems. Still, the formula problem isn't solved yet. Bane keeps thinking about how to get Alicia to find the answer before Asura does, and that won't be easy. While he's lost in thought, someone calls out to Bake. It's Flame. She tells him that if he keeps walking around half asleep like that, he's going to run into someone. Bake asks why she called him over, and the two fall into a light conversation. Even with her usual little jabs, Flame talks to him way more than she used to. Changing the subject, Bake says it's good he ran into her and asks about her friend Jack. That question makes her look at him a little funny. Still, he keeps it simple. Baymake just asks Flame to take good care of her friend. He warns that Jack might not be doing so well. Maybe the sober erosion is already affecting her, and she may not be stable anymore. Flame says she doesn't really know for sure about Jack, but the two of them are going hunting together this weekend, and yes, she'll watch over her. And that hunting season matters because that's when episode 4 begins. It all happens at the Martavis Cemetery. This is the place where all the main characters gather. A major battle breaks out there, and a 5th-level necromancer appears too. But that's the main cast's story, at least in Baymake's mind. He doesn't plan to get too involved, we'll see. After that, Baymake goes with Professor to get permission to leave. It's a leave pass for Trinos. Professor says that's fine, after all, you can't keep swordsmen or cavalry locked up forever. Then something else catches Baymake's eye. There's another leave request just like theirs, but this one belongs to Matale. That immediately makes him curious. Baymake comments that a lot of new students have been going out to hunt lately. Professor answers that they're all heading to Martavis Cemetery for a club activity. Then Baymake brings up Matale and Yan, saying both of them work really hard despite their grades, but Professor cuts in and says that's not it. Matale isn't going there. He's going home. He also explains that Yan is going with Flame, but Matale isn't. That shocks Beige because only with Matale there can Flame's group survive the Necromancer's attack. Now Beige is even more confused. Why would Matale go home when that never happened in the original events? With the group as it is now, Flame's team won't be able to beat a 5th-level Necromancer, and that's a real problem. What am I supposed to do? He can't ask for reinforcements without proof the attack is coming. And because of that strange narrative force that stopped him from telling Flame he's a possessor like her, he also can't properly explain future events. But I won't let them die. So even if he doesn't want to, Beiji decides he'll have to handle this himself. A few days pass, and soon they're at the cemetery. Over here, one guy has just taken down a monster. It's DOK, a second-year student, with Derek by his side, also a second year. While they go back and forth for a bit, we meet 2 more second years, Diana and Yahello. Diana acts like a proper senior, telling the nervous girl not to pay too much attention to those 2 idiots. The shy girl thinks she joined them because she heard this group had an open spot that came with special permission to go out. At least they don't seem like bad people. Then suddenly a loud noise rings out, startling the studious girl. Everyone turns curious about what caused it, so they head over to check for themselves. When they arrive, they find something pretty strange. A full-on fight is about to break out. It's Flame versus Bion. Place your bets. Jokes aside, they're arguing for spoiler-related reasons, but right now, both are claiming they were the one who defeated the predator fish. Seeing all that, Giselle quickly decides to stay out of it. No way is she getting dragged into this mess. It doesn't help that Beige is the sister of the guy who took her daughter from her own father, so Giselle really wants no part of any of this. At this point, she just wants to leave as fast as possible. But before that can happen, Derek tries to step into the argument, and both girls immediately tell him to shut up and get lost. Absolute divas. And yeah, this fight doesn't look close to ending, but a sudden noise distracts them. A horde of undead starts crawling out of the ground right then and there. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Beige is picking up one reward after another. He's already taken down several predator fish all by himself. As he moves through the area searching for something specific, he finally finds what he was looking for, this gravestone. Beige doesn't have some broken skill like Matale to wipe out an army of skeletons in one shot, and he doesn't have overwhelming power either. So if he wants to survive, there's only one way. Fight smart, like a gamer. In other words, this is where the Necromancer's attack begins. And Beige is already standing at the spot, the place where the skeleton general appears, the one who commands hundreds of skeletons. It's a sub-boss monster that only shows up 3 times in this episode. If Beige fights it normally at his current level, he's done for. That is if you were thinking normally. Beige pulls off a move with a clear reference. I doubt you'll guess what it's from. In most stories, the normal thing here would be to stand back and watch the monster crawl out of the ground. But like I said, Beige is anything but normal. The monster is beaten almost as soon as it appears. That lets Beige get the spine of the Sky Staff, and with it, the skeletons will obey him. So with that settled, it's time for him to move. Back with the girls. In the middle of the attack, things are going badly. Flame knows the situation, but something is clearly off, and that missing piece is Matale, who isn't here. She can't help wondering why she's the one in this place instead of Matale. That leaves her seriously worried they may have to face the necromancer alone with this current group. Then Yan says he already sent a distress signal to the academy with his pocket watch, and tells Flame they just need to hold on until help arrives. Doke and Diana back him up, telling everyone to stay strong because reinforcements will be here soon. They urge the group on, even if they can't beat the necromancer, they all need to make it out alive. Beyond gives the softest little sarcastic remark, asking if they really think this will be easy. She reminds them this is a graveyard. The longer they stay, the more skeletons will keep coming. Like it or not, that's the situation. So her answer is simple: fall back and return to base. Meanwhile, Jackie is starting to get overwhelmed. When a skeleton charges straight at her, a sudden attack cuts in and saves her. It's Neely, checking if she's okay. Then Gazelle says the necromancer came ready for this fight. She warns the group there's a good chance he made a mana vessel. That's a method where a necromancer keeps pouring mana into storage over time. Even a necromancer has limits, so if he summoned skeletons normally at this level, he'd struggle to call more than a dozen. That's what Giselle figures, and seeing this many skeletons in front of them, the answer feels obvious. As the skeletons start gathering around them, Senpai realizes this had to be planned from the start. Whoever set this up may want to kill them all and turn them into magic skeletons. With the pressure of being vice leader on him, Derek thinks he has to do something. He decides to use his strongest magic and wipe out every skeleton at once. But then, right in the middle of casting, something goes wrong, catching Flame and Gazelle completely off guard. Bioan shouts that if it blows up, everyone will get hit. And then the whole group is knocked out by the attack. Only Flame is still standing. Even so, she's already at her limit after everything that happened. Things look terrible. Her mana is almost gone, and she has no time to recover it. On top of that, all those enemies are still right in front of her. She starts losing hope, thinking this might be where she at that moment. All the skeletons rush toward her, and just before they can strike, suddenly every one of them stops. Flame is stunned, wondering why, and the reason soon becomes clear. Among the skeletons, they can see someone familiar. It's none other than Bake, showing up like a hero at the last second to save everyone. Flame can't believe he made it here. Then she notices the staff in his hand, and that shocks her even more. The skeleton general is far stronger than a normal skeleton. It should have been guarded by elite skeletons, so she can't figure out how Bake managed to capture something like that alone. She can hardly believe it, but thanks to him, she's still alive. After the immediate danger passes and everyone recovers a little, Dok Chogwang-senpai thanks him. Giselle, still curious, asks Beige how he got the head of a skeleton general. He brushes it off with a dumb little joke instead. Really, he just knows he can't explain how he did it, which only leaves her even more confused. Changing the subject, he says they need a plan fast. If the necromancer stops relying on the skeleton general and starts controlling the others himself, they're done for. Daoke asks if he has any idea. Bake says the necromancer already controls the area around their base, so escaping now is impossible. That leaves only one way through this. They have to take down the main body once and for all. And of course that won't be easy. Still, Bake says necromancers may be dangerous because of their skills, but their real bodies are weak. If they want to get out alive, this is their only shot. Right now, the necromancer's guard force is 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 regular ones. Beidou knows that number will only keep growing with time, so their chance is now if he can convince them. But all of a sudden, 2 voices speak up at once. They tell him it can be done. It's Flame and Beijin. Things looked hopeless not long ago, but now both of them agree with Beijin. Because of that, Senpai tells him with real confidence that if they fight beside Beijin, they can beat the necromancer. And now we meet the necromancer himself. Saoba Haibi Hyuk. Haibi tells himself that if he turns these academy students into skeletons, the Black Alliance will never look down on him again. He's been storing mana for a full year and has 700 sleeping skeletons ready. After this, no one will dare mock him again, or so he thinks, grinning to himself. Then suddenly he feels a break in his control. His general has been captured. Before he can react, a surprise attack flies right at him. He manages to block it, but even his wall of skeletons starts breaking apart. That shocks him. His 4th level magic is actually cracking. Furious, he yells that he won't let the bastard who attacked him get away. Then a second strike comes at him. A huge fire attack slams into him head-on, and it comes from none other than Bion. It still isn't enough to finish him, but now he's in serious trouble. He never expected attacks to reach him here. Seeing 4 students from Estella, he realizes they really are academy students after all. Still, he refuses to fall behind. At his command, the skeleton army answers. A massive wave of skeletons rises from the ground right away, but forcing that summon hurts him too, causing internal damage. Even so, he decides it's enough, so he sends the horde straight at them. While the others are busy fighting, the necromancer starts to relax, but then someone appears in his blind spot. It's the one person he never saw coming, and now that same guy is proving he can still get things done with his so-called trash skill. Baith's sudden appearance grabs the necromancer's full attention. He shouts, demanding to know who Baith is and where he came from, while Baith just stands there with a small smile on his face. The necromancer had been tracking every student through the skeleton's eyes, so he can't understand how Baith got here. Then he notices something else. Baith has the MVP move. He demands to know why Baith has the skeleton general under his control. And the moment he finishes, Bake slams that skeleton into the ground and shatters it. The sight makes the necromancer cough up blood. He's truly shocked. He underestimated Bage and now he's staring right at the one who ruined everything. As for Bage, he's just wondering what this mess even is, because none of this was supposed to happen. Daka and the others were supposed to handle the skeleton general and come help him after. But with this many skeletons, they can barely move. So now he wonders if he really has to fight the necromancer solo. He lets out a small sigh and tells himself there's only one way out of this. Then something catches his eye. The necromancer may look fine, but Bage realizes he's not actually in great shape either. After forcing that giant summon, he must have hurt himself too. In other words, this is the moment Bage realizes. Back with the girls, we focus on Bajan, who knows this is bad. They need to wipe out these skeletons fast and go help Bage. Then someone else gets her attention. The red-haired girl says they have a huge problem. She tells Bajan, to her shock, that Bage is fighting the necromancer alone. Right then, a huge burst of mana erupts in the area. That fills her with worry for Bage, and she thinks she'll never forgive it if he goes down here. Back to Bage, a sudden wall of bones rises in front of him. To dodge the necromancer's attack, he quickly uses his movement skill. But then another attack comes at him, forcing him to use the skill again to get away unharmed. That lets him close the distance, which clearly surprises the necromancer. In panic, the necromancer fires off another attack. But Bage was ready. He even brought the glue. It's the perfect counter for bone attacks, because it melts the bones down. That throws the necromancer into a panic, and he starts screaming curses at Bage. Then he uses Bone Pierce. But once again, Bage slips past it, and in seconds he's behind him. He's just about to finish the guy off. Then a hidden bone attack the necromancer set up in advance erupts from the ground and hits Bage. That impact sends him back a good distance. The necromancer bursts out laughing, mocking how confident Bage looked just a second ago. Bage, though, is starting to feel the strain. Even weakened, the man in front of him is still a 5th-level necromancer. Still, he's exhausted too. If Bage can land one more solid hit, he should be able to bring him down. That's what Bage thinks to himself, but the pain is unbearable. He can barely focus, and if this keeps up, he won't be able to control his teleport anymore. Just as he starts wondering what to do, an idea suddenly hits him and clears his mind. That's it. That's the answer. Meanwhile, the necromancer walks toward him, ready to strike and finish Bage for good. Right at that moment, Bage throws himself backward in desperation. The move catches the necromancer off guard, then makes him laugh. He mocks Bage, saying he's just crawling around like a scared, helpless animal. Just one more. That's all our guy can think about. Just a little more. As he drags himself across the ground, the necromancer keeps taunting him, saying this is where he dies. But the distance between me and the necromancer is 13 meters, so I don't need to cancel my teleport movement. Bage realizes, teleport. Before the necromancer can react, Bage appears right in front of him, face to face. Betting everything on this final move, he puts all his will into one last kamikaze attack. And this time, it works. The skeletons all begin to fall apart, and everyone notices at once as the monsters vanish. Dake wonders if Bage really beat the necromancer. One of the girls drops to the ground in relief. They all survived. As for Bage, he's completely wiped out and just wants to go home as fast as possible. After everything, they're handed over to the Stella Magic Knights and safely brought back to the academy. Then Professor has a not-so-friendly talk with Bage. Bage had said he was only going somewhere with a nice view and fresh air, so the professor asks if a graveyard counts as that now. Bage can only apologize like a kid who knows he messed up. Still, Professor thanks him for protecting his friends. He says breaking rules is bad, but abandoning your friends is even worse. After that little lecture, Professor leaves. Bage feels relieved. He's told his thigh will need a few days to heal, so for now, he just needs rest. Then someone catches his attention. It's that sweet little honor student girl, coming over to thank him. But she still seems uneasy. She asks if she could ever do something like that. If she works as hard as he does, can she become like him? Those words really make Bage pause. Still, something feels off. In the game, Yahello would never ask anyone that, and he starts wondering if she changed because of him. Because he interfered, Yahello only went through hardship without getting the kind of growth her story was supposed to have. Even so, hearing her be this honest, Bage tells her she doesn't need to ask that. She's already done what everyone once thought was impossible, and that leaves her stunned. He says he's been watching her, and he knows he's right. That, of course, leaves her frozen by his words. Bage, though, isn't so sure about how that sounded. It almost makes him seem like he's been stalking her. Embarrassed, he quickly leaves, and Giselle is left behind. A girl nobody cared about because she was the daughter of a traitor. But to her, Bage's sincere words truly reach her heart, giving her the courage to move forward, and showing how one simple sentence can change everything. Some time passes, and back at Stella Academy, everyone gathers for the awards ceremony. Bage thinks the whole event is kind of overblown, but something else grabs his attention too. Not something, someone. A beautiful girl is there looking weirdly excited for some reason. She quickly notices Bage staring and asks what his problem is. He just plays it off. Then the announcement begins saying 12 brave students will be honored today for fighting the demonic humans. Right after that, the headmaster steps up to the podium. He gives the students a calm little smile, and that alone grabs everyone's attention. This is Elfman, a 9th-level master mage, the peak of humanity. Officially, he's 300 years old, and he always wears that peaceful smile. His nickname is the Massacrator, and he's known as the strongest battle mage in the world. Now, this legendary mage is here to thank the students for what they did. Then, to Bake's bad luck, that terrifying 300-year-old powerhouse walks right up to him. Just making eye contact with him puts huge pressure on Bake, but he refuses to back down, telling himself he won't flinch. That catches Elfman's attention, and the old mage smiles a little, saying that even now Bake is pushing himself as hard as he can. Then he simply walks away, leaving Bake confused about what he meant. After Bake is personally honored by Elfman, the strongest mage around, he receives a letter as his reward. Bake sees it includes a reward of 5 million from the academy, and he figures he won't have to worry about money for a long time. On top of that, he also gets a container holding something like the necromancer's heart, the proof of the enemy he defeated himself. That makes him think of Professor's assistant. If Alice can make a dimensional space, carrying his stuff will get a whole lot easier. With that done, it's time for the system rewards for clearing episode 4. He gets a huge amount of experience. Because he changed the story in a unique way, he also earns bonus rewards, a reduced version of an item from his game, a reduced version of a skill from his game, and more experience. In short, the system made him a little stronger. The only problem is that these bonus rewards have to be chosen, so Bake hesitates over what to take, but he soon decides the most important thing right now is to spend the points on his forward teleport skill. His fight with the necromancer made Bake realize how weak he still was. Hard work alone won't be enough. He needs to use what he knows to push his growth as far as possible. With that, his skill levels up. Now his jump skill reaches 2nd class, with a 12-meter range and up to 3 charges. Just like that, Bakes gets a little stronger. He's thrilled because now he can teleport 3 times in a row without needing to cancel the motion, which gives him way more freedom. After all that, he says it's time to head somewhere else. In another place, we find Gazelle in meditation class, sitting there nice and calm. While she stays focused, something suddenly catches her attention. She hears a voice repeating, asking if she can hear it. A butterfly-like figure appears, confusing her. It asks if she can use magic while meditating, and tells her to look up. When she does, she sees crystals floating above her head. Of course she's confused. She didn't calculate any spell formula or cast anything at all. She looks around wondering if anyone else noticed, because even a 1st-level spell should have been sensed by the others if mana had really gathered. Worried, she starts asking herself if this really came from her meditation, and if that mysterious voice expected this. A little time passes, and now it's finally time to eat. Gazelle is happily enjoying a red bean cream bun, thinking that thanks to the rewards she, Bake, and the others got, she can finally afford something this good. Then someone suddenly interrupts her meal. It's a certain prince, walking up to her with that usual sly smile on his face. He comes over and asks if she's joined any club yet. She says no, and Jeremy Scarlvin invites her to join his club. Uneasy, she asks what he wants from her in return. That question catches Jeremy Scarlvin off guard, and he claims there are no strings attached, he just likes her. She doesn't buy it for a second. To her, he only wants to use her like a trophy. Seeing her expression, Jeremy Scarlvin steps closer and says he really won't force any condition on her. All she has to do is join his club and stay by his side. In exchange, he says he can give her many things, then asks if she even knows who he is. In her head, she thinks, I know better than anyone. The Empire is at war with Adalevit's kingdom, her kingdom. So with Prince Jeremy Scarlvin's power behind her, she knows her life could change. She wouldn't have to celebrate over cheap bread anymore, and maybe people would stop calling her a traitor's daughter. Part of her starts to lean toward giving Jeremy Scarlvin what he wants, even though she knows she shouldn't. That small smile on his face shows he thinks his charm and manipulation are working. Then Flame suddenly rushes in, openly acting rude toward her without warning. Jeremy Scarlvin is left stunned by Flame's sudden move, and before Gazelle can react, Flame slaps her. Flame starts shouting, calling Gazelle out while poor Gazelle just stands there red-faced, still caught off guard. Flame says they were supposed to be together, and now this hussy is trying to seduce another guy because she thought Gazelle liked her. Then Flame grabs Tanya by the arm and says they need to talk, while Gazelle is left more confused than ever. The two of them walk off, moving away from Jeremy Scarlvin. Watching them leave, he puts on a cruel little smile. As for the girls, Gazelle is still confused while Flame bluntly says it's over. Honestly, Flame's way of doing things is wild. She slapped Gazelle, dragged her away, and somehow still expects thanks. Meanwhile, Gazelle is just standing there in total shock. Flame explains that if Gazelle had rejected that prince directly, he would have made her life miserable forever. After blowing in and out like a storm, Flame finally leaves, apologizing for the slap, while Gazelle is still trying to process any of this. Still, for all her rough methods, Flame did help, and that leaves her worried. She wonders if she did the right thing. In the original story, Gazelle joins Jeremy Scarlvin's club and gets completely ruined by him. Flame never meant to interfere with the plot, but watching Bake take action pushed her to step in. This was never part of her plan, and in this world, one mistake can cost you your life. Even so, she couldn't stop herself from being afraid after changing something this important. And this is Jeremy Scarlvin they're dealing with. She just hopes he didn't see through the lie she used to protect Giselle. Flame helps in her own way, harsh but kind at heart. Now we cut to Jeremy Scarlvin. While sipping tea, he thinks about Flame and says she's adorable. So adorable that she even told him a little lie just to get away from him. A smile spreads across his face as he finds her very interesting. Very interesting. Then he tells himself, I want her. With complete certainty. Yeah, exactly what she didn't want is happening. Anyway, let's move on to the next day. In class, Veso tells the students that starting today, they'll begin mock battles against monsters. This time, the target is a medium-sized level 3 monster, much harder than the level 1 and 2 monsters they've already fought. He tells them to form teams and beat the monsters using their own strategies. Each team will choose one medium monster and train against it. Then he sends everyone to the Star Dome to pick the terrain they want and hunt their target. They're supposed to choose the medium-sized monster that best fits their fighting style. Both Class A and Class S will do this together, and the evaluation is in 4 days. After hearing that, Giselle immediately thinks about how much she hates group work. Then something catches her eye. Several girls invite Bia to join their team, showing just how easy it is for her to draw people in. Nothing like Giselle. Giselle can only wonder how Bia makes it look so natural. To her, the difference between them is obvious. Bia is always surrounded by people who care about her, while Giselle is not. That hurts because before Bia's kingdom destroyed her family, the people around Giselle used to treat her the same way too. And here's a little background. It's about the 2 girls, the House of Ice Wolf, and the royal family of Fire, Adolovic. Back when these 2 families ruled the world of magic, they were always in conflict. From those families came 2 gifted children, Bia and Giselle. Back then, Giselle thought she was chosen. Now she wonders if she'll ever really get revenge on Adolevit. That thought sinks her even deeper into despair, helplessness, and doubt in herself. But then someone suddenly asks if she's alone. Of course it's Bake, showing up right on time to give the poor girl a little confidence. And he gets straight to it, warmly asking her to pair up with him. The moment he does, Bea notices and starts wondering why he's getting close to another girl. She shoots Gazelle a deadly stare. Meanwhile, Gazelle is confused by Bake's offer. He explains that if they make a 2-person team, they can earn extra points for using fewer members. That clearly surprises her. He wants to fight level 3 monsters with just the 2 of them. Then one thing about him grabs her attention. It's that confident smile. He asks plainly if Gazelle wants to team up with him or not. That one look is enough to shake her. After a small sigh, she finally says yes and accepts. With that settled, Bate says he'll register their pair and heads off. So Gazelle is left standing there by herself. Then someone else walks up to her, and Gazelle is shocked that this person came to talk to her directly. It's Bia, of course, coming over to call Gazelle out for getting close to her guy. Jokes aside, Gazelle gets nervous the instant Bia appears. Bia leans in and tells her to behave herself. She even insults her, saying she looks like a pig wearing a pearl necklace. Easy to forget, but yeah, Bia really does have a villain side. Gazelle at least has no doubt about that. After landing those sharp words, Bia turns and leaves, and poor Gazelle shrinks back into herself again. Remember when I said Bia was jealous over Bite Wolf? She definitely is, especially when you see how happy Gisela looks after pairing up with him. Bia thinks about Gisela. She can join any group she wants, side with anyone she wants, team up with whoever she wants, but Bake is off limits. And while that's going on, there's still one more person nearby. Mateus looks surprised when someone calls out to him. That someone is Bia, still upset, and Mateus asks if something happened. Instead of answering, she asks whether he's already formed a team. He tells her no, so she asks if he wants to team up with her. Mateus answers with a bit of irony, asking if that's really necessary. Honestly, it kind of seems like Bia just wants to make Bake jealous by coming over to Mateus. After bringing up Bake's team to Mateus, Bia makes her real point. They want to take on a special mid-sized monster. As she says that, both of them keep their eyes on Bake standing with Gisela. Then Bia asks Mateus one more time if he wants to team up with her. And of course, with Bake involved, a lot of people suddenly care about this. Mateus agrees. He tells her he's wanted to face Bake for a long time. Bia answers with a sly smile and says she's counting on him. Looking toward them, she thinks about Bake and Gisela and promises herself she'll beat them this time. So yeah, Bia hides her jealousy behind this whole "I just want to beat Bake" excuse. 4 days pass as everyone gets ready. Then the monster combat simulation begins. We cut to a group of students with the professor facing a huge monster. In the end, the professor tells them to get started. And just like that, every team heads out to fight its assigned monster. While that's going on, Flame stretches a little, feeling confident after all her training. She knows taking down a special monster for bonus points or fighting a large one is still too much for her. But if she can beat a mid-level threat alone, she'll get the highest score. Normally, it takes 5 mages of similar level working together to handle a monster like that. Still, with the right element, enough experience, and good timing, someone can beat a monster much stronger than expected. The problem is, Flame uses light magic, so she doesn't have much of an attribute advantage. That makes this harder for her. Even so, when she looks at Gisela and sees she's doing fine, Flame can't help thinking Gisela will do well in this simulation. In the original story, Bia kept Gisela from teaming up with anyone, so she ended up with the worst score possible. But speaking of that, here comes Bake, Flame starts thinking that if Gisela stays by Bake's side, maybe things will turn out differently this time. Just then, a noise pulls Flame's attention away. A team is being praised for defeating its monsters. Right after that, Team 17 gets called up for the test, and that's Flame's team. She gives a quick, confident answer. Then she heads to her test area, passing near the other pairs. As she goes by Bake, she tries to act as cool and graceful as possible, but showing off too much usually backfires. Sure enough, she suddenly trips and nearly crashes face first into the ground. But Bake steps in at the last second and catches her before she can fall. He lets out a small sigh after saving her. Flame gasps a little, caught off guard by it. Then she shyly thanks him for helping her. Bake points out her shoelaces, and from the way Flame reacts, it really feels like Jack untied them on purpose to make her fall. Putting that aside, once her laces are tied again, it's time to begin, and now it's her turn. Flame is taking the test alone. That shocks the others, and they all start wondering how she's supposed to face such a huge monster by herself. They point out that this beast doesn't have any clear weakness, so she can't just beat it with an opposite element. Then the monster charges straight at Flame. That instantly grabs everyone's attention, especially the people worried about her. Flame makes her move and uses Whisper of Petals carried by the wind. In her head, this is the moment to shine, and it works. Her spell traps the monster in place. Right after that, she casts another spell, Material Transmutation. It strengthens the branches from her first magic, tightening the bind around the beast. But she's not done yet. Now it's time to finish this. So she starts charging a much bigger spell, striking a dramatic pose while she does it. Suddenly, the monster breaks free from Flame's magic and rushes at her as fast as it can, and just when it looks ready to slam into her, her spell activates and blasts straight into the monster's mouth. That's Flame showing her skill again, pulling off a clean win. The monster drops right in front of her. Flame completely shuts it down. After that, she lets out a tired breath, relieved it's finally over, while everyone else stares in shock at what she just did. But before Flame can leave, someone calls out to her. She turns and looks genuinely stunned, almost like she can't believe what she's seeing. The reason is simple, it's Barek's group. And standing with him is Mateus, while Baer is right there too, still burning with jealousy over Barek. That strange team surprises everyone, but Flame is even more confused, wondering why those two are working together. As far as she knows, Mateus and Bia shouldn't have any real connection at all. Meanwhile, that jealousy-powered team stands face-to-face with a giant sea monster. Flame quickly judges the matchup. This isn't a normal monster, and Bia and Mateus are working with fire, earth, and lightning. But their enemy is a water-type demonic fish with resistance to fire, and it can even fly. In other words, it's the perfect bad matchup for them. Even so, they're aiming not just for a special mid-sized monster, but for the highest score possible despite the attribute disadvantage. Then the winged fish starts to rise into the air in front of them. It climbs higher and higher, making it clear this fight won't be easy. Brielle says it's time to move and gets into position. But then everyone notices something odd about their formation. Mateus, a close-range mage, is standing behind Bia. Mateus gives a small laugh. Then, without warning, he makes his move and dashes forward at top speed. A moment later, his magic launches him into the air. He's fully confident and ready to attack. Some of the watching students admit the jump was impressive, but they still doubt it'll be enough to reach the flying monster. Others point out he can't keep jumping in midair, so they start wondering what his plan really is. Mateus answers with action. Using magic, he creates a stone platform. He lands on it and gets another boost from below with fire magic. Just like that, the plan comes together. Backed by Bia's fire magic, he launches even farther sideways, all while channeling more power. Then he uses a giant earth element leap and lands a brutal hit. The flying fish gets smashed down to the ground at full speed. Right after that, Mateus starts casting another spell. A series of rocks rises up and traps the dark fish monster. Still, it doesn't last long. The beast breaks out without much trouble. Back on the ground, Mateus says that was expected, then grins and mutters that it's already too late, because Bia's spell is ready. And then it happens. Bia steps in, surrounded by flames, striking a flashy pose before attacking. Her magic slams hard into the winged fish. At the same time, Mateus moves in beside her and starts channeling lightning magic. With that sly smile on his face, he blasts the monster with an electric strike, combining his attack with Bia's. Thanks to that teamwork and strategy, they bring down the flying monster. Everyone is stunned by how strong that jealousy-fueled duo turned out to be. They walk away like it was nothing, leaving everyone else thinking the two of them are seriously brilliant. Bia wears a small satisfied smile and thinks of one person. Of course, Bayek. Looking his way, she tells herself that no matter what he chooses now, he won't beat her. She keeps watching his team and thinks that this time she won. But Bayek acts like it's no big deal and asks for 5 monsters to be summoned at once. That leaves Bia and everyone else completely shocked by what Bayek just said. Some students mention the rumors they've heard about him, and now everyone is wondering if Bayek is actually serious. And there he is, standing in the middle of 5 summoned monsters. The former monster expert quickly noticed them. He looked over the summons. A Remy Hadum, a Shadow Bull, a Kaden, a Slimanami, and last, a Sharp-Winged Bat. Seeing that lineup, Bayek asked Mateus what he was thinking. Laughing, he said he wanted to see what Bake was planning. He kept watching him beside the studious girl, eager to find out. Then our human spoke up. He said Bayek could earn 5 extra points here because he was a knight, but that didn't seem true for Giselle, the calm bishop, so this plan didn't look very smart. Our human, though, just laughed again. Calm and sure of himself, he said the plan only works because of Giselle, because she's the bishop. That answer left the professor curious, as they were told to begin. On the human side, the 5 monsters started moving. He asked if she could really do this. Giselle admitted she wasn't fully confident, but in the end he told her to trust him, because he trusted her. That caught her off guard. She thought to herself that Beige really was unbelievable. That brought back a memory from one night, when they had gone somewhere together and she was lost in thought. Back then, Beige noticed right away. She asked why he had picked her for his team, saying someone like him could have chosen someone more useful. For a moment he stayed quiet after hearing that. Then he admitted there were amazing people around them. Baya was better in raw magic power and Flame was far better at control. But to Giselle's surprise, he still said that out of all of them she was the best to him. With a warm smile, he told her she just needed a little more faith in herself. After saying that, he simply urged her to keep moving. Those words truly stayed with her. And now, even with her hand shaking on her staff, she was sure of one thing. She still didn't fully understand Back, but he had chosen her for a reason. So for his sake, she would show everyone what she could do. And just like that, it began. As her magic gathered and echoed around her, Giselle almost looked angelic. It was a sensory resonance skill. One observer explained that even level 6 mages can only use that technique at their absolute best. It was dangerous too. If she lost focus for even a split second, she might never control mana again. Even so, he thought no less should be expected from the future Queen of Ice. Bake took his stance and told himself it was time. His plan was to face all 5 monsters with only himself and Giselle. Then he made his move, using Flash to rush straight at them. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes on one of the monsters. Suddenly something caught his eye. He jumped back from the toad as fast as he could. One step was done. Now it was time to focus on the Shadow Bull. But the bull in turn noticed something too. Its eyes locked onto the toad's horn, because it had turned red. That alone was enough to make the bull jealous. Beige realized everything was going exactly as planned. The bull's jealousy had kicked in. That meant the strategy was working. This was how he planned to fight all 5 monsters at once. Make the slime, the bat, the pelican, every one of them start fighting each other. The monsters' behavior shocked everyone watching, and people were left wondering why they had suddenly turned on one another. That was exactly what Bayek wanted. He had created a situation where the monsters hurt each other, a strategy like using your enemies against themselves, straight out of Sun Tzu. The more experienced players in A Little World had long started asking how a small party could beat a whole group of monsters. The answer they found was simple. Use each monster's traits against it. First, Bake needed to wound the toad. That pain would trigger a red light in its horn. The bull would get angry and charge the toad out of jealousy. Once enraged, it would blast sand from its body in every direction. And when that happened, the sand would touch the slime, making it produce a huge amount of water to stop itself from drying out. Watching the water build up around them, Bake knew it was all working. He looked ahead confidently. Now it was time for the next step. With all that water around, the pelican started screeching far louder than before. And to finish the setup, those cries stirred up the giant bat. The bat attacked the pelican, which struck back at the slime, and the slime hit the pelican again, until it turned into a full brawl. That plan caught the attention of several professors watching nearby. The monster expert admitted he had never thought of something like this before. Another professor pointed out something just as amazing. Giselle's focus. Even in total chaos, she kept concentrating and held on to as much energy as possible. They said that was only possible because Bake and Giselle trusted each other that much. Then something suddenly caught Bake's attention. The pelican was charging straight toward Giselle while she was still concentrating. Using Flash, Bake reached her just in time. He knocked the pelican away and protected her. He told himself he had managed to save her. But right after that, another attack came flying at Giselle. She was still fully focused. Once again, he got there in time and kept her from losing concentration. Watching all of this, Mateus drew Bia's attention. He looked at Baek and said that right now, to Bia's surprise, Baek looked like the perfect knight for her. Mateus was really shipping them hard. To him, Beige was the exact image of a knight protecting a princess, and his actions were proving it. Meanwhile, on Giselle's side, her concentration had reached its peak and was almost complete. All that energy around her was gathering into one center. She slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, Giselle awakened her crystal flower. A huge frozen crystal flower bloomed around her, covering the field in ice crystals. That beautiful, breathtaking magic left everyone there stunned. They could only stare at the flower as it kept growing, with Giselle at its center. Everyone described it with one simple word: majestic. Then the flower slowly began to break apart. Giselle firmly called for it to shatter. And just like that, a massive burst of mana exploded across the field. It hit every monster caught in the middle. In a single second, with one attack, Giselle brought them all down. But it still wasn't over. To everyone's shock, the monsters got back up when they thought the battle had ended. Some people started saying it was a shame her first strike hadn't been enough. But Giselle wasn't done. She calmly gathered another spell in one hand, ready to finish it. She called out, "Pulverize." Her magic spread over the whole battlefield and locked onto every monster. Then another huge explosion erupted, with Giselle at its core, and this time the monsters were completely defeated. Standing before the result of that massive attack, Giselle could only stare in shock, thinking, "I did that?" She could hardly believe her magic was enough to do something like this. That was all she could think as she looked at what was in front of her. He was right. She remembered that night again, when he told her his plan. At the time, she was stunned and asked if he had gone crazy, but he simply answered that he knew she could do it. He told her that if she couldn't believe in herself, then she should believe in him, the one who believed in her. Before he appeared, she had nothing. She was lost, didn't know where to go, and didn't even have the confidence to say what she wanted. But then came that bright, gentle light that pulled her eyes toward it without her even meaning to. Like the sun, it warmed her heart and showed her the way out of that deep darkness. That sight, that person. To her now, he had become everything. Now she has a light she can follow, so she doesn't have to wander in the dark anymore. With that, Team 32's test came to an end, and they passed. And that little smile on her face? Come on, that's too much. I already lost my heart once. I can't fall for her all over again. Then our guy comments on it. The final test scores are in. Mage takes first with 199 points, while Matthias and Bia tie for second with 127. After that, we cut to Matthias and Bia looking at the results, and Matthias admits they really did lose. Then Bia surprises everyone. She admits their opponents did great and says they need to own up to their mistakes this time. Even Matthias is caught off guard by that reaction. This time, Beige has a strange thought in her head. What if my knight was actually my beloved Beige? That's what she thinks while looking at Matthias. But then another thought hits her. Why is that commoner so obsessed with her? If he were mine, shouldn't he have chosen to stay by my side forever? Since the two of us are perfect for each other. And just like that, I'm safe again. My tiny queen stole my heart back. She's perfect. Seriously. She leaves the area thinking she needs to look into Bayek even more. Suddenly something grabs her attention. Someone is standing there, staring right at her. That makes her wonder if this person came because of her loss to Bayek. As she walks past, she decides this person is seriously annoying. And then we shift to this new girl. With that sharp, tempting look, she tells herself it's still far from over. Now we cut to Flame, calmly thinking things through. She's confused because something feels off. The crystal flower wasn't supposed to appear yet. That spell was meant to be something Giselle learned much later, after overcoming her struggles. It was supposed to become her signature magic, the sign that her confidence had finally returned. So Flame starts thinking about the magic, and that new confidence must have come from our guy, Bayek. In the original story, Matthias and Giselle were supposed to fully connect through their feelings, while the world was falling apart. But what if there was someone in the story she never knew about? What if some minor character loved her? And when the world collapsed, he chose to sacrifice himself and go back in time? That's the theory Flame comes up with, using all her wild imagination. She figures he chose the girl he loved, even if it cost him his life, and made everyone forget him. Then she wonders, doesn't that hurt him at all? Giving up yourself just to reach something you want for someone else. She feels like she can understand that pain. Now we go to the source of all Flame's fanfic fuel, Bayek, who gets a message in front of him. Episode 5 completed. He also gains a huge amount of experience. The message says he picked the best route forward for the story, and as promised, his reward will be a Castellatio. Seeing that, he wonders what he should take this time. His skills are already in good shape, so he figures it's better to get something useful for the next episode. So he chooses an item, Ifanel's Leaf Key. After a system ping, the reward is delivered, and this key isn't just some old artifact. It's a very rare item only top players can get. It opens the way to a place of light where spirits live, but to use it, he'll need to leave the academy. That's the problem. After the necromancer incident, sneaking out alone got way harder. But then he gets an idea. The next day arrives. After writing a long report about his background, poor parents, no money, the usual story, he decides it's time to find a club, one that can help him get out of the academy. So Bayek goes to check which club might let him slip away. Still, he's unsure which one to join. There are tons of clubs, but only a few would give him permission to leave, so he knows he has to choose carefully. Then something catches his eye. It's Gazelle. He asks if she's here because of the clubs too, and she gives him a nervous, vague answer. He jokes that a lot of people must be trying to recruit her. The funny part is, she's basically in the antisocial club. Giselle thinks that after the last test, the Academy's opinion of her has completely changed, and she probably already knows it. A little embarrassed, she tells him, picking a club takes careful thought. While they're talking, someone else walks over, Matthias coming to greet him. And our guy is basically thinking, what's with this now? But Matthias only came to praise Bayek for the test, and for what happened with the necromancer too. That leaves Bayek a bit uneasy as Matthias says he came just to tell him he admires him. With a look that will definitely feed the shippers, Matthias says Bayek really is special. That leaves Bayek standing there, completely done with this weird energy. Matthias just keeps going on. Then Bayek answers that of course he sees things differently. He's a commoner, so he has to think in different ways all the time. After that, he suddenly asks Matthias what he did over the weekend, and Matthias is surprised by the question. Then to everyone's shock, Matthias says he was studying. Bayak thinks he's joking and tells him to stop lying, but Matthias says he's serious. He explains that he really has been studying and training hard on weekends. Bayak is surprised because that doesn't really fit Matthias's usual personality, but Matthias says something recently changed him. That only makes things more confusing for Bayak, since this kind of change was supposed to happen later in the story. Then Gazelle asks if he's training in the dungeon, and he says yes. He adds that if it weren't for Gazelle that day, things could have gotten dangerous, back when she interrupted both him and Ian. Bayak starts thinking about that fight. In the original story, Ian was supposed to lose easily, but because of his actions, things didn't go that way, and he was also the one who met Flame, not Ian, who keeps getting pushed around by fate. Still, Bayak decides there's nothing to complain about. Both Matthias and Ian should end up even stronger than before. Unlike someone fate keeps messing with, those two were born lucky, and their growth should help a lot more in reaching a happy ending. Then Matthias cuts into his thoughts, and to the delight of the people shipping them, happily suggests they join a club together, while Gazelle reacts immediately. As for Bayak, his ideal club would be quiet, calm, easygoing, and not ask too much. Basically one with full benefits too. The list is so long you could lose track just hearing all his demands. Poor Gisela, full of hope, asks if a club like that really exists. Of course it doesn't. He was just joking. Still, it really would be perfect for her. Then Matthias gets both of their attention. He says the perfect answer is simple. They should just make their own club. That idea leaves both of them stunned. Bayak asks if Matthias really thinks something like that is so easy, and Matthias says yes. So Bayak figures that if Matthias is saying it, maybe it actually can work. But before they go any further, Bayak asks what Matthias would even gain from this, since it doesn't seem like Bayak can offer him anything. But of course I'm going to, that way I can stay close to you. Remember? I told you that you're special, Matthias says, laying it on pretty thick. That reaction makes it even clearer to him. One of Matthias's biggest issues, maybe his biggest one, is loneliness. He's that classic lonely genius, good at everything, but stuck by himself. Hopefully Matthias gets a really strong character arc from all this. Anyway, to Matthias's relief, Bayak agrees to start a club with him, and while he's at it, he pulls Gazelle into the group too, leaving her flustered. Bayak can't help getting ideas. In the original story, those two end up together, so maybe Gazelle being near Matthias will help keep him in check. So what kind of club are they going to make? An adventure club. Honestly, it's perfect. Bayak gets to go out, Gazelle gets good food, and Matthias won't be stuck alone. But there's a catch. Gazelle points out they need a faculty advisor and a minimum number of members. Matthias confidently says he can handle the member problem. The hard part will be getting an advisor and the approval seals the club needs. That surprises Bayak, so he asks why. As far as he knows, Matthias should have no trouble dealing with teachers. Matthias makes it clear he thinks most of them are useless. Maybe not in those exact words, but that's the idea. Then he heads off, saying he'll take care of the club's approval stamps. Bayak knows those seals aren't easy to get, but with Matthias involved, there's probably only one person he'd go to. And in the academy's first tower, we move to the vice principal's office. He's clearly surprised to see this visitor. Of course, that visitor is Matthias. He casually says it's been a while, and even calls the academy's vice principal Grandpa. So what happens next? Will Bayak manage to slip away and grow even stronger? Will Gazelle get the fun food trip she wants? For now, we still don't have those answers. But one thing is certain, we've reached the final chapter for now, and that's also where Season 1 of the manhwa ends. So now we have to wait a bit for Season 2. And here's a message from the illustrator. A sweet little note. Back then, Matthias went to the vice principal with his club proposal, looking way too pleased with himself while the old man played nice. Still, the vice principal was wondering what this brat was doing here, clearly annoyed by Matthias from the start. Matthias placed the club proposal on the desk. With a big smile, he said it was the club application form and told him to stamp it. The vice principal reached for it and said he needed to check whether it met the requirements first. But Matthias stopped him. He told him not to bother reading it and to just stamp the paper. Then he gave him a sharp look like he was daring him to refuse. The vice principal swallowed his pride, knowing he couldn't turn him down. Looking at Matthias, he reminded himself that this was that man's heir, someone he couldn't openly oppose. And when power talks, people with common sense obey, so he stamped it. In the end, Matthias left the academy office while the vice principal watched him go. Once the door closed, he lowered his head slightly. With a bitter look, he thought Matthias was just like his father, arrogant and unbearable. As he sat back down, he told himself this wouldn't last forever. Someday he'd kill that arrogant boy himself. Sometime later, after classes, we find Jackie. She's upset, staring at her papers and blaming herself. She thinks she should have shown a better side of herself, that nerves ruined everything, and that she could have done better than Flame. And right then, Flame walks over and praises Jackie's presentation from earlier. With a warm smile, she tells her not to worry about what the professor said, because she actually did really well. But Jackie isn't having it. She brushes her off and walks away. That leaves Flame standing there awkwardly. Then Bayak walks up to Flame and says it's not a big deal. He asks if she's close to any professors, because he wants to start a club and needs someone to speak to one for him. Flame asks why he can't do it himself. He admits that since she's well-liked and he definitely isn't, things probably won't go well if he tries talking to them. She points out that the teachers already don't like Beige much. He talks back, sleeps in class, and it's honestly a miracle he hasn't gotten a formal warning yet. The complaints keep coming, and just as she's about to call him annoying, something clicks in her head. She asks if he used to be close with Assistant Professor Ernest. A few minutes later, while walking down the hall, Beige realizes assistant professors can also serve as club advisors. He'd been so focused on the game's main story that he never even thought about it. Then something catches his eye. He spots a professor coming out of a room right in front of him. There's something suspicious about that smile on her face. After she leaves, he heads into that room, Alice's office, with a cheerful grin. But when he gets inside, he finds Alice completely shaken. For some reason, she looks devastated and is barely holding back tears. She quickly wipes her eyes and asks why he's here, while Beige asks what happened. She struggles to explain. Beige glances at the scattered papers on the floor, then asks what happened to the thesis she'd been working on. Her hand is trembling. Trying to hide how she feels, she says she handed it to Professor Madria. The conference is coming soon, and Madria plans to present the thesis as if it were hers, while telling Alice she should be grateful for the chance. Alice keeps talking, saying she should be happy and accept it, while Beige listens. Then he steps closer and tells her the truth. She was robbed. He asks if her name will at least appear on the thesis she wrote by herself. Alice says it's fine, and calls it a kind of learning experience. Beige immediately realizes this is definitely not the time to ask her to be his club advisor. Looking at the board, he tells himself Professor Madria will solve the formula soon enough. But before that, he wants Alice to finish it herself. So he gets her attention and brings up something else. The problem she was working on with him before. That makes her ask if he means the random sequence convergence technique. She explains that it's a problem that's gone unsolved for 300 years, but she feels like if she solves one part of it, she might finally see the path forward. Then Beige catches her off guard by saying he can solve that part. Shocked, she asks what he just said. Does he really know how? He says yes, but only by chance, so he doesn't fully understand it himself. He walks to the board and starts writing. Watching this leaves Alice stunned. After finishing, he tells her things will be different for her. Alice quickly recognizes the formula and starts explaining how it connects to a major coefficient theory. While she excitedly talks through it, Beige quietly smiles to himself, watching how focused she is. As he leaves her office, he thinks about how Alice really is a genius. Unlike him who only copied something he saw in a game, she's someone who could truly change humanity's future. His role here is done. Now he just has to trust her talent. After that, with Alice's help, he successfully founded the Delicious Restaurant Club. And as club leader, he received a pass that lets him leave the academy. It may have raised a few suspicions, but in the end, getting that free pass was a good thing. So as he walks through the streets, Bag tells himself everything will be fine as long as he doesn't cause any trouble. That brings him to the World Tree's third branch, the Orchard of the Dutch Tree. As he walks through it, he admits the place is beautiful. Way better than how it looked in the game. Then a dark-haired elf woman greets him with a bright smile, pleased to meet a mage from the Stella Academy. The elf says he hopes his honest heart will reach Mother Earth too. As he answered, he remembered how Director Welty Welton once saved the second World Tree when it was burning and close to dying. Because of that, many elves recognize the Academy uniform and treat him kindly. Their warm welcome catches his attention, and he can't help thinking there are way too many beautiful people here, just like in the game. Still, one elf stands above the rest, the Elf King, Flower Kotsiorian. His beauty is almost godlike, and a lot of male players fell for him. He even got the most fan art in the game. Elves in this world are born without a set gender. When they find true love, their body changes to match their partner. If they fall for a man, they become female. If they fall for a woman, they become male. Flower Kotsuyoran was born with a very feminine look, but since he had never found true love, his gender had never fully settled. But in the game, after falling for Flame, he became completely male. As he walked through the forest, he remembered there wasn't a single route where Flower Kotsuyoran chose to become a woman. That crushed a lot of male players. And honestly, our guy was a big fan of the Elf King too. After thinking that over, he smiles and says he's finally found it. He now stands in front of the hidden dungeon, the Garden of the Divinity Ifenel. Bayek had already raised his skills to the 6th stage, so he should be ready for the episode ahead. He opens the system and says he's going to take the grass key and Ifenel. Holding the key, he says it's a good thing he can use this even earlier than he expected. There's also that dungeon portal tied to the same key. Then the system warns him, once he enters, anyone else with this key will know the dungeon has been opened too. He remembers seeing that message in the game, but it never led to any special event between players. So in the end, he opens the dungeon anyway. Sure, nothing will happen as the system announces that the gate to the Garden of the Divinity has opened. In the Elven Kingdom, at the birthplace of the Celestial Spirit Tree, someone lies in bed, still half asleep, then slowly gets up. They step away from the bed and open the window. That person is none other than the Elf King himself, Florisurum, who sleepily says the world feels peaceful today. Watching the birds in the sky, he wonders when he'll ever be able to travel as freely as they do. With a sad little smile, he admits he envies the birds. Then suddenly he senses that someone has entered the Garden of the Divinity. That person's energy grabs his attention right away. Covering his mouth, he wonders if someone really entered the secret garden where Ifenel sleeps. No one should be able to get in there, so who is it? A chill runs through him, and he tells himself this is bad timing. He grabs his clothes and heads for his bedroom door, but he stops himself. He says he has to stay calm. He's waited for decades, so he can't rush now. Uneasy, he thinks that if the curse activates again, there's no telling who will lose their mind. So he decides to wait until the coming World Tree anniversary. Then he can go there and see what's really happening. Meanwhile, our human keeps sneezing because of all the pollen in the area when roots suddenly attack him. Thanks to Flash, he dodges in time. He regains his footing and looks up at the giant plant. He realizes a straight fight here would take forever. So he pulls out a bottle and says this is exactly why he made fire potions with alchemy. He throws the potion at the plant and sets it on fire. Then he draws his sword, uses Flash upward, and spots its core. With one strike, he hits that core dead on, and the plant goes down. After beating the monster, he gets his reward. He tells himself he's had enough of weak enemies. His aura has grown so much that even this plant couldn't handle him anymore. After gathering that aura, something catches his eye. Standing before it, he says it's time to reach his real goal. At last, he enters the boss room of the dungeon. As he walks through the place, he can't hide his surprise. His eyes land on a statue, and he says that must be the divinity, Yahello, one of the world's most mysterious beings. Divinities are pure souls that trained for hundreds of years, reached enlightenment, and became something new. Even in this game, there aren't many of them, but he quickly realizes the one in front of him isn't a complete divinity. Before the woman before him could fully become one, her heart was stolen, leaving her trapped forever in stone. He lets out a small breath and steps closer. Right then, the gravity in the room grows heavier. He thinks about the crushing mana pressure. Even dead, a divinity is still a divinity. But he can't give up now. He pushes himself with everything he has, just to stay standing. With great effort, he moves closer to the statue. Once he gets near, he drops to his knees and starts breathing hard. Then the system surprises him. The trait experience for mana leakage syndrome has increased, and because of that, he takes a long breath and realizes he can finally breathe normally here. The system also tells him his stats have gone up. This place is a natural training ground left behind by the divinity. It's one of the chances mages in this game were desperate to find a mana vein. Training here gives results 100 times better than normal, and the divinity's energy flowing through his body sharply boosts his affinity with nature too. He gives a crooked smile and thinks that in other words, he went through all that just to find a training academy. But before anything else, he looks at that statue and takes the hidden artifact into his hands, the branch full of resentment. Its info shows it's a rare ranked item, its special trait is resentment, and its main effect is to make people's resentment grow even stronger. With this, he'll be able to face the boss of Episode 8, Visura Mishera. Now that he has it, it's time to focus on training. A few weeks later, his mana leakage is level 3, with strength up 8%, agility up 12%, and sensitivity up 20%. Looking at that, he says his stats are now around 2.5 stars, but as he keeps training, he knows he still has a long way to go. Every main character in this game has 4-star abilities or more. In this world, he has no master to teach him swordsmanship. Since the knights disappeared years ago, that's why he has to repeat the basics over and over, thrusting and slashing to hit his enemy's vital points with force. I need to push harder. He tells himself he has to cut through flesh and bone and train until he spits blood. That's all on his mind. Then suddenly he feels pain in his chest. He starts coughing as the system tells him he has partially gained a special mana breathing method. Notification: divine breathing has been obtained. The message catches him off guard. Then his vision starts to blur, and little by little he loses consciousness. But before he fully blacks out, he hears a voice shouting at him, asking if he can hear it, if he can hear its voice, and telling him to answer already. Startled, he thinks he's hearing a spirit or something. He wonders where this voice in his head is coming from, and if he's losing it. When he turns around, that same voice asks if he finally heard it. That strange voice is coming from the statue of the sleeping divinity. Completely confused, he wonders if a divinity really just spoke to him. Half panicked, he blurts out that he's talking to a corpse. She instantly snaps back that she's not dead, calling him an idiot human. She says she's been talking to him this whole time. He just couldn't hear her. Then she adds that he must have become a being like her for a moment, since he just breathed the same way she does. That makes him remember the message he got a few seconds earlier about gaining a skill. That skill is divine breathing. It lets the user connect with nature, greatly increases the flow of mana through the blood, and lasts up to 15 seconds, but it also causes divine erosion. Looking over the skill, he realizes it's insanely strong despite the short time limit. It can instantly raise his physical stats to a 4-star level. The only real downside is the penalty: essence erosion. That basically means he could lose his human body. A person's essence is held together by mana, and for someone with mana leakage syndrome, that erosion could cost him his life for good. He understands this is the kind of skill that shortens his lifespan, the more he uses it. Still, he can't dwell on that now. He forces himself to think positively. No matter what, he just gained a skill he can use in deadly situations. The determination in his eyes catches the goddess's attention. She says it's fascinating. This is only the second time a human has used divine breathing. His existence feels weak, just like that other person's, and with so little mana in him, he almost seems like he doesn't belong to this world. Bake is shocked to hear that this other person used a sword too and was loved by both magic and the divinities. He quickly asks if he can hear more about that person. There was never any swordsman like that in his game, so whoever it was had to be strong enough to defeat a god. But Ifenel shuts that down right away. The 12 disciples of the first mage, including that knight, are all dead. Then catching him off guard, she asks if he wants her to teach him. She explains that she was this person's successor, so she recorded all of his breathing methods and sword techniques. Still, there was one condition. She can't leave this place or speak to anyone else. In her own words, she's basically dead already. Then she asks for one thing in return: recover her heart and save her. That was the answer he had hoped for, but there was a problem. He apologizes to Ifenel and says that's impossible for him. With his current strength, he can't take the heart of another god. For a moment, the place goes quiet. At last, she says that's fine. If not a divine heart, then even the pure heart of a beast will do. That makes him ask if using something like that would cost her most of her power. She says she doesn't care. Losing her power is better than being trapped here forever. Hearing that, he agrees. Getting the heart of an ordinary divine beast isn't impossible. That's actually why he was training here in the first place. The familiar contract ceremony is coming soon, and before then he'll run into plenty of divine beasts. That should give him a good chance to find a heart, so he promises FNL he'll bring one back. She thanks him and says she'll wait, but before he goes, there's something she wants to give him. She tells him to check the pillar behind her. When he takes it, she says it's proof that the two of them are friends. It turns out to be Ifenel's flower necklace, a sign that he became her friend without any special skill involved. He slips it into his pocket and thinks he's never seen this item in the game before. If nothing else, he jokes he could probably use it as firewood in an emergency. Poor thing, what a goodbye gift. But right after that dumb thought, he remembers Ifenel is a god. Looking at the necklace, he suddenly changes his tune. This is also a divine symbol, which means it could be really useful. Nearby, the girl drops to her knees in shock. She's staring at the huge formula written on the board. Under her breath, she says she did it. After that, she walks back to her desk and smiles as she writes. Then she says out loud that a new generation will begin tomorrow and Bake would be happy to see it. She writes his name there too. The Dwarf Kingdom, capital of the Black Iron Empire. Here mages and alchemists from all over the world have gathered, and this is where Bake arrives with Alice. Today is the conference. The location changes every year, and this time it's being held at the Dwarf Kingdom's top alchemy school, the Golden Light Academy. Since the dwarves led the way in material magic research, everything here is on a whole different scale. On top of that, the greatest alchemist of all, the golden alchemist Kun Cordain, is joining the conference too. Bake realizes that means this is the perfect chance to reveal Alice's research. Then she pulls him out of his thoughts. Alice is clearly nervous. She says this research is what Majera spent her whole life on, and he can't tell if Alice is too nice or just foolish for worrying about that woman, so he tells her not to stress about it. With a small smile, he reminds her she isn't stealing Majera's work. To give her more confidence, he says it straight. Alice is simply more talented than Majera. That helps a little. She thanks him, and the two head inside. There, in the first session, Professor Majera of Stella Academy greets everyone and begins her presentation on the red alpha-type potion. When she finishes, the whole hall breaks into applause. Around him, Bake hears people calling Majera amazing, brilliant, talented, and more. That just irritates him more. Majera is proudly showing off a theory Alice made on her own as if it belongs to her. As he watches Majera on stage, he tells himself there are plenty of ways to take her down, but it's better to wait for the main event. Then Alice is introduced as an assistant professor from Stella Academy. She's still nervous and stumbles through her greeting, but manages to say she's an alchemist from the academy. Some people in the crowd clearly aren't interested, and Bake notices right away. But when he hears the presentation is about to begin, a faint smile appears on his face. Alice announces that her topic is a full theoretical understanding of the random convergence technique. The moment she says that, everyone is stunned. Someone asks if she even understands what she's saying. She answers yes and says this is an incredible chance, especially for someone like her. Then another voice challenges her. How could everyone here possibly accept what she just claimed? Her hand trembles a little, but she answers firmly. They'll accept it the same way alchemists accept anything, through proof. That shocks part of the crowd. People argue that random convergence makes no sense, and that mixing magic engineering with alchemy is impossible from the start. In the middle of all that noise, one person has stayed silent until now, the Golden Alchemist himself. He calls for quiet and says declaring something impossible just because many people failed isn't alchemical at all. Then he adds that he can hardly wait. He wants to hear what this young alchemist has to say. That lifts Alice's spirits, and he tells her to present the truth she discovered. Her cheeks turn a little pink. But before she can continue, someone suddenly shouts that they object. It's Majera. Before the presentation goes on, she says she wants to question its authenticity. Cordain asks what she means by that. Majera puts on a nasty look and accuses Alice of plagiarism. That claim catches Alice and the entire hall completely off guard. Cordain bursts out laughing and says things just got interesting. He warns Majera that if she can't prove Alice plagiarized, she knows what will happen to her. Majera answers that of course she knows. She walks onto the stage and says there are 5 main riddles in the random convergence technique. Only by solving all 5 can alchemy and magic engineering be brought into harmony. According to her, the academic world has only solved 2 of those riddles, and even those were incomplete. And she claims she personally solved 4 of the 5. She adds that Alice was also her alchemy student, as well as her assistant professor. The whole place erupts. And the real plagiarist, Majera, boldly says she has no doubt Alice's thesis is actually hers. She even laughs, saying that even if Alice solved the 5th piece, does anyone really believe a girl this shaken and scared solved the other 4 on her own? Staring straight at her, Majera calls Alice an unpredictable creature. Smiling, she says she admits Alice is a genius with incredible skill, but her life as an alchemist ends here, and her talent will belong to Majera forever. After all that, Majera steps up to Alice and asks what she has to say for herself. Alice's throat tightens. She knew something like this might happen, but now her mind goes blank and she doesn't know what to do. Then Bake's words come back to her. If something is too hard to do alone, ask for help. Still nervous, she raises her hand and tells everyone she'd like to call someone to the stage to support her. Cordain asks who that person is. She says it's the co-author of this thesis. With trembling hands, she points him out. Looking toward the back, she calls for her student, our human Bake. Of course, he's caught off guard. He had no idea she'd list him as a co-author and wonders if Alice really did that. As he walks to the stage, people start whispering about what a student this young could possibly change. Cordain, meanwhile, looks even more interested. He watches Bake and says he's excited to see what happens next. Mishera turns to look at him. He looks back at Mishera, then calmly walks right past her. On the way, he moves close enough to use his item on her. The system immediately notifies him that the special effect of the resentment-filled branch has activated, targeting Mishera. She clicks her tongue and calls him rude. He answers with a faint smirk, thinking it worked. Then he stops before the crowd and says that first he'd like to understand Mishera's point of view. He adds that there's a saying, seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. With a confident grin, he proposes a simple answer. Why not have them solve the random convergence technique right here together? That makes everyone wonder if he's challenging her to a competition. Even beside him, Alice is still very nervous. Caught off guard, he asked if she trusted him. Even nervous, she said yes. He told her he'd been watching her this whole time, and he knew she could do it. All she had to do was trust herself as much as he trusted her. Hearing that, she gathered a little courage. Even so, she still wondered if she could really do it. But pushing past those thoughts, she adjusted her glasses and spoke anyway. Bake was right. She brushed back her ponytail and decided to trust everything they had done together until now. Then she called Majera's attention. Majera looked over, and with that smug attitude, said it was time to tear her down. But Alicia faced her with full confidence, ready to put Majera in her place. The random sequence convergence technique. 300 years ago, an alchemist discovered a shocking method that could explain this formula. But he died in a bathroom accident, and the story spread so far that the formula is still famous today. I was about to make a joke about dying in a bathroom, but honestly, sorry for killing the mood. I have a close friend whose father died like that. So seriously, when you use the bathroom, please don't climb on top of the toilet. There's an important artery that runs from your lower body down your leg, and if it's cut, it can be really dangerous. So yeah, be careful. Even using a toilet has a right way. Anyway, back to the story. Since then, countless alchemists had tried to solve the formula. None of them succeeded, and eventually people stopped trying. That's why it came to be seen as impossible. Someone watching all this with interest was Captain Kame, from the Great New Moon Tower's 13th Assault Assassin Unit. Beside him was Vice Captain Hygiene McCoran, a dark-haired woman who asked what was so interesting here, since she was almost falling asleep from boredom. The two stayed hidden as she wondered if Majera really was the shadow demon human. Looking toward the stage, she thought this whole mission had been a failure. Kame, though, stayed silent. That made her let out a small sigh and ask if he really believed that old man's words. Then something suddenly caught her attention. She looked back at the stage and felt the whole hall's mood had changed. Quarter's eyes went wide, staring at the formulas. He said they were similar, but solved in slightly different ways. Kame could tell Alicia's analysis and answer were much clearer and simpler than Majera's, and there was even a small difference in their final results. After that, they moved on to the second dilemma. A lot of people were stunned. They pointed out that this problem usually took around 200 lines to solve, but Alicia did it in just 12. Majera, on the other hand, had been watching everything up to this point with a faint smile, telling herself the real challenge was only starting now. Now they were tackling the third dilemma, and people wondered if they could actually solve it. This was a problem that had never been solved before. Quarter jumped from his seat in shock, asking if it had really been solved. He said that even if Majera solved it too, Alicia's answer was still better. Majera burned with jealousy, wondering how Alicia had done it. As everyone's eyes turned to Alicia, Bake wore a quiet, proud smile. Up to now, past alchemists had treated the 5 dilemmas as separate problems. Alicia just thought about them differently. She saw all 5 riddles as connected, and solved them in one sweep. That was the clear difference between her and Majera, even though both had made it this far. That was when the gap between them really began to show. Majera started trembling, trying to figure out how this section was supposed to end. She looked at the board and realized there was no more space, so she shouted for someone to bring another blackboard. But before the yelling could continue, a voice rang through the hall. "I'm finished." Majera froze and glanced over. Alicia stood there calm and sure of herself. Just like that moment in the game, she declared that everyone here was now witnessing the complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. The whole hall erupted, shouting that this was insane, that they were watching history. As the cheers poured in, Alicia smiled brightly. Then she looked at our human and silently thanked him, thinking none of this would have happened without him. But suddenly someone else drew her attention. It was Majera, wrapped in a strange aura, repeating Alicia's name over and over. That dark energy spread across the stage. Furious, she demanded to know how long Alicia planned to keep mocking her. She claimed Alicia had only changed the thesis she stole, and was still pretending it was hers while smiling like that. Right away, our human stepped in front of Alicia. At the same time, he realized Majera was going through shadow demonification, and much faster than he expected. Still, that worked in his favor. If she turned into a shadow demon human in front of everyone, that would help a lot. With envy all over her face, Majera called out to Alicia again. Alicia was still shaking, but this time her courage finally broke through. She shouted at the top of her lungs, telling Majera to stop it and accept reality. She said her thesis was far better, that Majera's version wasn't efficient at all, and asked how many more times she planned to steal her work just to feel satisfied. That last line grabbed the whole crowd's attention. As she kept speaking, she forced out everything she had been holding in. She even yelled that Majera was way dumber than her. Bake, the knights, and even Majera herself were all shocked. Then Corden burst out laughing, saying this was incredible, and he had never had this much fun before. Majera was stunned to hear that. Looking at her own hand, she wondered what was happening. Something was wrong with her. But then the rage came flooding back. She charged toward Alicia, asking how she dared. But before she could get close, someone else stepped in front of her. Our human told her to stop and look around at the mood in the hall. That made her notice all those eyes on her, Corden and everyone else. That's when she completely snapped, screaming that Alicia was the one who stole her thesis. Corden ordered the guards to throw Majera out. As they dragged her away, she kept yelling that no, none of this was her fault. Once she was taken out of the hall, Alicia dropped to her knees and let out a long breath. Then a hand reached out to her, someone there to support her. It was our human. He called to her and said she did a great job today. That caught her off guard and left her a little flustered. But soon she broke into a huge smile and told Bayek, yes. Sometime later, we saw those two again. As Hazen said, it had just been a false alarm. Kane agreed. He had expected some kind of sign, but the sensor that detects shadow demonic erosion showed nothing. Hazen added that the New Moon Tower's psychometry cane wasn't perfect when it came to detecting erosion anyway. Then she changed the subject, looked toward our human, and asked if that ordinary student really was the co-author of the thesis. She lifted a finger and said our human was actually pretty handsome, making Kane ask if she had investigated him. She said yes, she had just received a report. It said his hometown was destroyed by demon humans before he came to Stella. He's a commoner. His grades are awful in most subjects, and yet he's in Class S. On top of that, even while attending the greatest magic academy in the world, he doesn't use magic. He stands out in a lot of ways, and he even asked to have his name removed from today's paper. Hearing that, Kane said he understood and that he would remember him. But before he could finish, something else caught his attention. He looked toward Bake, and Bake was staring right back at him. There was something strange in his eyes, but a moment later, Bake looked away and went back to talking with everyone else. Now Kane wondered if Bake had really just met his gaze, but Hazen said that was impossible. She told him there was no way Bake could have pierced both her stealth magic and her shadow shield formation that easily. He had to be mistaken. Kane stayed quiet. After hearing that, with one last look at our human, he left the hall, saying their job here was done. Later, in another place, inside a carriage, Majera sat there biting back her jealousy, saying that if not for Bake, she never would have suffered that humiliation. Before she could finish, the person in front of her cut in. With a cold look, he said Majera had just caused a huge mess. She went pale when she realized she had nearly ruined everything. He warned her that it had been very dangerous, and she was lucky the suppression worked. If her emotions had gone any further and she lost control, all their plans would have collapsed. Majera apologized to him. He asked if she really thought an apology would fix anything, adding that the leader of the order was deeply disappointed. He told her she had lost the right to remain a teacher at Stella. Desperate, she argued that she had strong ties with the plagiarism review team, that the incident could still be covered up, and that she hadn't even been expelled yet. But he cut her off and told her to shut up and stay quiet, that the best thing she could do now was keep her mouth closed. Now all she can do is walk around with her head down. With a cold look, he asks if she understands. After saying that, he leaves to get the order leader's command and tells her not to move or make a scene. Majera starts shaking with rage, glaring as she blames all of this on Bayek. Staring ahead, she tells him to wait. Just a little longer, soon he'll get what he deserves. Sometime later on a train, Bakes is sitting beside Manolis. He tells himself it's still a shame. Thinking back to Majera, he figures that if she had turned demonic during the conference, he might have stopped the disaster in episode 8, but maybe fate was always going to suppress her demonification until then. That's when she was originally supposed to lose control and become a demon. Leaning back in his seat, he decides there isn't much he can do right now, so there's no need to rush. The conference ended safely, and he also planted more resentment in her. Still, one thing keeps bothering him. He remembers that night, when he saw the Tower Knights. That face sticks in his mind, and he's sure it was Kane, a small elite magic unit, the top dark magic squad of the Great New Moon Tower. They're experts at hunting demonized humans, shadow users, and mages. And their highest-ranking captain, one of the deadliest killers among them all, is Kane himself. Bayek admits that without his sixth sense, he never would have noticed they were there or guessed why dangerous people like that had come to watch Majera. Anyway, while Manalus slowly wakes up, still half out of it, he thinks it would be great if they could build a good connection with those knights. When they arrive, someone asks if they can spare a moment. That catches them off guard. They turn and see an elegant man. With a warm smile, he introduces himself as Melian, president of the Star Clouds Trading Company. As the game goes on, the world gets bigger, and more characters appear as Flame grows up. One of them is Melian, known as the Heart of the Sun Plains. Thanks to his Golden Rule of Destiny skill, he's the richest man in the world. Even though he's in his 50s and has a daughter, he's wildly popular with both the women who played the game and the women in this world. That's not just because he's rich and handsome. His daughter Zeliel is also a villain. Zeliel is a high elf who spends the whole episode tormenting the heroine Flame, fully living up to her role as a villain. So angry players came up with all kinds of plans to ruin Zeliel as much as possible. The favorite plan was to marry the person Zeliel loved most, her father Melian, then destroy him and bankrupt the whole family. Even so, Bayek only expected to hear about him someday. He never thought Melian would come here in person. Looking at Melian, he knows he needs to make a strong impression here to help with what comes next. Melian asks if they're the alchemist Alicia and her unnamed co-author, then politely asks for his name. Bayek figures Melian probably already knows, but the question sounds natural enough, so he gives his name and says he's in Class S at Stella Academy. After that, Melian reaches into his pocket and explains why he came here. He hands them a letter and says he's offering an exclusive contract for Alicia's alchemy techniques through Star Clouds, with excellent terms, and asks them to take a look. As she reads it, Alicia's hands start to shake. She practically cries out, "There are limited materials, full support, and more money than she's ever seen in her life." Smiling brightly, Alicia looks at Bayek and thinks that with terms like this, she could finally make every invention she's ever dreamed of. She's sure he feels the same way. But he doesn't. Seeing his reaction catches her off guard. A short silence fills the space between them. Then Alicia gets Melian's attention and apologizes. She asks if he can give her some time to think it over. Firmly, she says she needs to think carefully and discuss it properly with the co-author of the technique. That answer surprises Bayek. Melian says he understands. He had thought the co-author part was just something she said at the conference to be polite, but it seems it was true. Watching the two of them, he thinks that even though she's still just a teenager, she helped solve a problem that had gone unsolved for 300 years, so her co-author really must be a genius. So he asks Bayek if he'd like to look at the contract too, thinking that even if Bayek is gifted in magic and alchemy, he's still just a kid when it comes to business. Melian looks at him, sure he won't turn down terms this good. But then Bayek shocks him by refusing the offer. Melian clearly didn't expect that, so he asks if there's a specific reason. If Bayek doesn't like the terms, he can change them right away. Bayek knows an exclusive deal with the biggest trading company in the world is a huge chance, but he also knows Melian never lets go of what becomes his. If a technique like this gets tied to him, then variety, creativity, and performance will all be limited by whatever sells best. And with an exclusive contract, countless mages wouldn't be able to use it. If its growth is driven only by profit, then the shadow demonized humans will eventually catch up in skill. A lot of players who chose the money-first route got rich, but they still ended badly, so Bayek tells him the issue isn't the terms. He just doesn't want an exclusive contract, which makes Melian curious why. Bayek explains that this technique, which combines magic engineering and alchemy, will have a huge impact not only on daily life but also on gear made for mages. That's why they want it available to all kinds of people and all kinds of mages. Melian says Bayek has big dreams and ambition, and that's good, but dreams like that still need money to come true. Bayek fires back that they've already spoken with many investors, and Melian is just one more. Hearing that from the richest man in the world definitely stings. Melian keeps his cool and asks if Bayek plans to sign with everyone except him. If so, he'll remove most of the conditions from the offer he made. Bayek admits that's true, and honestly he really did like the terms. Then he looks at Melian and brings up luxury goods. That's his proposal. They plan to spread this technique as widely as possible, but for the hardest luxury items to create they would sign an exclusive contract with the Star Clouds Trading Company. That way, he says, it becomes a true luxury brand. Melian says that idea isn't bad, but asks if luxury items like that would really sell. He's never done anything that would lose him money. Bajik says yes, and that's exactly why he isn't asking for a contract right now. Confidently, he says that in half a year he'll hold a presentation for investors. That surprises Melian even more, when Bajik says Melian will like what he sees and will sign an exclusive contract with them. Melian dips his head slightly and mutters, my. Amused, he says they've really planned this all out. Then he gives them a messenger paper along with his contact details. If they write on it and send it off, it will reach him for sure. After that, he stands and tells them he's leaving now, then walks away and leaves the two behind. After he goes, Bake acts like the whole talk had him completely nervous. That catches Alicia by surprise when she realizes he was actually that tense. And just like that, it works. Alicia gives a small smile and wonders how Bake can be so amazing. In the end, Bake thinks one more problem has been handled, and when he gets back, he wants to visit a nice restaurant with his club members. The conference ended well, and classes at the academy go on as usual. During class, he hears that Majera will be on leave for an unknown amount of time, and he suspects they're hiding the fact that she disappeared. Normally, if Majera fully awakens, she causes terrible damage at the school. But after everything that's happened, Bake has no idea how that event might change now. He thinks there's a chance her demon episode could happen earlier, and hopes that if it does, it happens in a way they can control. Not only is Majera absent, but Manalus didn't come either. As he walks, he figures she's probably being happily swarmed by the people at the alchemy castle. Then some loud chatter nearby catches his attention. People are gossiping about Alice in the conference, about how she had a co-author on her thesis, but asked to keep that person's identity secret. Since he hid the fact that he was the co-author, he can still come to school like normal without anyone noticing. Because he kept his part in the background, he could still come to school without anyone bothering him. In the end, all he really did was give Alice a small hint with the help of his glasses, so it made sense for her to get all the spotlight. After thinking that over, something else caught his eye. Right in front of him were Matthias and Gisela. People around them couldn't stop praising the pair, Matthias for being tall, smart, and handsome, and Giselle for being pretty bright and doll-like. Hearing all that, Beatty could only think there was never a quiet day at this school. Then someone else showed up and drew their attention. He walked over and apologized for making them wait. Giselle asked what they were going to eat since he had said he would pick the restaurant for today. With a little grin, he told them to wait and see when they got there. A while later, they arrived at a restaurant, and yep, it was pizza. Giselle lit up at the sight of it like someone seeing heaven. Her excited reaction caught Bake's attention. He remembered reading in Giselle's profile that whenever she ate pizza, she drank pickle juice first. He still had no clue why. Seriously, what does pickle juice have to do with pizza? So Giselle handed some to her and told her to try it. That immediately caught her off guard. For a second, she just stared at it, confused about how she was even supposed to drink something like that. Still, she picked up the cup and tried the pickle juice, and somehow she really liked it. She happily enjoyed the taste. Matthias tried it too, still looking perfectly classy while doing it. When he said it was good, the jealous ones around them couldn't help wondering why everything this guy did looked like an expensive ad. In the end, Bake grabbed a slice and told them to stop hesitating and just eat. Then came the shocking part. She reached for a fork and knife. Bake stepped in right away and showed her the proper way to eat pizza. With your hands, because it tastes way better like that. Giselle said that seemed a little unrefined, but Matthias just shrugged and said it actually looked fun. Then he tried eating it the same way. That made her give in too. So she finally picked it up with her hands and took a bite. The moment the taste hit, her eyes widened and her body gave a tiny shake. She was completely won over by the calabrese pizza, and honestly, it was adorable. At this point, now I want pizza too. Bake asked if it was good. The sudden question caught her by surprise. Then with the cutest smile, she said yes, it was delicious. While that was going on, somewhere else, cracks suddenly started appearing out of nowhere. The next day, Flame still seemed distracted. When her friend called out to her, she answered that she was fine and had heard everything. Soon after, her friend left and Flame kept walking alone. With a small sigh, she figured her friend had obviously wanted to talk about Alice solving the random convergence, but Flame already knew the truth. Bake was the one behind it all. What she couldn't understand was how he solved that formula. He was supposed to have forgotten most of his knowledge of the future, except for the biggest incidents. As she walked, she wondered if he had kept his memories after all, or if he really was just that smart. Then her thoughts were cut off when someone called her attention. It was that creepy prince. He came over to ask if she would join his group for the Persona Portal training. Flame turned to him at once and asked what was wrong with him. She told him to ask some other girl and stop bothering her. Then she left without another word. He only stood there with that same unsettling smile, saying Flame really was special. As for the Persona Portal training, these portals are other dimensions born from human power, gathering inside the realm of shadows. If a Persona Portal appears and no one enters it quickly, the area around it becomes a dead zone where nothing can survive. And unlike normal dungeons which end when the boss is defeated or the core is destroyed, Persona Portals can only be closed after their patterns and devices are studied and broken. That means checking everything from concentration levels and spatial distortion rates to topology and soul isolation methods. There are countless patterns to remember, and on top of that, they still need combat skill. That was the whole reason magical warriors were created, to deal with Persona Portals. That's why this lesson mattered so much. Clenching her fists, Flame remembered that in the novel this training had a bit of real danger mixed into it. She also knew they couldn't leave everything to Bashik. With a serious look, she told herself that this time she would be the one to stop major damage from happening. Later, at Star Tower on the Terrace Cafe of the New Stellar Trading Company, Bashan finally appeared again. She listened as the others talked about Alice's conference. One blonde girl mentioned that her father heard the hidden co-author was actually a student from Stellar Academy. The others were shocked by that rumor, while Bashan stayed quiet and sipped her tea, though she clearly wasn't enjoying it. She thought about how even the central director, hadn't been able to find out who the co-author really was, but she already knew the truth. It was Basic, working with Alice on magical alchemy engineering. What she didn't understand was why he was hiding it. Was it to give all the credit to Professor Alice? That thought led her to another one. Maybe the reason was simple. Maybe the man she liked had feelings for Alice. That idea startled even her, and she suddenly stood up from the table. She quickly told the others she was leaving. The girls were left wondering what had gotten into their princess. Meanwhile, Beishin's face turned bright red just from imagining the person she liked falling for someone else. Elsewhere, someone walked up to her and called out. It was her sister, the dark-haired Princess Hong Sinha. With a small smile, Sinha told Beishin to call her sister, but as a legitimate daughter and a half-sister, the two were more like rivals than family, and Beishin hated her with all her heart. So she asked what Sinha was doing here, while the other girl just stepped closer with a light laugh. Still smiling, Sinha said she came because she wanted to ask her little sister about an interesting commoner among this year's new students. That caught Beishin off guard. Sinha went on saying this commoner was learning chivalry and sword techniques that had already vanished from the world. Seeing Beishin's reaction, she teased that her little sister seemed interested in that knight too. Then she added that a knight who gives up everything for the one he protects sounds like every princess's dream, and asked Beishin to introduce her to that Basic. Beishin clenched her fists. Then she turned and left, telling Sinha to do it herself. Touching her face, Sinha muttered that Beishin hadn't always been like this. She guessed this change must have happened after Beishin's older sister died. After hearing that, Beishin kept walking away. Her half-sister watched her go. Sinha then thought maybe she had pushed too far, and maybe it had been too soon to bring up Beishin's older sister. Before she could dwell on it, another dark-haired girl approached. Siren said she had some information about Basic that Sinha had missed, including a copy of a class project he turned in, with a summary of his past inside. Looking over the papers, Sinha mentioned that not long ago, they had a class assignment where everyone had to write about their past too. Then she saw the title of the document, Mom, I Miss You. At first, Sinha smiled a little and thought of Basic as a mama's boy, but after reading the whole thing, Siren was surprised by her reaction. Sinha's eyes started to tear up as she repeated that Beige's mother once said she didn't want macaroni with black beans. When Se came and asked what that meant, Sinha just changed the subject. She was honestly shaken, realizing she had never thought poor people lived through hardships like that. The class gap was bigger than she imagined. As she looked through the papers, she thought it was amazing that Beige had lived that way and still held on to his ideals of chivalry. She also read that his hometown had been overrun by demonic humans. After learning all that, she smiled to herself and thought she almost felt sorry for Beige because now she was getting more and more curious about Beige. At last, the day of the training arrived. The teachers announced that the first-year cadets would now begin Persona Gate practice and told them to enter. And there, among the students, was Beige, thinking to himself that it was time to go in. What was about to happen next? Can Beige really crush everyone here and clear the Persona portal that easily? And will Beige walk up to our human, notice how many girls are into him, and hit him with, "The moon looks beautiful tonight"? At last, the day of the Persona portal training arrived. Among all those students, Beige stepped forward. After finishing the research lectures, his glasses analysis skill finally activated. On top of that, his stats went up from all the training he'd been doing in Ephania's garden. With all that behind him, he felt sure he could handle this Persona portal. Standing by the gate, the professor called for the next group. Then someone suddenly caught his eye. That's when he saw the team going in with him. Somehow, even when Beige does nothing, he still ends up surrounded by girls. This training is done in groups of up to 18 people, and everyone has to work together to finish it. Thinking it over, he realized most of them were first years at rank 2 or higher. Since this was a level 3 Persona portal, it wouldn't be easy. This was the very portal where the incident happens, and sadly, Matale wasn't here with them. The good news was that he still had Flame and Bea, and last but not least, Isley too. With those three around, he figured he'd be fine. Still, what really mattered to him was the hidden reward he came for, the petals of the captivating tree. Once he stepped inside the Persona portal, something immediately caught him off guard. In a fancy hall, a woman welcomed his whole group to Haran's ball. Beige and the others looked around in surprise. Then something caught Beige's attention. A maid with a gentle smile said dresses had already been prepared for the girls. Beige was confused. She didn't remember any ballroom event being part of the Persona portal. What felt even stranger was the system screen filled with weird symbols. She thought this must mean the first-year training had extra hard rules added in, so things were only going to get tougher. The maid urged them to hurry, saying the banquet would begin soon. Seeing Beige hesitate, the maid asked if something was wrong. That only made Beige more suspicious. How could a scripted character act this naturally? She knew real Persona portals could have NPCs that behaved in unexpected ways, but training portals made by mages weren't supposed to do that. So the maid in front of her felt very suspicious. Beige still thought it should be impossible for a real Persona portal to appear inside the famous Stella Academy training grounds and for the teachers to send students into it by mistake. Spoiler, they absolutely did. The maid asked one more time if anything was wrong and Bea brushed it off, telling her to go get the dress. The maid left, but Bea couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was just a bad feeling, but one thing was clear. This mission would not be easy. Then our girls appeared in beautiful outfits, and Bia's red dress matched her hair and eyes perfectly. Right after that, something else grabbed her attention. Of course, it was our human, dressed up from head to toe. Yeah, he looked really good. Just let me say it. Jokes aside, the moment she looked at him, a memory came back. She remembered the day a maid gave her that letter written by him. Funny enough, the letter our human wrote was basically just an instant noodle ad from our world. Just a small detail. I'm reading the novel too, and the things that happened because of that letter are wild. Back to the story, learning about his sad past had really caught Bia off guard. And now, seeing how calm and distant he looked, she started to see him differently. After learning more about his life, her view of him had clearly changed. Sensing her gaze, he turned around. Then he bluntly asked why she was staring at him like that. Was it her first time seeing a commoner? Bia quickly looked away and answered, "Huh? I wasn't looking at you." Soon, a beautiful red-haired woman arrived and told them it was time to head to the ball. She showed them 4 doors and explained that each path led to the mansion's basement, but the basement was a maze full of traps. With a smile, she told them they would have to trust their own instincts and senses, then asked if they could really do that. Bake stepped up and answered with total confidence. He sounded so sure of himself that the woman even praised him. That exchange made everyone stare. They couldn't believe she was talking to him like that. After hearing all this, the students grew uneasy. Even so, Bake moved with the boys toward the path, but then Flame stopped him and asked if all of this didn't feel strange. She said the riddle was hard enough already, but the NPCs in this training portal felt like real people. She also couldn't properly read the portal itself, and it made no sense for first years to be thrown into something this difficult. The others admitted they felt the same way. They couldn't figure out anything either. Flame was glad they were finally listening, and tried to persuade them. That was when Jackie cut in and asked if Flame was about to say something ridiculous, like this place was actually real. Jackie argued that this was probably part of the teacher's plan. In real life, they wouldn't always be able to analyze a persona portal anyway, so this was likely just a test. Then she reminded everyone that they were at Stella, the academy that trained the world's greatest warrior mages. Would a place like that really fail to notice a real persona portal showing up? Her argument sounded convincing, and to Flame's frustration, everyone started agreeing with her. Flame knew from the original story that this portal was real, but if she said that outright, nobody would believe her, so she had been trying to warn them without sounding strange. Now Jackie had cut her off, changed the mood, and won everyone over. Flame couldn't help wondering why she would do that. From the side, our guy quietly watched the two of them, and he wondered if this was really the route Flame was about to take, the dark corruption route of Jackie. In the original romance fantasy novel, Jackie didn't even exist as a character, so Flame must have been shocked to deal with her at all. And this was one of the many game routes where Flame had to stop her. No matter what, one of these 3 students had to be sacrificed for the dark corruption route. Jackie, the girl jealous of Bea, or Ian. Even so, he wished none of them would fall, but maybe this was the kind of fixed fate that couldn't be changed. So when he looked at Flame, he came to one conclusion. Even if he helped her, the ending might stay the same. If that was true, maybe the right move was to step back. Jackie then walked off, saying she was going ahead, while Flame called for her to wait. Jackie insisted the teachers had planned all this, so there was no reason to be scared. If anyone wanted to stand around like an idiot, they could stay behind. After saying that, she disappeared down one of the 4 paths. That bold move convinced the rest of them too. Bake let out a small sigh, thinking no one here was acting like part of a system anymore. Still, he put that aside. It was time to move. Except before he could enter, something else stopped him. When he asked why they were following him, everyone basically answered the same way. They all knew he was dependable. That made him sigh again, already acting like the boss. He even called them young apprentices. After that, he entered the path with them, telling himself none of this really mattered that much in the end. Sometime later, he was surprised to find himself in a very strange hallway. There, he spotted Bea standing with 2 other girls and realized everyone had already arrived. Bake was startled too. She looked around, wondering where everyone else had gone. Bryce, though, thought this was expected. The setup was clearly made so they couldn't all enter together. The 18 students, including him, had been split across 4 paths, with 4 people in each group. He was sure Celian and Flame had ended up together right now. What he didn't expect was being placed in the same group as Bia. Soon, she noticed him looking. Both of them quickly looked away, and he figured this was actually for the best. At least she wasn't with Celian. Then he stopped in front of the girls and told them to wait. In front of them, the mannequins were lined up in strange poses. Then Bia noticed something else. There was a door waiting at the back of the room. The other girls wondered if magic would work here. Curious, Bia asked Bia if he had already figured out the gate, and he said no. That made her think this might be too much for a commoner like him, so maybe she should find the answer herself. But before she could finish that thought, she heard, "I think I know how to get out." She looked over at once and asked if he was serious, and he told them to check the mannequins. Raising a hand, he pointed out that even with different poses, they were all doing the same dance, then asked if she knew which one. Rika answered right away. It was the Requiem of the Dead Serena. Serena was a woman who went through terrible pain and couldn't bear her tragedy, so she danced before losing her life. Then he asked if she remembered the dance itself. That was when she understood what he meant. Looking at the mannequins again, she realized they were arranged in the order of the moves, and only one part was missing. Bryce asked if they were ready. The other two were already copying the dance poses and answered yes. Then he looked at Bryce, and as expected of a princess, every move she made was graceful. And with that, the door in back opened. After they went through it, they entered a hall filled with knight armor. One of the girls asked if, just like the mannequins, the armor was also a clue. So the three of them searched the room to figure out the puzzle. But Bryce couldn't stop looking at something else. At Bryce, of course. She asked why he kept staring over there. He said the armor was probably just there to distract them, and the real key was the carpet. Pointing to it, he explained that the dance shown on the carpet was the real puzzle. If they looked closely, the figures were all in set poses, so they just had to solve that pattern. The other two quickly agreed that he was right. A few seconds later, the two girls moved around the room with Bryce and Bea, checking the figures on the carpet. After a while, they solved the puzzle, and the doors opened again. He quickly led them forward. By now, Bea couldn't help thinking that this Bryce really was different. Ever since he taught her to change the way she thought, she knew he had changed, but not this much. He was exploring a place no one else could read, and doing it strangely fast. To her, that took sharp strategy, careful watching, solid math, and quick thinking. Nothing like a normal first-year student. It almost felt like he had entered dangerous portals like this hundreds of times before, and that alone was amazing. Then she remembered that his hometown had been destroyed by demonic humans before he entered Estella. His village was on a border she had never even heard of. It was always on the front line against demonic human attacks. Even if commoners usually lacked proper training in battle or strategy, she could now understand why he was the most capable one here. In other words, while looking at him, she realized he must have fought demonic humans again and again, always risking his life. Maybe that was why he felt so different. At the same time, she thought about how he was never a hard-working student. He skipped class a lot and never did his homework. But seeing him push himself this hard now made her wonder why he was trying so much. A sudden wave of unease ran through her. Bake noticed and asked why she had stopped. Before he could say more, she told him to answer her honestly. Even though she didn't want to believe it, she asked if this portal they were in was actually a real one. Bambola was completely serious, and he could tell right away. He narrowed his eyes and realized she had figured it out. Seeing how worried she was, he thought that normally she would only notice it at the very end and would have gotten in the way of all the choices Celian had to make before they cleared it. Still, he gave a small smile. The fact that she noticed this now showed she was slowly moving away from the villain's path. That smile caught the attention of her red eyes. While they talked, the other two asked if something had happened. He got straight to it and said yes. This was a real personal portal. That meant they could be badly hurt or even die, so they needed to finish it as fast as possible. Beedle told herself she had been right. Looking at him, she realized there had to be a reason. Beedle was acting like this. After everything he had done, she felt she couldn't keep relying on his help. So even though she was scared, she put on a confident face and swore she would survive this personal portal with her own strength. Sometime later, on another path inside the personal portal, Flame and Celian came through a door. Someone called out to them asking them to come over. Flame asked if everyone was okay and whether anyone was missing. To her surprise, they said Jackie had suddenly vanished. They explained that Jackie had helped them get this far, but after they passed the last door, she disappeared. They searched for her and couldn't find her anywhere. Worried, Flame asked if they had only searched a little, thinking that meant they had arrived before Celian. Still, none of them were hurt. Then she was surprised again when they said they hadn't been the first to arrive. Off to one side, Battle was resting. Jackie had gone over to ask when he got there, and also whether he had seen Jackie. He told her no, and she answered in a strangely vague way. After that, she walked off and left him behind. He had thought that if he reached this place before everyone else, he could stop Jackie from disappearing. But looking at how things turned out, there was nothing he could do. Now his only choice was to help the protagonist clear this stage. Outside the personal portal at the Estella Academy Dome, a teacher was shocked. He had just realized that the personal portal had become real. Staring at the portal, now glowing a deep red, he asked how this could have happened when Estella's security system was supposed to be the best in the world. Another professor beside him said someone had completely altered the spatial wave detection system, so the special waves from the real personal portal were never picked up. Before they could say more, someone arrived. It was a stern-looking man, Arain Blackswan, commander of the Magic Knights. He said the most important thing now was finding out who was inside that real personal portal. One teacher asked if they could send in a second team, but Arain said it was impossible. The students inside were already taking on the portal. He was then told this was a level 4 or 5 danger portal, which caught him off guard. Since the number wasn't exact, the professor explained that it had started as a level 3 portal, but the moment the students entered, its level suddenly rose. Then he handed over the list of students inside. Arain glanced through it and saw members of Class S, including Bayek, Baya, Flame, and Celian. After seeing that, he said a level 5 personal portal was something even veteran mages had to prepare for carefully. There was no way ordinary first-year students could handle it. Then, to the teacher's shock, he ordered everyone to prepare body bags, saying there was nothing they could do now except wait for those students to die. Right after saying that, he turned and left, believing that was the most efficient action they could take. As he walked away, he asked the teachers if they really thought mere students could survive a level 5 personal portal. The teacher swallowed hard, knowing the situation was beyond absurd. Even so, as he stared at the portal, he still truly believed his students would make it out alive. Back with Celian and Flame, someone called for their attention. It was that girl coming over and saying this was where they were. While they talked, Bake stayed back and watched. He thought that now everyone was finally here. With his goal in mind, he told himself that all that was left was the final fight against the personal portal's boss. A little later, they reached another area and were met by a system screen. It said they had arrived at the dancing clock tower. If they went down the stairs to the end, a ballroom would be waiting for them. The dance had already begun, so they needed to hurry. They looked around and realized they had to head down those stairs. But something was still bothering Flame. At the top of this tower lived a mini-boss, the Black Widow Reaper, a level 4 danger monster. Each of its 8 legs was as sharp as a blade or scythe. Nervous, she swallowed hard and thought to herself that this place was getting way too dangerous. Looking up at the top of the tower, Flame thinks she can't rely on him forever. He lost his memories, so he shouldn't know anything about the Reaper Spider. She studied that monster ahead of time, so maybe she can handle it alone. Then she looks at Kylie and figures that if Kylie and he take on the final boss while she deals with the spider, they should be able to clear the Persona portal without much trouble. Just as she was about to tell everyone she would stay behind, someone cut in and told them all to move. Right behind them, he looked up and said something felt off above them. Then he told everyone to go down first. He would handle this and catch up later. The 3 girls started heading down the stairs. Following behind, Flame realized he probably didn't even know that monster was up there. She remembered that, without his memories, he shouldn't have any way to know where the spider was hiding. That only made her more curious about him. His senses must be incredibly sharp. Then a loud noise made everyone stop and wonder what it was. Bayan looked up and shouted that it was coming from above. They saw a giant spider rushing down at them. Flame froze and Bayan and Seise both wondered what happened to him. Then someone landed a hand on the Black Widow's head. Of course it was him. He shouted that he'd take care of this, so they needed to get to the ballroom now. Seise couldn't believe he was really going to fight that thing alone. Clenching her teeth, she told herself she had to help him. But before she could move, Bayan stopped her and said she knew what she was thinking. Still, they had to reach the ballroom as fast as possible. Turning away, she added that this was the only way they could truly help him. Behind them, Flame could only stare at Baikon's choice. Looking at her face, she wondered if Hong Baikon had always been this kind of person. A few minutes later, they all reached the ballroom. The place felt grand and rich, with music, dancing guests, and an air of pride all around. Then, out of nowhere, the lights went out. Someone began walking down the stairs. Baikon noticed first and warned the others. Flame answered right away. It had to be Duchess Aheron, the final boss of this portal, so everyone needed to get ready. But then something else caught her eye. Ahead of them stood a woman welcoming them with a smile. It was Jackie herself, smiling as she introduced herself as Jackie Aheron. The 3 girls were stunned to hear that she was the Duchess, the beautiful Duchess of this ball. Flame could only stare, trying to understand how this was possible. Nothing like this ever happened in the original story. There wasn't even a character named Jackie in the story to begin with. Bayan thought it was impossible for a normal human to become an NPC inside a Persona portal, let alone the final boss. Alicel added that only one kind of being could become an NPC in a Persona portal, which made them all realize Jackie had become a dark demonic human. Flame finally understood why he warned her to be careful around Jackie. Even so, she refused to give up. With a firm look, she swore she would bring Jackie back somehow. The other students stared at Jackie in shock, asking what was happening and begging her to calm down before she fully turned into a monster. Jackie only smiled. The other NPCs called out to her. They kept praising her, and with a flushed face and a smile she could barely contain, Jackie told her former classmates she was in pure bliss, so much pleasure she felt like she might melt. Bayan said it was already too late. Jackie's mind had been corrupted. Alicel said that if Jackie had fallen this far, then they had to clear the gate and bring her back. Those words hit Flame hard, but instead of breaking her, they pushed her forward. In her heart, she begged Jackie to hold on. She would save her no matter what. Standing beside Jackie, dark energy swirled around her as she asked if everyone was ready for the dance to begin. At that moment, the system announced that the final battle, the Ball of Tingation, had started. While all this was happening, he was still fighting the Black Widow. After pulling back, he let out a long breath and muttered that this thing was seriously strong. Killing the Reaper Black Widow wasn't needed to clear the portal. It didn't affect the portal's main condition. Even so, he had a reason for doing all this. First, he wanted the captivating tree stones embedded in the Reaper Black Widow's forehead. The monster charged again in a rage, but before it could hit him, he teleported behind it. Then he threw an electric potion, a slippery potion, and an oil potion at it. The 3 mixed together and made the shock even stronger. Using that opening, he slashed it hard with his sword, and there was a second reason he was doing this. This was the only hidden method to complete Jackie's dark demonization route. The item called the Captivating Tree Petra greatly boosts mental power when absorbed. It was a must-have item for using his Mana Leak Syndrome skill, Cognitive Acceleration, and the Oculus Boo Boo properly. According to the novel, there were some strange details about these stones, and all of them were tied to the final boss, Duchess Aheron, in this case Jackie. The story said the Reaper Black Widow was actually Duchess Aheron's husband, so it wasn't really a Black Widow. It was a Black Widower. As he kept teleporting to dodge, he thought about what that meant. Every time he damaged the captivating tree Petra barrier, the Duchess would be hurt too. That would make it easier for the girls to clear the Persona portal. Still, he wasn't fully sure whether these attacks would help at the right moment. But that doubt wasn't enough to stop him. He rushed the Black Widower again as fast as he could, planning to hit it as many times as possible. And that's exactly what he did, flashing around the area and striking it over and over. The Black Widower screamed at the top of its lungs. From the side he thought this was good. Somehow he had managed to pin it down. Then something caught his eye. Seeing the Black Widower start to fall, he wondered if it happened because he had used too much of the slippery potion. He teleported away at once and rushed toward it, realizing the ballroom was right below. As he got close, he told himself that if he calculated the path right, this might actually work. After a quick moment of thought, he used Flash again. Back with the girls, the final battle had already begun. They watched Jackie dance with eerie grace while black energy floated around her. With every step, a powerful attack came at them. Worried, Bayan asked if everyone was okay, and he answered. Then she realized there was no time to waste. They had to fight now. Raising her staff, she faced the enemy of humanity, a shadow demonic human. She fired a ball of flame at Jackie, but Jackie didn't flinch. With a faint smile, she said it was useless. With a wave of her hand, a barrier rose in front of her. Yahello struck with ice magic, and the other students followed with their own spells, but Jackie's barrier shut all of them down. Then Flame used her magic, and this time Jackie was caught off guard. But Flame didn't attack. For some reason, she began dancing gracefully, just like Jackie. Yahello asked what she was doing. Why was she dancing? Flame said nothing and kept her eyes locked on Jackie. Then, with a swing of her staff, she launched an attack that slipped past Jackie's barrier and grazed her cheek. Flame shouted for everyone to start dancing. This matched something she had read in a novel. She told Bayan and Yahello that everything they had gone through until now was the answer. This phase wasn't just a magic battle, it was a dance battle too. They had to cast their magic through their movements. Bayan understood right away. Normal magic alone couldn't break the Duchess's dance. Yahello thought of it as a dance that opposed Serena's silent tango, the requiem of dead Serena. Then she, along with Yahello, danced with the other students. More attacks were launched at Jackie, and she stood still as they all flew toward her. A huge blast and a flash of light shook the room. Yahello wondered if their attack had worked. Then something made her look again. Through the dust, she told the others the music had gotten faster, and then they all saw it. Jackie was still standing there unharmed. Somehow she now had 4 legs. She used all 4 to dance even faster, perfectly matching the sped-up music. A huge magic circle appeared beneath her. Behind Jack, a huge magic circle appeared. She grinned and asked if they were finally ready for the real dance. Flame begged her to stop, warning that if she sank any deeper into the role of Duchess Aheron, she might never come back. All around the hall, the portal's NPCs shouted praise at Jack Aheron, calling her the greatest dancer of all. They urged her to punish the fools before her. After hearing all that, Jack turned to Flame and called her a truly awful person. She brought up moments from the past, saying Flame had always been selfish, always trying to keep everyone to herself, hoarding every sweet feeling for her alone. And that smile Flame showed in front of others. To Jack, it had always looked like nothing but a mask. Now, with all that jealousy exploding out of her, Jack screamed that she could never forget this feeling and would never let it go. Bia shouted that another attack was coming and told everyone to defend themselves. Jack's attacks rained down right after that. Some students managed to raise barriers, but others couldn't block in time. While Alicel looked away for a second, an attack came straight at her. She shut her eyes and braced for the hit. But when nothing happened, she slowly opened them, confused. Standing in front of her was someone wrapped in flames. It was Bia, calling her a loser and telling her to focus on the fight. She told Ciela to leave the fire attacks to her since she handled those better, and to focus on blocking the lightning instead. Then Bia called out to Flame, telling her to stay behind everyone and wait for a chance to strike. Flame was more confused than anyone, wondering what had gotten into them. In the original story, Bia got jealous of Ciela's talent, lost control, and pushed the others close to death. But that wasn't happening now. Instead, she was calm and reading the battle perfectly. Celia was the same way, moving fast to put up an ice barrier and protect her. Then Celia snapped back too, telling Flame not to let her guard down. Hearing that, Flame moved behind the two of them. Knowing she couldn't just stand there, she began gathering a large light spell, then fired it at Jack, who yelled that it was all useless, but Flame only gave a small smile. Her spell wasn't aimed at Jack, it hit the ceiling, sending rubble crashing down on her. After that, the music stopped, and the whole hall went silent. Everyone wondered if it was finally over, but it wasn't. Through the dust and broken stone, a shadow appeared. Celia, Bia, and Flame all stared in shock. Jack was still standing in that twisted form, glaring at Flame and asking if she really hated seeing her happy that much. The students around them shook with fear. Jack screamed, asking why Flame wouldn't leave her alone and why she was doing this. Flame said that wasn't it at all. She just wanted Jack to return to normal for her own sake and begged her to stop. Before she could finish, Jack shouted at the top of her lungs, ordering her to shut up. Then she spread her arms as the music went wild again. Bia and Flame could only stare. A massive spell was forming above Jack. Flame asked what they were supposed to do, but right then a strange sound caught her attention. She looked up at the broken ceiling, wondering what it was. At her side, Celia asked if Bayek was up there. All of a sudden, Jack let out a piercing scream, catching everyone off guard. Bia asked Flame what was happening, and Flame said she wasn't sure, but she thought Bayek's fight upstairs against the Black Widow was somehow affecting Jack, and that was exactly it. Jack had become a Theron, who shared her pain with her husband, the spider fighting their human upstairs. Flame wondered if he had known about this trick all along, and if that was why he stayed behind alone to fight a level 4 monster and help them in this battle. Jack screamed in unbearable pain. Bia yelled that this was their chance to act. The three of them attacked at once with their magic. A huge explosion filled the hall. Even then, Jack was still standing. She shouted, asking how they dared do this to her. But before she could move, the spider crashed down right on top of her. Bia stared in confusion and asked what had just happened. At that moment, something caught Flame's eye. The Black Widow was lying dead on the floor, and she couldn't understand how it had happened. A trembling student muttered that it was impossible. How could a first-year student defeat a level 4 risk grade 4 monster? Their guy was lying on the ground too, unconscious in the ruined hall. No one knew what to think, as they looked between the monster and Jackie, the first year who had been left behind to fight it. Flame, Celia, and Bia were the first to move. Among the rubble, Jackie came into view, wearing a furious expression and saying she would never forgive Flame. As she came closer, she mocked Flame, saying that since she couldn't beat her in dance, she had used cheap tricks instead. She called her pathetic, jealous, and ugly on the inside. Then Jackie laughed, saying it was actually a relief that she wasn't the only one who felt that way, and even the famous Flame was just like her. But after all the insults and rage, Flame only looked back at her with pity. Jackie demanded to know why she was looking at her like that. Flame asked if Celia could make a mirror. After a short pause, she said yes. Jackie kept ranting that it didn't matter what Flame did now. She had already become the best, better than her. But before she could finish, she saw her own reflection in the ice mirror. Her eyes widened at the horn on her head. She asked who that was, saying this couldn't be real, that it had to be a lie. Around then, their guy got back up, holding his head from the pain. To his surprise, Jackie was screaming that everyone there was trying to trick her. She shouted that it was disgusting, hideous, awful, terrible, and demanded they take the mirror away. The same NPCs who had praised her earlier now said the Duchess had become horribly ugly. Bia and Ciel stayed silent while Jackie's screams of "That's not me" echoed through the hall. Then she raised a hand toward Flame and begged for help, saying only Flame could do something. The girl who had envied her all this time and let herself be corrupted just to become the best was now pleading to be saved. But her rage flared up again, and she lunged at Flame, saying this was what Flame had wanted all along, that Flame had turned her into this and deserved to die. Before she could do anything, she was struck down. In her mind, only the image of the one she loved remained. Blazing fire magic swallowed her whole. Even through all the screaming, the three heroines of this story said nothing. As Jack's body, ruined by demonic magic, burned away, Flame apologized over and over, saying she was truly sorry. And that was the end of Duchess Herrera's story, a girl who chased the greatest beauty and the greatest fame in the world. With that, the event came to an end. Outside, word spread that the other student groups in the real training persona portals had already finished too. Professor Stellera ordered everyone to evacuate them from the area as fast as possible. Then he looked away and thought that only the students from the real persona portal were still missing. Before he could finish, that group finally came out of the risk level 5 persona portal, making him comment that ants had somehow taken down a mountain tiger. Professor Stellera headed over to speak with them and find out what had happened. The knight who had been waiting for bodies to come out of that portal widened his eyes in disbelief at what he was seeing. Then he told the other magic knights they were pulling back, and they did just that. This time, their guy stepped forward first and introduced himself to report what happened in the persona portal. Out of 18 students, 17 had returned. The professor narrowed his eyes, realizing that meant someone had lost their life. Before the talk could continue, someone else arrived and asked what was going on. It was Eldon Welton himself, and he asked their guy to explain everything. Sometime later, in the first main tower of Estella Academy, their guy was walking the halls beside Welton. He didn't know how to react. He was about to speak with him alone, and it was making him really nervous. Looking away, he told himself this was exactly why he never wanted to become the leader. Before they left the portal, Bia had suggested picking one leader so they could give the report properly. Their guy immediately tried to push the job onto Ciel, but the girls called him out, asking if he was seriously trying to hand all the credit for clearing the persona portal to someone else. Even Ciel agreed with them, saying he couldn't do that, leaving him totally cornered. And that was how he ended up here, the leader of the group. Then Welton looked at him and said this was the third time they had met, that he had grown a lot, and that back then he was just a child. Confused, he asked what that was supposed to mean. A long time ago, back when our guy was still training hard and nowhere near who he is now, someone came to him and said he was different from everyone else. That hooded figure told him he had a strange kind of natural talent. It was Eltwin Welton. He offered him a recommendation letter and asked him to come study at his academy. Then he suddenly woke up, like he had just come out of a dream. Welton was right beside him, thanking him on everyone's behalf for stopping the situation from getting worse. He also said he had no plan to make the Persona Portal incident public. If any student had been badly hurt, that would be different, but thanks to him, that never happened. Then Welton caught him off guard by saying there was something he wanted to ask. The mood changed at once. With a sharp look, he asked if there had been some kind of insect inside that portal. Our guy swallowed hard under the director's stare, not dragging it out. He admitted yes, a student named Jack died after being consumed by dark erosion. Welton only said it was unfortunate, which made our guy think he didn't sound sad at all. Then changing the subject and putting Bake on alert, Welton pointed out that he still hadn't offered him anything to drink. He asked if he wanted coffee, tea, or maybe something younger people liked more, like soda. Without hesitating, he chose tea, and asked if Welton happened to have Lu TT. That name clearly surprised him, but for some reason a small smile appeared and he said yes, of course he did. A few minutes later, he brought the tea himself and said he was surprised since almost no one even knew about it. He asked how he knew that tea in the first place, and yeah, this is part of why it's so rare, it tastes awful. So why would he ask for such a terrible tea? Compared to drinks on Earth, it's kind of like a fermented fruit tea. People either hate it or get weirdly hooked on it. The truth is, this talk with Welton is like a special branch in the game, a huge chance for him. If someone picks coffee, they get magic lessons. If they ask for soda, they gain a magical insight. And there's another reason. Li Yuchi tea is Welton's favorite. But there's one more important detail. Welton explained that this tea used to be enjoyed only by the Lu Chi people, who lived in the western part of the continent long ago. It was supposed to stay with them alone, but they chose to share it with humans, and that ended badly. After that, the Lu Chi tribe and the recipe for the tea vanished completely. With a sad smile, he said this was one of the last remaining batches in the world. If humans weren't so greedy, there could still be more of it today. That caught him off guard, and our guy answered that it was actually kind of funny, since he used to drink this tea all the time. Welton set his cup down and quickly asked if there was still more of it out there. He answered no. That answer seemed to really disappoint him. Then our guy added something that made his eyes light up. He knew the recipe. Welton instantly got restless in his chair. After a small cough, he asked if he could buy the recipe and promised to pay very well. The man really loves tea. Our guy realized this was the exact moment he had been waiting for. Instead of money, there was something else he wanted more. That got Welton's full attention, and he asked for his magic of technological enchantment. With a huge grin, he said that was his request, and that he truly hoped for his help this time. Welton asked if he was really sure. The Lu Chi recipe was thought to be gone forever and could be worth a fortune, while his magic wasn't even that useful. Did he understand that? He did. He knew exactly what he was asking for. Welton's technological enchantment, combined with the technology made by Professor Lisha and phosphorus taken from a necromancer, can create a spatial inventory, a dimensional space to store items. And if you'll allow a quick novel spoiler, yeah, spoiler warning here, our guy really does get that dimensional inventory, and the process of putting it into his body is absolute hell. An 8th class mage who specializes in space magic can use this kind of inventory, but if he gets it from Welton, a 9th class mage, it'll be an extremely high-level version. Still, he said that receiving the core of Welton's magic would be worth more than any amount of money. Then he asked Welton to accept the trade. That made him smile a little before agreeing. At that same time, in the main tower of Stella Academy, Vice Principal Hyde was talking about the Persona Portal they had worked so hard to open, only for it to fail. He addressed the young man in front of him, who admitted they were afraid their leader would be angry over it. Hyde replied that their problem was playing by the rules. The Persona Portal plan had failed, sure, but there were still other ways to get what they wanted. The young man stayed quiet for a moment, then he looked at the vice principal and asked if the next plan was to make Professor Maisie lose control. If so, he had something to say first. Sometime later, that same teacher was walking through the halls of the school. He thought about why they had decided to open a Persona Portal this time. The main goal had been to wipe out the students most likely to take part in the Aslan seminar later on. That meant Flame, Bake, Celia and Baya, but even after opening a level 4 portal, something that should have been far beyond those students, none of them came out hurt. He stopped there, thinking nothing had gone according to plan. Before he could finish the thought, a certain student called out to him. It was Matthias, mocking him by saying that when he was younger he used to run around like a wild animal, and now he strutted around acting like some proper human professor. Leiden's face changed at once. Even if Matthias was the great master's son, he warned him to watch his mouth. Then he brought up Matthias's so-called friends. That was enough to make Matthias turn serious, as Leiden asked if his little house game had gone too far. In an instant, Leiden's whole body grew heavy when Matthias asked if he really thought he had the right to say that in front of him. The magic pressing down on him was terrifying, and Matthias warned him to be careful. Wearing an empty smile, he said that if he wasn't careful, he might do something stupid. Right after Matthias showed who was in charge, the teacher collapsed to the floor, shaking in fear. Grinding his teeth, he told himself he could endure all of this, that it was nothing. Later, a group of girls had gathered around Bia. They told her they were glad she was safe after what happened in the Persona Portal. Bia realized the whole school already seemed to know about the incident. Right then, someone else arrived and called out to her. It was Edmund Adalek, a third-year student at the academy. He came over and asked her not to be so formal with him, but she answered that they were at school where seniority still mattered. Changing topics, he said he was glad she was safe and that he had been worried after hearing what happened. She told him she was fine and didn't need his concern, while secretly thinking of him as a pest. There were two great noble houses in the kingdom. Duke Orkan's house, which supported her older sister's claim to the throne, and Duke Edmund Adelake's house, which opposed it. And in all of this, Edmund Adalake was the only heir of his house. His main goal was simple, to make Bia the queen and then marry her. After that, he touched her shoulder in a way she clearly hated, and said he would visit her later. Even though Bia was a princess, she still needed this awful man's support. She thought that depending on a man who wanted to make her queen was pathetic, but if only there were someone else who could help her just as much. Before she could finish that thought, something caught her eye. Through the window, she spotted our guy walking outside. Edmund Adalek asked what she was looking at. She glanced toward our guy one more time, trying to see where he was headed. Then she left, telling Edmund Adalek it was nothing important. She went after him. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner, he told himself it was time to identify the item. With that, he absorbed the flower from the temptation tree. His spiritual energy rose by 65, and his resistance to seduction magic also increased a little forever. Those were his current stats now. Looking them over, he thought they weren't bad at all. There was also the constellation system, which was offering him a special reward. Touching his chin, he said that clearing the persona portal had earned him a few bonus rewards, but the real question was what he should choose. Then something came to mind. He asked the system if he could choose the Merican pendant instead, and the answer was yes. With that, he received the high-class Merican pendant, a one-time use item with the special skill Merican shield. As he put on the necklace, he thought it was a shame it could only be used once. Still, it was worth keeping, basically a lifesaver. Next, he checked the branch of resentment and saw it had already stacked up to 78. That was enough to make him smile a little. His prep for fighting Professor Maisie was almost done, and now he just had to leave the rest to Alicia. Somewhere else at the International Alchemy Organization's Artifact Hall, the receptionist welcomed him, and he said he was only here to meet Alicia. When he realized that would not be easy, he reached into his pocket for the letter, already expecting this might happen. He handed it over and explained that Alicia herself had given him the invitation. A little later, they were already outside Alicia's room, calling for her. After knocking again, they pointed out that something felt off. Then out of nowhere, a huge explosion went off inside. Luckily, Bake moved fast enough to pull both him and the dark-haired woman to safety. Right after that, he rushed into the room, calling for Alicia and asking if she was okay. He found her smiling like nothing was wrong, saying he had arrived at the perfect time. The top alchemist there showed off her bracelet and activated it, saying it could create a level 3 defense shield. Clearly excited, she asked if it was not amazing. Now even people who could not control mana could still use a magic shield. She came closer and said that once this item was revealed, the whole world would go crazy for it, and of course it was all thanks to him. Then she got everyone's attention and introduced him as the co-author of her research, asking if he wanted to join the alchemist there. Caught off guard, he turned it down. He said he could not even use mana, so becoming an alchemist was impossible for him. Getting straight to it, he explained that his body had a condition called mana leakage, which kept him from absorbing mana from the world around him. That shocked both of them so much they could barely react. Then they asked something that caught him off guard. If that mana condition meant his life would be very short. He only looked away, thinking that was how most people saw it, and honestly it was not exactly wrong. He admitted his life was limited, but said he had no plans to just give up and die. One way or another, he would find a fix, so they should not worry. Changing the subject, he asked if he could take a closer look at the shield bracelet. Once it was in his hands, he put on his information reading glasses. That let him see the bracelet was still in its beta stage, and it had plenty of useless parts built into the design. So he asked Alicia if she could lend him a magic soldering pen. Just as the dwarf started asking what he was doing, Alicia stopped him and told him to stay quiet and trust the process. He spent the next few minutes fully focused on the bracelet. After making a few changes, the shield expanded in a way it could not before, and he said it was finished now. The dwarf shouted in disbelief, calling it incredible. He kept praising him with total excitement, while Alicia stood beside them, looking prouder than ever. Then Bake said he had an important request for the two of them. He held out the sphere and asked if they could make an enchanted item with it. What surprised them even more was his next point. It would use spatial magic, and Eltman himself would be helping too. Even the academy director was backing the student. Alicia apologized and said she really did want to help, but she did not think she could handle it yet since she lacked experience with enchantments like that. He told her that was fine. He was not asking her to do it right now, just to try for him once she felt skilled enough, even if that took months. Sometime later, he was beside Celian. She kept sneaking glances at him, watching how calm he looked as always. She wondered if she should just ask him directly. That was when someone else caught her attention. It was Princess Abilene. She walked over to him and asked if he was busy, saying she had something important to discuss. That instantly made Celian curious. As she watched the two of them leave the room, she wondered what the princess wanted to talk about so badly. But that thought did not get far. She clenched her fists as a sharp ache hit her chest, wondering why this bothered her when it was none of her business. Yeah, even he had no answer for that. In the hallway, Bayek walked beside Abeline. He got straight to the point and asked what she wanted. She said she had heard he was at the alchemy tower recently. Looking right at him, she asked if that meant he really was Alicia's research co-author. Hearing that, he figured it was not surprising she already knew. With the power of the Outlevet family, news like that would reach her fast. So he asked what she was after. Did she want him to act as a middleman and help her make a deal with Alicia for those items? With her arms crossed, she said she would not deny that, but she hoped he would not take it the wrong way. Then she made herself clear. Yes, the items mattered, but her connection with him mattered even more. That answer threw him off. He had not expected her to come at him like that at all. Still, one thought would not leave his mind. Seeing how much she had changed, he wondered if this time he might really be able to stop her death. At that exact moment, someone else arrived and called out to Abeline. It was Edmund, complaining that she had turned down lunch with him because she supposedly had something important to do, only for him to find her here talking to a mere commoner. Jealousy was written all over his face as he asked if she had any idea how upset that made him. The mood between the three of them turned ugly fast. Feeling the tension in the air, he held himself back from punching the jerk in front of him and narrowed his eyes. He was not angry just because Edmund was annoying. This man was also one of the main reasons Abeline was headed for ruin. Judging by the way Edmund acted, he clearly had no idea that he was the co-author behind the random flow intersection research. Before he could respond, Abeline stepped in front of him and said he was not some simple commoner. She explained that she was trying to use him as a link to the great alchemist Alicia, so Edmund needed to stop getting in the way. That idiot asked if she was serious, barely holding back a laugh. Then he looked at him and mocked the idea that a commoner like him could help her more than the heir of House Adalek. To him, the whole thing felt completely ridiculous. He looked at Abeline and thought about how he was used to being treated like this for being a commoner. But Abeline was not having it. Furious, she demanded to know what kind of nonsense Edmund was saying. That reaction caught him off guard. Still, to her disappointment, he asked her to pretend this conversation had never happened, leaving the smug idiot standing there. Then he stepped forward and said he wanted to make one thing very clear. He coolly said he would tell people the Adalek family had refused the item deals, which would mean they could not trade with the Adalevic kingdom either. The fool snapped back, asking if he really dared speak to him like that, and whether he even knew who he was talking to. His answer was simple. So what? Abeline grew worried, wondering why he was acting like this inside the academy, especially when Edmund was known as one of the most influential third years. In the end, he just walked away, leaving the two of them behind. That hit Edmund hard. Furious, he demanded to know how a first-year student dared act that way towards someone from the third year, and swore to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Abeline stayed silent, feeling powerless as she listened. Elsewhere, as he walked alone, he apologized to Abeline in his thoughts. Letting out a small sigh, he decided he had to bring Edmund down completely. Whether Abeline took the throne or not, the fall of House Adalak would end badly. More than anything, he refused to let Princess Abeline Adolevit bow to trash like Edmund. Yeah, these two really do look good together. In another part of the academy, there was a certain princess. Abeline let out a long sigh and told herself that maybe she should give up on the whole idea of becoming queen. By now, it was painfully clear why that man kept bothering her so much. She realized he kept getting in her way because he didn't want her making allies on her own. Clenching her fists, she thought she had missed a big chance, and wondered if she could really do anything by herself. Then something clicked in her head. She remembered our guy saying he'd make it look like House Adalak had refused the deal, which would block trade with Adalevit too. That made her wonder why he said that right then. It felt strange. He usually avoided standing out, but this time he was clearly baiting that idiot, and she started to wonder why. Some time passed, and night fell over Estelle Academy. Standing beside our guy, Alice smiled and said it had finally arrived. In front of them was a case holding a ring, a bracelet, and a necklace. These were the prototypes Alice had made, and he'd been waiting for them. First was a low-class barrier-coating necklace with +11 agility, +14 endurance, and +1 mana. Seeing it, he said it was way better than he expected. Next came a mid-class unknown dagger ring that gave +14 agility and +9 perception. Last was a shield bracelet with +7 strength, +9 endurance, and +2 mana. Happy with all of them, he told Alice he'd test every item as soon as possible in a real fight and let her know how they worked. Grinning to himself, he decided the prep work was done. A few days later, the second test began. It had two parts, practical and written. In the practical section, combat magic was graded differently depending on the type of magic. For example, lightning magic was judged by the highest voltage the user could release and how many chain currents they could make. Wind magic focused on explosive force. Ice magic was scored by how far someone could extend an attack without affecting their own body temperature. There were other types too, like healing and material magic. Put together, the whole test was pretty amazing to watch. Out of all of them, the one that drew the most attention was fire magic, and the one using fire like a master was none other than our princess. Before his own turn, he thought all the main players were on a whole different level. Then it was time for his test, and he blinked around the area, pressing the buttons one after another. Even the professors were impressed. Watching him use teleportation was always shocking. After he let out a long sigh, they announced that his exam was over. He figured the practical part had gone fine. If he scored well on the written test too, then with his glasses helping out, he shouldn't have much trouble. Too bad trouble came from somewhere else. A couple of second-year students showed up, lackeys of Edmund Adalek. He understood right away that they were just sucking up to Edmund, so he stayed quiet. That look on his face annoyed one of them, who demanded to know what that expression meant. Then he asked if our guy wasn't going to bow his head before speaking. But there was no way he was doing that, and he was already getting mad enough to tell them where to go. The mood between them turned tense fast. One of the brown-nosers stepped in and went, well, what do we have here? He mocked our guy for acting bold, even though he was a commoner and an orphan too. That was way out of line. Just then, Ban happened to come over. She wondered if a fight was about to start. Looking closer, she saw those two were Edmund Adalek's lackeys. She also recognized our guy. If you remember, she was with him during the Nucleomancer attack. Ban immediately asked what the hell those two were doing. The lackey said he was just teaching this freshman a lesson. He called Barrick trash and claimed Barrick had been rude to a third year, so as a second year, it was his job to straighten him out. Ban looked over at our guy. Judging by his face, she wondered if he was really about to kneel to this loser. He was strong enough to beat a 5th-class Nucleomancer. Was he seriously going to let this slide? She swallowed hard and decided no, that wasn't what was happening. Catching the lackey off guard, she said he was right. If our guy really had disrespected a third year, then they couldn't just ignore it. In a magic army, that would be treated as serious insubordination. So she suggested setting up a special education unit for the freshmen. When they said that would need the student council president's approval, she replied that she'd get it herself. That made the lackey very happy. He turned to our guy with a hungry grin, saying this was going to be great, this was going to be fun. Then he left, leaving Ban and Bayek behind. She apologized for butting in, but said that if things stayed as they were, those guys would never leave him alone. Then she asked if he was using this humiliation as an excuse to set up something bigger. Someone as smart and strong as him, even able to beat a necromancer, wouldn't pick a fight with a senior for no reason. So there had to be one. She caught him off guard by asking if he was trying to sacrifice himself to end Estella's unfair system, and the way upperclassmen abuse freshmen. That was definitely not what our guy had in mind. But Ban was already deep into her own story. She explained that some of the people with Edmund earlier had no choice but to follow him because of their family situations. They were basically forced followers, and even if they meant well, they'd still get punished along with the rest. Then she grabbed his shoulder, clenched her fists, and declared that she'd prepare the perfect stage for him. That way he could fight with everything he had, and she would personally convince the student council president. Meanwhile, our guy could only think, what is this woman even talking about? Elsewhere, during the test on magical protocol interpretation, some students were already complaining that they didn't understand anything. Our guy, using those cheat-level glasses, said he had already finished his exam. The professor asked what he meant. Only 20 minutes had passed. Was he giving up? He calmly answered that he was done. Confused, the professor looked at the paper, wondering what the student was talking about. Then he was completely stunned. Outside, our guy said it wasn't like he ever worried much about studying, but it was still a relief to finish that test so quickly. For now, though, he wanted to hear what people were saying about him. Some students were already whispering that he was about to challenge Edmund Adalek and had landed on his blacklist. That told him the rumors had already spread through the whole school. And the next thing coming was the special unit for freshmen. Basically, it was a duel between a freshman and a senior, someone who wanted to teach the freshmen. At Estella, upperclassmen aren't officially allowed to verbally abuse or physically attack freshmen. But in a special education unit, the senior is allowed to teach the freshman physically. Even though it's called a duel, it's usually just a senior beating up a freshman with magic because they have far more experience. That's why, to stop those kinds of abuses, a special education unit needs approval from the student council. Still, students from Class S can submit the request directly. At first, our guy had really been thinking about kneeling, leaving, and dealing with these idiots another day. But now that things had blown up this far, there was only one thing left for him to do. So he went over to a box of those toy monkeys that clap their hands. Picking one up, he thought that if you can't avoid something, then you might as well enjoy every second of it. This was Miro Yan, the student council president, and a second year from Class S. Ban stood in front of him, and he asked what she was doing there. Getting straight to the point, she asked him to approve a special education unit for a freshman, specifically the first-year Class S student, Bahik. The president asked if she wasn't the one who hated this kind of thing more than anyone. Ban answered with perfect irony. That was exactly why she was doing it. The president said he had no idea what she was thinking. No matter how talented a first year might be, he couldn't beat an upperclassman. The gap in experience was too big to make up with skill or talent alone. Even so, he asked if she really wanted to open this special education unit. Ban just smiled and told him that if he was curious, he should come watch the duel himself, because she promised it would be very entertaining. The president only sighed, still wondering what on earth she was planning. After she left, the professor came over and asked him to look at the student's test submission report. While he went through the papers, the professor said they would talk after he finished reading everything. One test stood out right away. It was a prox overlap circuit design, and the student had cut the reverse engineering link chain equation down by half with one simple formula. That overlap circuit formula had already been improved for efficiency by many scholars over the years. Even so, this student pushed it even further. The student council president was stunned and asked who had written it. Smiling, the professor said it was a student named Baekyu Sale. With work like this, he could even join the Aslan seminar. Quick spoiler, a lot is going to happen at that Aslan seminar, and this paper from our guy is exactly why it becomes such a big deal. Back to the story, the professor hurried out saying he had no time to waste and needed to report this to the vice principal right away. Left alone, the president repeated Baekyu Sale's name to himself. It sounded familiar, and now he seemed far more interesting than expected. Later, Vice Principal Heidi asked if he really meant to recommend the protagonist for the Aslan seminar. The professor said yes, just look at what he made. It was amazing. But the vice principal shut that down at once, saying it was a problem because several other students were also qualified. He added that each school could only send 2 students to the Aslan seminar, not counting kids from powerful families who already had fixed entry. Then he asked if the professor still wanted to recommend him after knowing all that, and called someone like Bak MC, a magic knight who couldn't use magic, an insult to every mage. The professor could only glare as the vice principal coldly ended it, saying if he understood, he could leave. Baekyu Sale would never be approved for the Aslan seminar. After the professor walked out, the office fell silent. Furious, the vice principal crushed his test in his hand. Then he burned it to ash, saying a worm like that would never set foot in the Aslan seminar. Anyway, the second exam ended, and the rankings were posted for all the students. Yusel went to check where he had placed. He found his name at rank 419. Crossing his arms, he thought it was almost impressive. He got that rank even after acing the written test. Then he checked the top students. As always, Matali was first, Flame was second, Izel third, Ian fourth, and Bia took fifth. While he stood there thinking, someone walked up beside him. Caught off guard, he heard her ask if he had taken this rank on purpose. Of course it was Bia. She warned him to stop doing things like this because he had already drawn too much attention. Yusel had no idea what she meant, so she pointed out that since he placed in the top 600, it looked like he planned to enter the competition. Hand on his chin, he realized she had a point. There really was an event where selected students fought against other schools, but something else about her caught his attention too. Baekyu Sale looked unusually nervous, and he couldn't figure out why she was acting like that. So he stepped closer, making her even more flustered, and asked if she wanted to say something. Baekyu looked away, her cheeks turning red. Then she finally asked why he had done that. Getting to the point, she meant what he did to Edmund Adelek. That guy was stubborn, and he would keep bothering him until graduation. So could he really handle that? She went quiet after saying it, but it was obvious she was worried about him. Then he surprised her by admitting no. He couldn't just put up with being harassed his whole school life. What he really thought was simple. He'd rather beat them down and throw them out than sit there and take it. But she couldn't hear that part, so she kept asking why he did it and what he had to gain. Yusel just looked at her in silence. Then he told her the truth in his own way. His connection with her mattered more than all of this. He added that he wasn't helping for free though. When this was over, she'd have to make an exclusive item contract with him. Still flustered, Bia said he could make that kind of deal with any other kingdom. He searched for an answer, thinking he couldn't exactly say the real reason that he wanted to save her and give her a happy ending. So he told her he'd explain it later. To his surprise, she simply said that was fine and that he didn't need to force himself. Then, trying to help in her own way, she said it wouldn't matter if she used her real power and beat up the seniors herself. She could handle the fallout later. That left him wondering why she was already assuming he would win the duel. While they talked, someone else watched them from a distance. A moment later, that student turned and left. Sometime later, during practical magic class, her teacher called on Arshwang and praised her control. Even if her attacks lacked real force, that could be fixed with high-level control. Then she looked away and said it was completely different from her own daughter, the princess, who stayed silent through all of it. Her mother asked how many times she had to say it. Fire magic wasn't just about destruction. She went on, saying it was hard to believe the top fire user was acting like this, and told her to do it again. Arshwang only grew more uneasy under that pressure. By nightfall, that same girl was still training. With a sad look, she whispered to herself that she had lost again. Staring at the training field, she wondered why she could never win. Anyway, I'll stop here for now. My voice is worn out and I wanted to cover all the chapters and make this a long video, but my throat is really bad and I think I'm getting sick. That's why I rushed this out for you guys. Honestly, I'm a little scared to post this video, but the last part went up 5 months ago and nothing happened, so let's just post it and see what happens. Also, I recently finished reading the novel for this manhwa, and I'm really excited about it. I just wanted to share that hype with someone because I don't really have anyone to talk to about it. Last chapter we saw that awful girl show up again. I already forgot her name, sorry. Dragged around by her own insecurity. The next day, while walking through the academy, Izel noticed people whispering. She quickly realized they were talking about Yushul and his fight with a senior later that day. That brought back a memory of when Bia had gone to see him. Even with sad eyes, Izel told herself it had nothing to do with her, and she didn't even care to watch the match. Even so, she felt strangely restless. A few minutes later, she arrived at the arena, ready to watch Yushul's match. Then someone came over and called out to her. It was Harlan, a first year from Class B, who said there were strong rumors going around that Izelle was dating Beck. Harlan sat beside her and asked her to be honest. That instantly made Izelle turn red as she denied it. Still, she couldn't find the right words to describe her relationship with the protagonist. Harlan thought that since Izelle was the daughter of a trader, she had been curious about what she'd be like, but after meeting her, she saw how sweet and gentle she really was. Then the crowd suddenly erupted, grabbing both their attention. Everyone had spotted Usiel getting ready for the duel. He meanwhile wondered why so many people had shown up. And that senior from the fight against the necromancer told MC to take it easy in this match. He looked at the loud crowd and seriously wondered why they thought he could beat an academy senior. Some students nearby kept trash-talking him, calling him arrogant and saying he was finally about to get what was coming to him. Right then, our girl arrived. She shut those loudmouths up with one cold look. After that little scene was over, she took her seat with perfect calm. Then she looked at our human and wondered what he was planning. Soon, the second-year student Kaler from Class 100 stepped forward. He came over and asked if he was ready. With the face of someone who just woke up too early, Bake said yes. That only made the senior even madder, since Bak still looked completely full of himself. The professor stepped in and explained the rules. The duel had to last at least 15 minutes, and it would end when one of them lost consciousness. But if things got too dangerous, the dome's spatial magic would stop the match right away. With both fighters facing each other, the professor gave the signal to begin. At once, the dome's magic changed the battlefield. The 15-minute timer started, and both of them got into fighting stances. Harlan asked Seal who she thought would win. After watching for a moment, a senior pointed out that the other student used Earth Magic, a defense-type attribute, so our human's chances look slim. Harlan added that Earth Magic is known for controlling the field. The more ground its user controls, the more attack options they get. She was curious how our human planned to break through that defense. This time, Seal agreed. By normal logic, our human had no chance of winning. But when she saw that confident look in his eyes, she remembered one thing. Normal logic never really applied to Bake. The senior made the first move, shouting that Bake was about to learn the gap between them. But before he could react, our human used a chain of blinks and dodged the first attack with ease. The senior was left staring in confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. Bake only answered with a smug little grin as he watched the senior's stunned face. Then our human took off, running as fast as he could. The girls watching wondered if he was really going to run away like that. Did he have no pride at all? Seal couldn't even argue much with that. Still, she said this might actually be the right choice for him in this fight. Meanwhile, he kept sprinting through the area at top speed. Annoyed, the senior started gathering a large-scale spell, then fired everything straight at him. Everyone watching froze, worried that this might be the end for our human. The senior even laughed, sure that this attack had finished him. Then something strange caught his eye. A stuffed doll. That left him wondering why something like that was there. The doll flew right toward him, and before he could react, it exploded. He barely defended himself by increasing his mass with earth-weight magic. That gave Bayek the perfect chance to rush in and strike from behind. But it didn't work, because the senior's magic had already risen to protect him. He immediately fired back with another spell, Stone Rupture. After casting it, he smiled again, sure this one would end the fight. Instead, he looked around in shock, wondering where Bake had gone. He shouted at the so-called rookie, asking if he planned to do nothing but run, and whether the rumors about him were all fake. While he was yelling, Bake stepped on a strange leaf-like device, and before he noticed, his body started lifting off the ground. He looked confused as he felt himself getting lighter. Then he saw someone in the distance, our human, staring right at him with that same sly smile. The senior's pride took another hit from being toyed with like this. He used earthweight magic again to force himself back to the ground. But when he tried to attack, our human was already gone. That only made him angrier, and he yelled for Bake to stop hiding. When a sphere came flying at him, he sliced it in half and shouted for Bake to quit using cheap tricks. But he had fallen into another trap, because the sphere burst into a thick cloud of smoke. Coughing, he wondered if it was some kind of tear gas. Then bells started ringing through the area, and another explosion went off before he could react. Watching from the side, one of the girls said Bake was using devices that could flash light and mess with his opponent's hearing and sight. Looking at the senior, she realized it wasn't just tear gas. Bake had stacked several tools together in a smart way to throw him completely off balance. Abilene thought the fight was basically over now. All Bake had to do was land a real finishing blow. Then something else caught her attention. She looked at Bake holding those spheres in his hand and wondered what they really were. Bake kept pelting the senior in the face with them. Using Blink, he kept launching hit after hit without mercy. By now, the senior was a wreck and furious. To escape the non-stop barrage, he used magic to raise the earth under his feet as high as possible. Then he shouted that he didn't care anymore. Even if Bake was just a first year, he was going all out now. With that large-scale spell ready, the senior was about to bring everything down on him. Bake even pointed out how ridiculous this was. A senior using a stone rain attack against a first year in a duel like this. The senior snapped back, asking if Bake was serious. No matter what others might say, Bake of all people had no right to complain about fairness. And honestly, a lot of people agreed after all those cheap shots to the face. Countless sharp rocks formed from the spell, and while the senior showed off that massive attack, Bake was only checking the time, thinking it was now 2:49. The senior unleashed the spell and shouted for our human to die. A rain of rocks came crashing down. Just as they were about to hit him, Bake still wore that bored look on his face. Then right when the clock struck 3 o'clock sharp, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Before the rocks could land, he raised his hand and said, "I give up." Everyone went silent, confused, wondering if they had heard him right. Even the senior had no idea how to react. And when he realized Bake had really surrendered, he just stood there asking what the hell that meant. Then both of them were pulled out of the dome as the match was declared over. The professor announced that Bake had forfeited, and the senior could only wonder if it had really ended like that. The senior was named the winner, and our human the loser, but Bake just stood there with a small relieved smile, happy that he had survived. With that, the duel was officially over. The senior started trembling, then shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. He may have won the battle, but he had lost the war. Yeah, our guy is just built different. Outside, everyone talked about the duel. It had ended strangely, but people still thought it was amazing that a freshman held his own against a senior. Others talked about the artifacts he used, saying they were really interesting and unlike anything they'd seen before. Listening to all that, Bampo thought about the tools our guy had used today. A normal alchemist usually fights by using the terrain well, and Bak had done exactly that, like an expert, carefully planning where each artifact would go, setting them up around the field, and using his blink mobility to outmove everyone. He had built the whole battlefield into an advantage for himself. That made Bampo think this was exactly what you'd expect from someone who had already beaten a necromancer. Then the guy beside her got her attention and asked if she wasn't the one who had pushed for this duel. So after everything, had she gotten the results she wanted? She looked off to the side and wondered if this really was the outcome she had wanted. Seeing the shocked faces of the students after the duel, she answered that the second years probably wouldn't mess with the first years so easily anymore. After what happened today, they'd think twice before dragging a first year into a duel, because now they knew they could actually lose. So yes, in a way she had gotten what she wanted. Somewhere else, that annoying guy chasing after Baya got upset when he heard the result of today's duel with our guy. Baya was nearby, listening to all of it. The school paper was praising a brilliant master alchemist. Thinking back on the duel, she realized that for the full 15 minutes, Baya had only been playing with his opponent. He had never fought seriously at all. That meant if he really wanted to, he could have won any time. He threw the match on purpose because a first year beating a second year in a magic duel would be too shocking. Still, he was proving that crushing someone with raw power isn't everything. In the end, it went pretty much as expected. Meanwhile, Edmund Adalek angrily asked what the second years were doing. Weren't they supposed to be teaching our guy a lesson? The student answered that they did nothing, and the rumors were wrong. But Bake was actually polite to his seniors, and treated them with real respect. He was friendly too. Before they could finish talking, someone else rushed in and called for Edmund. A woman arrived and said a message had just come from Duke. She pointed out the call waiting and told him he should hear what Duke wanted right away. As he answered, Edmund thought it was strange for his father to call out of nowhere like this. Then his father caught him off guard by bringing up the alchemy fortress. From the other side, he explained that the alchemists of their monarchy had stopped sending items to their country, saying their house had rejected them. So he asked his son if he had done something. Edmund was stunned when he heard those words had come from the co-author of the random flow formula himself. Panicking, he begged his father to wait. He said he truly knew nothing about this and had never said anything like that to anyone. Then our guy suddenly came to mind. In a cold voice, he wondered if that was really possible. Even so, with a faint smile, he told his father it didn't matter. They were at Alevet, the greatest kingdom in the nation. But his father shot back that a technological revolution was happening right now. Edmund froze when he heard they had made magical artifacts on the level of ancient alchemy, and even a great gold alchemist was involved, along with the genius alchemist Alice. Soon, every country would start trading with them for those artifacts. But to his father's shock, their house wasn't even on the list of possible buyers. So he asked again, had Edmund done something? A few seconds later, he went to Bia. Confused, she asked what was wrong with him. Then he shocked her by asking if she could arrange a meeting between him and our guy Bia. She narrowed her eyes, stared at him, and said yes, she would do it. Elsewhere, in the south of the continent, we meet one of my favorite characters in this whole series, the one you still haven't really gotten to know yet. The red-haired girl said out loud that land prices were rising fast. Someone called her Zeliel. An elf begged for her mercy. Zeliel only narrowed her eyes. Above that person's head, a number appeared. Her skill was called the value of all things. This power turns everything, people, animals, even objects, into a number. The lowest value is 0, and the highest is 100. Looking at him, she saw his value was only 3, the same as some random stone on the street. With a cold stare, she asked how he had managed to fail this badly, after she warned him not to waste money expanding useless businesses. Grinding his teeth, he muttered that she was wrong, and that the business would have succeeded for sure. But as he looked at her smile, he told himself she was the one who ruined everything. Then he was startled when she ordered them to bury him. At once, her men dragged the elf away while he begged for help. He screamed Zeliel's name as loud as he could, but she only looked back with those cold eyes. And just before the door shut, a faint smile showed on her face. As she walked on, she let out a long sigh and said this was boring. People these days had no drive at all. That was when someone else arrived and called out to her. She turned at once with a bright smile like hearing a dream come true and thought she knew that voice. Then that person's value appeared as a question mark. It was Malian himself. He called Zeliel his dear daughter and asked if she was doing well. She hurried over to her father and asked how his trip had gone. With a gentle smile, she asked if the deal he wanted had worked out, and that was exactly what he came to talk about. He told her about Alicia's alchemy school, which had developed a new kind of item by combining alchemy with magic engineering. He even had a video of the co-author testing those items in a real fight, and he asked if she wanted to see it. She said of course it sounded interesting, but deep down she would rather spend the time just talking with him. Even so, she wasn't about to turn down her father. In another place, the sphere was shown. Sitting there, Melian explained that the boy was a first-year student at Stella Academy, and he used those items to fight a second year. That made Zelia ask if the co-author was also a first year at that academy. Now more interested, she wondered what kind of boy he was. Then our guy appeared on screen with that same question mark over his head. A cold sweat ran down Zeliel's face. She wondered what was going on. She couldn't see his value, and that had never happened before. No matter who it was, the Emperor of Jeremy Scarlin or the King of Adalavit, her eyes always showed their exact value. Looking at her father, she said there were only two cases where the value of all things failed to judge someone. The first was if the person being judged was someone she loved. In that case, she couldn't see their value. As for the second, she broke into a cold sweat while watching our guy in the video and said it happened when the object or person had a value so high, so unbelievably high that it couldn't be measured. That was when a question mark appeared, so she asked her father the student's name. He answered that it was Bake and told her to remember it well. A dangerous smile spread across her face, and she told him that since he was the one asking, of course she would remember that name. Still uneasy, she admitted that Bake had a value she couldn't measure. She stared hard at our guy's name, keeping her eyes fixed on him as she told herself she would remember him. Meanwhile, our rising star, the one who doesn't even know how much noise he's making, was now face to face with Edmund Atalek. Catching Edmund off guard, he said he had already finished his coffee, and since Edmund wasn't saying anything useful, he would just leave. Edmund broke into a cold sweat and apologized for what he did last time. He said he deeply regretted acting that way just because our guy was a commoner. Then he begged him, asking if he could please take it back. Honestly, our guy didn't care much about hearing an apology. But Edmund Atalek was a death flag for Bia, so he needed to strip away his political power completely. To do that, he surprised Edmund by saying the apology still hadn't changed his mind. So now our guy was going to play hard to get. Edmund asked what he was supposed to do, leaving our guy thinking for a moment. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and said they could settle it another way. He pulled out a magical contract written on mana paper. Edmund was stunned to see that he wanted to make a bet with him. Beck went straight to the point and said they should play a game of soul chess. If he lost, he would take back everything he said and supply items to the Adalavit kingdom only through Edmund Atalek's family. Edmund asked if all of this could really be decided through a game of soul chess. Then he was shocked again when he saw Bayak's condition. If Bayak won, Edmund had to transfer his right to take part in the Aslan seminar. Edmund said that made no sense at all, and our guy thought that, of course, it didn't. The Aslan seminar is a formal academic debate conference where the children of famous and traditional magic families gather. Only a tiny elite can join, and even then there are 3 ways to qualify. First, you attended the seminar the year before, presented an excellent thesis and got permission to return. Second, you have a thesis worthy of presentation and receive a transferred participation right from someone else. Third, you are chosen as one of that year's 12 rising stars. Since only the smartest mages in the world gather there to compete, earning the right to attend is already solid proof of your ability. Edmund Atalek's family had been taking part in that conference for decades, and it was a major reason they received so much support. But our guy stood up, thinking this was the part he actually cared about, and calmly said that if Edmund didn't want the bet, he could walk away. But before he could leave, Edmund Atalek stopped him and asked him to wait. Then he asked if he really wanted to play a game of soul chess. The guy smiled to himself. Then, with that same sharp look, he agreed to the bet and said they would meet here tomorrow at the same time for the match. Our guy just looked back at him, noticing that confident little grin. The next day, the place was packed. People were already talking about how Edmund Atalek had bet on a soul chess match with a first-year newbie. Those comments hit our guy right away. Everyone kept saying no one at Estella played soul chess better than senior Edmund Atalek, and they had no idea who this reckless freshman was supposed to be. Our guy wondered if they seriously thought he was doing this because he wanted to. To begin with, he never cared much about soul chess. Still, he spotted Edmund Atalek coming over with Bear at his side and figured, just as expected, he had brought her here too. Bear glanced off to one side. That glance was aimed at our guy, and wow, she was staring hard. That made him wonder what happened. Why was she looking at him like that? Had he done something wrong? She sat down in front of the board as it was being set up. Then she wondered what the heck our guy was thinking. Edmund Atalek had been learning this game since he was 5 years old. Ever since then, people had called him a prodigy at soul chess. That reputation wasn't just inside Estella. Even across all of Adalavit, it was hard to find anyone who could beat him. He was basically Magnus Carlsen of this world. While Bia was lost in those thoughts, Edmund Adalek looked over at her. Then he turned to his pieces and thought the condition our guy gave him had been pretty unexpected. As he touched the pieces, he decided that maybe this was actually a good thing. A nasty smile spread across his face as he thought about using this chance to humiliate our guy in front of Bia. Then he asked if they could begin. He reminded him that if he signed the magic contract and then broke it, he would lose all his mana. He asked if our guy understood that, and he answered that of course he did. Even so, he looked nervous and thought to himself that, in the end, he barely had any mana anyway, so breaking the contract wouldn't change much for him. After setting his pieces, Edmund Adalek said the starting positions were ready and let our guy make the first move, which caught him a little off guard. As he reached into his suit, he wondered if Edmund Adalek was underestimating him. Then he put on his glasses and figured being treated like that was actually better for him. The rules of Soul Chess are simple enough. 20 pieces are chosen from a total of 200 types and placed on an octagonal board. Each turn, a player moves one piece. The big difference from normal chess is in Soul Chess, both the board spaces and the pieces all have different abilities and traits. You win by using all that to capture the enemy king. Honestly, when I was reading the novel, I barely understood this game at all. As for our guy, he knew beating someone like Edmund Adalek, a veteran with over 10 years of experience, wouldn't be easy at all. On top of that, Edmund Adalek wasn't just seen as one of the best players in Estella, but one of the best in the whole world. Edmund Adalek, meanwhile, admitted to himself that he was surprised when our guy asked to bet his place in the Aslan seminar. But in the end, this nobody had challenged him in Soul Chess, and today he planned to crush him completely. Bayek said they could start, and just like that, the atmosphere around them changed. Then something caught Edmund Adalek's attention. He looked at our guy's pieces and wondered what kind of setup that was. Strangely, all the pieces were placed where they could interfere with his strategy, yet it still looked like a coincidence. Then our guy made the opening move he had been given. The piece he moved left Edmund Adalek stunned. It wasn't enough that he moved his queen so early. He had the nerve to push right into Edmund Adalek's formation like that. So Edmund Adalek made his first move and thought things were clear now. Laughing with full confidence, he decided our guy was terrible at this game. Just complete trash. With that, he sent his knight after our guy's queen. In his head, he called him an idiot and thought our guy had thrown away his own queen at the start of the match. After all, he had moved it into range of a fast-running knight, a piece with great mobility that could move all over the board. The two of them kept trading move after move, and more of our guy's pieces kept getting destroyed. After all that, Edmund Adalek could barely hold back his laughter. Looking over, he thought this was unbelievable. He never imagined our guy would be this bad, and the match might end before he even reached the next stage of his strategy. For this game, Edmund Adalek chose one of his favorite strategies, the flame race. At the heart of it was careful positioning of his 3 fast-running knights. The first goal was to confuse his opponent with their mobility. Then at the same time, he would use his 5 flame pawns to take over the field and turn it into burning ground. Burning ground is a strong field effect that lowers the defense of enemy pieces weak to fire while also boosting his own attack power. If he reached the next stage, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say our guy had no chance at victory, or at least that's how this should have gone. Then he stared at the board and realized that was a stealth pawn. Its effect was the Jade Prison Trap, which sets a trap on a chosen space. If the target stayed there for 5 turns, his 3 knights would be caught and unable to move for the next 5 turns. Then something else caught his attention. The stealth pawn is a transparent-looking piece that normally disappears 3 turns after the game starts. But if the queen dies before that effect ends, it gains 7 extra turns. That meant the queen sacrificed at the start had been part of our guy's plan the whole time. Laughing nervously, Edmund told himself it didn't matter much. His pieces would only be stuck for 5 turns, and there was no way our guy could win by then. So he placed Burning Ground on the board. The Burning Ground field cut the defense of all non-fire pieces by 30, and fire attribute pieces also gained 200 attack power. After activating it, he looked at our guy and thought the match was already over. What move could he possibly make now? As Bates moved toward the board, he wondered if our guy had another stealth pawn. But it didn't matter. No matter where he placed his pieces, this turn belonged to him. But before he could finish that thought, something else caught his eye. Inverted Earth Domain. If you take control of the field while the opponent's field is active, it triggers a reversal effect, and that's exactly what happened. Frozen ground spread across the whole board. Edmund Adalek was caught completely off guard because with his Burning Ground already active, affinity damage was boosted by 200, and by meeting the hidden condition for Inverted Earth, our guy gained an extra attack turn too. Edmund wondered what this even was. Had he really read his whole strategy perfectly? His eyes widened in shock as he tried to understand if all this was even possible. He looked at our guy's cold eyes as he adjusted his glasses and wondered if this was just luck. Panicked and wide-eyed, he kept telling himself that had to be all it was, luck. Trying to calm down, he looked at his knight and told himself he needed to pull himself together. Gritting his teeth, he reminded himself he had faced plenty of opponents at this level. If he could just survive one more turn, the next move would be his. He could reset his formation and still win. But then he looked at the person in front of him and a cold thought hit him. Could he still win this battle? That question left him shaken and desperate as he started wondering if he could really win at all. Facing that overwhelming opponent, one thought filled his mind. Would he even get another turn? Our guy, meanwhile, thought Edmund Adalek really was incredibly skilled at this game. In fact, that was the biggest problem. He was too skilled. Even in the game, Soul chess matches against him were insanely hard. Still, after 10 years in any game, it's only natural for some crazy veterans to show up. And one of those monsters, after thousands and thousands of matches against Edmund Adalek, had made a perfect strategy guide for dealing with him. And right now, that guide was exactly what our mage was seeing through those glasses. The shameless bastard was basically using stockfish in the middle of the match. Anyway, he moved his lightning bishop, the one that fires lightning, obviously. And if the targets are frozen and linked by their positions, that lightning turns into chain lightning. Just like that, the chain lightning wiped out all of Edmund Adalek's pieces. Edmund Adalek had no idea how to respond to a move like that. He stared at the board and saw that every one of his pieces was gone. Then he looked at the person across from him and wondered if he had really lost to that guy. Everyone around them was stunned. Had Edmund Adalek really lost a game of soul chess? As people kept whispering about it, he stayed completely silent. Looking toward Bey beside Princess Bea, he kept asking himself if he had truly lost, if this was even possible. On top of that, the item deal had fallen apart, and even his ticket to the Aslan seminar was gone. He started shaking in fear, thinking about what would happen if his father found out. Then his anger burst out. He slammed the table and cursed at the top of his lungs. But then Bea stepped in and caught him off guard, saying she'd talk to our guy and try to accept the item trade, and what her family had proposed too. Brightening up at once, he asked if she was serious and thanked Bea from the bottom of his heart. He even admitted he had no idea how to repay what he owed her. Bea repeated that word, repay. With a cold royal look, she said she was born to become queen, so of course she would take care of the people who would one day be her subjects. After that, Bea left, saying she was going to speak with our guy herself. Meanwhile, he wondered if he had really become just a subject to her, and Bea, wearing the smile of someone who had finally gotten rid of a pain in the neck, found herself even more drawn to him. Later, inside a phone booth, our guy asked for all transactions with Autolevit-related groups and companies to be delayed for about a month. For now, he wanted the items distributed through the Autolevit royals, in other words, through our princess. After the call, he gave a long stretch and thought everything had worked out in the end. As for the Aslan Pass, it didn't matter much to him anyway. This was the time for the heroines to shine. Then someone suddenly called him a plebeian. Of course it was our princess, saying she was relieved he hadn't left yet. He told her it was good that he ran into her too. Then he pulled a paper from his pocket and asked her to take the contract. He explained that the items would now be handled only by the royal family, and whatever she chose to do with that contract was up to her. Bea only looked down at the magic contract in silence. When our guy turned to leave, thinking everything was settled, she stopped him and asked him to wait. With her cheeks a little tense, she said she was the one who owed him now, so she wanted to thank him. He just answered, okay, while thinking it was pretty unusual to be thanked by a princess like her. This time Bea looked nervous. She reminded him that he once said he only helped because he wanted something in return, and now, whatever he asked for, she would pay him back right away. That made him pause for a moment. Closing his eyes, he thought the answer was actually obvious. What he really wanted was for Bea not to fall into darkness, not become a villain, and not die the horrible way she did in the original story. He wanted her to stay on the side of good and help reach the best ending possible, so he stepped closer and told her she could repay him by buying him lunch. Laughing casually, he said that was enough. Just feed him a meal paid for by the princess. Bea could only stare at him, completely caught off guard. But knowing what kind of person he was, she also felt this was exactly like him. Later, in another place, they arrived after a long car ride. Even that surprised our guy a little. Cars really did exist in this world. Bea said they were here, and his shock quickly turned into excitement. He was already looking forward to the fancy food our princess was about to buy for him. Then she looked at him and said they had arrived. But when he saw it was just a normal restaurant, his reaction was basically, what? No sea salmon, no fancy cream dishes or caviar snacks, just an ordinary place serving the same kind of food people eat every day. Bea looked at the menu and thought, bingo. She remembered reading our guy's essay, where he told a sad story about his childhood. Those words had stuck with her. To Bea, expensive fancy dishes meant nothing, because his favorite food was, so she pointed at the menu and asked the waiter for instant noodles with pork. That surprised him, and he quickly asked for something else instead. Now she was confused. Why wasn't he ordering his favorite food? Wasn't this the dish that reminded him of his mother? Then it hit her. Looking at him, she realized of course he wouldn't order that. Her expression turned uneasy as she thought, oh no, I messed up. Of course he wouldn't want to eat something that reminds him of the painful past and his mother's death. She even apologized for bringing him to a place like this. The funny part is that this so-called tragic past of his came from nothing more than an instant noodle commercial he saw back on Earth. Everyone had misunderstood it. Our guy figured she just didn't have enough money for fancy food, so he ordered another cheap dish too. He didn't want to make the princess spend too much. Meanwhile, the rumors about Edmund apologizing to a first-year student and the news that Balai was the co-author of Alicia's research turned the academy upside down, and his name started spreading everywhere. Even the dark mages heard about it. The academy's vice director called our guy an annoying plebeian and asked how Maze's situation was going. The people in front of him asked if he wanted Ball Ike eliminated, but he told them to stop talking nonsense. Resting his chin on his hand, he said that even if he disliked our guy attending the Aslan seminar, for now they would only watch. What mattered most was Professor Mazera's condition. They said Mage and her Dark Mana were being held back with a suppression spell, but no one knew when she might lose control. The vice director warned that if that happened and she got involved with the Elf King, it would end badly. So he ordered the man with glasses to keep watching her, and if needed they would use her to throw Director Elto off. Somewhere else, dark mana filled the whole area. The man with glasses heard painful groans through that heavy energy. It was Professor Mazera. Seeing her like that made him realize things were getting serious. She asked if he had come just to tell her to wait even longer. He answered that her usefulness was over. He even mocked her, saying it was funny that she thought a life built by stealing from everyone around her would ever end happily. In despair, she asked why they had brought her here at all. He told her she was already fully corrupted by dark magic, so now she could serve her purpose in another way. Calling him a bastard, she demanded to know if his plan was to make her lose control. Then, to her shock, he told her to get out. He threw a sphere onto the ground and told her to head west, to paradise. Turning his back, he said she would find her people there, and once she met them she should break that crystal, so he could release the spell suppressing her mana corrosion. She stopped him and asked why he was letting her live. As he walked away, he replied that he simply didn't want to see one of his own be sacrificed like this. Mazera picked up the sphere from the floor. Then she looked at the school's annual schedule board. A few names were marked there. Consumed by rage, she smashed everything in an instant. Furious, she demanded to know how they dared think she would just sit still and do nothing. A few days later, the first-year students of Estella were set to have their first class at the cradle of the Heavenly Tree for the family ceremony. At a table on the airship, a group of girls chatted together. They brought up that guy and said he used to get pushed around by his upperclassmen. But now no one messed with him anymore, and he was also the co-author of the magic engineering project. After hearing all that, one of them asked Azel if she knew about it, and she said no. As the talk about our guy kept going, she quietly felt like she was drifting farther and farther away from him, and that feeling hurt. Then one of the girls suddenly slammed the table and blurted out that she thought Azel and our guy were dating. That question made her panic. While Flame was nearby watching it all, she looked over trying to change the subject and steer the talk away from him, but she was clearly restless about all of this. Still, she pushed that aside and took her drink. Closing her eyes, she thought Azel was getting along great with the others. If the story had gone like the novel, she would have been alone here, and later ended up in a serious fight with Bian. That made her wonder if Biak had changed everything without even knowing it. And right then he showed up, saying he had been looking for her because he needed a favor. Flame tried to stay calm. Every time she thought about him, he somehow appeared. He showed her a flower bud and asked her to make it bloom, so she asked if he wanted a one-time windflower. Then she raised her hand and gathered her magic. A moment later, the flower opened. He thanked her and she asked what he needed it for. Then something clicked in her head. She called out and asked if he was planning to go to the 4th layer. To her surprise, he said of course, otherwise he wouldn't need the flower at all. That made her blurt out that he should take better care of himself and stop being so reckless. As soon as she realized what she had said, she got embarrassed and told him to just forget it. He looked at her and asked if she was okay. Turning her face away, she asked why he would say that. He explained that ever since the training at Portal Persona, she had seemed down. Flame blushed hard, then acted annoyed, saying his concern didn't make her happy at all. They just smiled a little at her reaction. While they talked, someone else was watching them. It was Luigian, hit by a strange feeling. Poor guy. Beige had already beaten him without even knowing it. Somewhere else, 2 people were hearing a report that Professor Mayura had vanished without a trace, and today the Academy's freshmen would also begin their outside activities. As that was being discussed, it was directed to Kane, captain of the 13th Division. He was warned that the Black Mage's plans were about to move, so they needed to keep a close eye on Professor Mayura. After that, they left the empty space and appeared out in the open. The Vice Captain, Hygiene, asked why the Tower Master was so obsessed with Estella. Kane answered that the man had prophetic powers, which only made her more annoyed, since half those prophecies were wrong anyway. He said they usually seemed wrong because he solved the problem before it happened. Hygiene let out a long sigh and said Kane trusted the Tower Master way too much, and that was the real issue. After that, he simply disappeared. Elsewhere at the cradle of the World Tree in the Cloud Capital, their instructor told the students they would be joining the World Tree celebration, and starting tomorrow they would hold the familiar contract ceremony. Until the gathering, they were free to spend their time however they wanted. With that, Flame wandered around on her own. After taking in the area, she thought all the nature around her felt calming. Then something else caught her eye. It was Baka walking by himself again. She let out a small sigh, watching him drift farther away and wondering why he was always alone. She was clearly worried about him. Suddenly, Zeliel appeared in front of her to say hello. Knowing what kind of person he was, she quickly tried to leave, but he asked if she wasn't going to show him that expression from before. Flame asked what the heck he was talking about. He stepped closer and asked if she wanted to come with him, but she said she didn't have time for that. Then he leaned in, looked straight into her eyes, and told her to think about it more carefully. Flame broke into a cold sweat. That smile alone told her just how dangerous he was. Then Ian stepped in front of her and told the prince to stop right there. He asked if he didn't realize how rude and pushy he was. The prince answered like he had no idea. The tension between the two shot up fast, and poor Flame was stuck in the middle, wondering what was even going on. In the end, that annoying prince waved goodbye and said Ian seemed to understand the situation, then left. Ian told Flame to be more careful around the prince, warning that he was dangerous. When he wants something, he'll do whatever it takes to get it. That was why Flame needed to watch herself now, because she had become exactly what the prince wanted to claim. Out of nowhere, Ian asked if maybe she trusted him too much. Flame was confused by the sudden question, and to Ian's surprise, she asked who he even meant. Ian walked away, leaving her even more confused, and apologized for saying too much. But right then, a strange feeling hit him. He dropped to one knee, shocking Flame. When she tried to ask if he was okay, he stood back up and said yes, telling her not to worry. Then he left her behind. Even after he was gone, Flame couldn't stop worrying. Closing her eyes, she told herself something was definitely wrong. Meanwhile, Ian was in an alley, breathing hard. He held his head and thought it had been a long time since he had felt like this. Then someone called out to him. It was the professor herself, Majawar. She walked up and said she had been wondering where her seeds had gone and was glad to find one here. Confused, he asked what she meant. She raised her hand and told him not to resist. Starting now, he would be her servant. He begged her not to come closer. His eyes lost their light. Memories of time spent with Flame flashed through his mind, especially her smile every time they parted. Somewhere else, this Manhwa's art kept looking amazing. Someone knocked on a door. That person was Oranha, assistant to the ruler of the elves. He called for Her Majesty, saying that if she didn't appear at this year's celebration, the Council of Elders would cause trouble. He added that, as she already knew, their real goal was to take control of the portal to the spiritual garden. The ruler of all elves, Her Majesty Florin, quietly answered that she knew, but told Oranhan to go ahead first, since she would come soon. After putting on her veil and using magic to hide herself from view, she wondered when the last time was that she had been able to enjoy freedom. Even covered like this, she still suffered from her curse. With a sad look, she prayed that nothing bad would happen today. A while later, surrounded by elves, Florin arrived. Even hidden under robes, she gave off an almost heavenly presence. The flowers around her only made that mystery stronger. She crossed the bridge and stopped by the waterfall. She thought there was not much left now. Her ceremonial prayer was done, so all that remained was to head back. Then a strange feeling ran through her. She quickly understood what it was. Faint, but clearly black magic. She looked around at once, realizing a black mage had entered this sacred place. Then she checked everyone nearby and saw that no one but her had noticed. That was why she decided she would have to deal with it herself. Elsewhere, Flame ran as fast as she could, looking around as she chased after Ian because of how strange he had been acting. Suddenly, someone stopped in front of her and called her name. Confused, Flame looked at him and wondered if this was really Ian. She understood right away. Black Maid was coming off him. One look at his eyes confirmed it. Nervous, she thought she didn't know how things got this bad, but the corruption wasn't complete yet, so she still might bring him back. Gently, she told him to calm down and said the emotions flooding him right now weren't really his. Ian stayed silent and just listened. Then, without warning, he started moving. With those hollow eyes, he stopped right in front of her and stared. Flame got scared and started sweating. Ian noticed her fear right away. Then he asked why she was pulling away, overcome by that feeling as he asked if she didn't like him, if she didn't trust him. Just as Flame tried to tell him to calm down, something shot past them, and a sudden explosion went off. Flame shielded herself from the blast. When she opened her eyes again, Matali was already standing in front of her. He asked if she was okay, and she said yes. But when she asked about that black lightning, he told her to forget what she saw. Looking toward Ian, he said the real question was why she hadn't chosen to fight him. Caught off guard, Flame answered that she had been trying to talk to him. In the original story, Azel purified many black mages just by talking to them. That was how Azel earned the title of saint, the one who could cleanse evil with her words alone. Flame had hoped to do the same, but in the end, she wasn't able to save anyone with her own power. Not Jackie and not Ian standing there now. Matale said he still didn't know what her plan was, but no matter what, she needed to fight first. Then he asked if she really couldn't do that while she bit her lip. Flame took a fighting stance and said yes. This time would be different from what happened with Jackie. She was going to save Ian herself. Dark mana kept pouring out of Ian's body. Matthias moved first. In one quick dash, she got right on top of Ian. He gathered his magic, then fired an earth whip straight at Ian. Ian dodged at once and slipped into Matthias's blind spot. A heavy hit landed right after. Flame started chanting, and her light prison spell locked Ian in place. Using that opening, Matthias rushed in from behind. He packed his fist with fire mana and slammed Ian cleanly. Matthias and Flame were working together really well. For a moment, Ian looked close to losing. Flame thought now she could finally talk to him. But Matthias stopped her and warned that it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Ian stood back up in a twisted form, pouring out dark magic. Before either of them could react, he was already right in front of them. He struck Matthias head-on and sent him flying. Then Ian turned toward Flame. She froze at the sight. Looking at him, Flame could barely believe this was still Ian. Then Matthias came charging back in. His punch hit Ian squarely, but it did nothing. Ian grabbed Matthias by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Flame panicked. If this kept going, Ian would kill Matthias, and with the strength she had now, she couldn't stop it. Ian called Matthias by name, tightening his grip and telling himself he could win. He soaked in that feeling of victory, thinking he was finally going to beat him. At last, finally. Then Matthias said something that threw him off. This wasn't right. Ian's eyes went wide. Flame noticed he'd lowered his guard for some reason. Just as she tried to launch her attack, Matthias told her to stop. With a cold stare, he said he thought they lived in the same world, but now he could see this was Ian's level. Even with his neck still in Ian's hand, Matthias didn't beg. He only said he was disappointed in him. Ian, torn inside, stammered that he had to win. But back in their first year of middle school, when Ian was 14, he met Matthias for the first time, who was the same age. Out of nowhere, Ian challenged him to a duel. Matthias just stared, looking around before asking if Ian was talking to him. Ian said he couldn't accept Matthias being above him, so he wanted to settle who ranked higher. That completely caught Matthias off guard. Still, Ian only got a casual sure. Not long after, the two stood facing each other in the arena. Curious, Matthias asked if this would be a magic duel. If it was, he confidently told Ian to go first. Ian thought Matthias was way too careless, but he also knew Matthias was a genius. Ian was the heir to the Moon Tower, had trained his whole life, and Matthias was still better than him. The day Ian placed second, he didn't know how to take it. Matthias and his talent had hit him like lightning. That day, Ian got a good look at him, and the more he watched, the more disappointed he became. Matthias read books that had nothing to do with magic, didn't seem to care about studying, and spent his time messing around. Ian couldn't accept that, so he had to prove his own hard work meant something. But that day ended in disaster. He was left stunned, his mind blank, unable to believe it. He stared at the boy in front of him, wondering if he'd really lost to him. And with that look on his face, like this was the most normal thing in the world, Matthias asked if he'd won and said that was actually pretty fun. He gave Ian a light pat on the shoulder, and with an easy smile said Ian could call him again any time if he wanted another match. That was the day Ian understood the gap between him and Matthias. He saw the distance between himself and a true genius. Even so, he didn't break. He just decided to work harder, so one day he could win. But no matter how much he trained, the result never changed. That feeling kept building inside him. Then one day, Matthias held out his hand and said, the fight had been more fun than he expected, so he was looking forward to the next one. For some reason, that bad feeling in Ian's chest started to fade. Even without saying it out loud, Ian knew that to Matthias he was enough. He got back up and declared that next time, he would definitely win. Ian had to admit Matthias was a genius, but he still refused to give up. He swore that one day all his time and effort would pay off and he would beat him. And now, with Matthias finally in his hands, Ian told himself this was the time he would defeat him. This time for real. Then Matthias hit him with this. Are you really satisfied with this? If you let dark magic take over like this, I'm seriously disappointed in you. Those words shook Ian, especially hearing them from the one person he trained so hard to face again. Matthias even brought up their duel at the Dome, when they fought each other as equals. That day had shocked Matthias too. He learned Ian was actually very competitive, and for the first time in his life, Matthias started training. Ian clutched his head and said no, he couldn't beat him. This was his only chance. Before he could finish, Matthias told him to go ahead and kill him. Smiling, he said Ian should use his power, pierce his chest, and enjoy his victory. But that would be a shame, because it would be their last battle. Color returned to Ian's eyes. Flame and Matthias both heard what he said next. Ian let him go. With a sad look, he said he wouldn't take Matthias's life. Winning like that would mean denying all his own effort. Flame felt relieved when Ian's emotions seemed to return to normal. But before anyone could relax, their bodies suddenly grew heavy. Someone had arrived. Her earrings flashed in the sunlight. It was Hyojin, asking if one of them was called Maze. Dropped to her knees, Flame thought she'd seen that woman before in the novel. She recognized her as the vice commander of the 13th Anti-Dark Force Extermination Squad. Hyojin Makaran said the prophecy had been wrong again. She called for her captain, who stepped forward and asked if this was what he meant. Seeing his face, Flame realized that this was the squad captain, Kane. The two of them stopped in front of Ian and Matthias. After seeing Ian's condition, he said it was already too late. He raised his staff and announced they would now carry out the execution. All three were caught off guard. Hyojin Makaran asked if he really planned to kill Ian and wondered if they couldn't watch a little longer. But he answered that Ian was already releasing too much dark mana, and if he lost control, it would be a disaster. That's why, he said, Ian had to be executed now. Then to Hyojin Makaran's surprise, someone shouted, "Stop." It was Matthias, forcing himself back up, making her ask if he could really withstand all that pressure. Interested, she asked if he was the famous Matthias, the top first-year student at Estella. A smile spread across her face, but Matthias dropped to his knees again right in front of them. With cold eyes, she told him he'd better stay down a little longer, or he'd just get in the way of her work. From a distance, Flame could only watch. She clenched her teeth, knowing Matthias couldn't hold on in his condition. She remembered the novel and how recent events had already changed a lot. Still, that spell Matthias used earlier was definitely dark magic. If this kept up, he would run out of normal mana and expose his dark magic right in front of those two. If that happened, both he and Ian would die. Even so, Flame kept forcing herself to move, begging her body to at least move one finger. She watched Cain point his staff and declare that this was the end. With all her heart, she begged for someone to help them. And right then, someone told them to wait. It was the man himself. About 10 minutes earlier, our guy had helped someone out, left the place after that, bought some important alchemy ingredients for that lady, and even told her to go to Alicia if she wanted to make good money too. He's seriously awesome. But right then he got a notice that a new variable had appeared. Episode 9, Ian's corruption route through dark magic had begun. He couldn't understand why this was happening. In the game, 3 students in total can be affected by dark magic because of the witch's crack. Out of them, Ian's route has a 99% bad ending rate, and the worst one was now possible. He shoved the groceries into the hands of a random passerby and sprinted off as fast as he could, telling himself he had to do something. Back in the present, everyone was stunned to see our guy Bayek. He felt relieved the moment he saw Ian was still breathing. This time, Cain told Hyjin Macaron to deal with him, and she started walking over. With a big grin, she said she'd show him a wonderful illusion. Through her eyes, that illusion was activated and rushed straight at our guy. For a few seconds, the two just stared each other down. Then Hyjin Macaron started getting seriously confused, wondering what was going on. She tried again, once, twice, 3 times, but nothing happened, and Bake stayed completely fine. Confused, she told Cain her spell wasn't working, and even he couldn't believe it. Shaken, she looked back at our guy. Illusion magic works by shaking up the target and throwing them off. What she normally does is make people feel like gravity is crushing them. But for some reason, she felt almost no magic inside him at all. The best way to say it, our guy was like a slime. Narrowing her eyes, she thought about how her spell was rank 5. So she stared at Bayek and wondered what kind of skill he was using. The video cuts part of the explanation here, but the manhwa explains her magic better. Hyjin Macaron's illusions don't attack the mind directly. They disturb a person's mana to create the illusion. Since Bayek has mana leak syndrome, mana doesn't stay in his body, making him the perfect counter to her magic. Cain walked up and asked which group he belonged to. He simply answered that he was a student from Estella. Cain crossed his arms and said he understood that Beige couldn't reveal who he really was. Meanwhile, our guy realized Cain was just brushing off his answer. Cain then said he still had work to do. Bate called that a problem and asked if he really planned to kill a student. To Ian's shock, Cain said yes, he would kill him right here. Our guy knew that if he fought here, he wouldn't last even 5 minutes. Even so, he had no other choice. He drew his sword and said he wouldn't let them kill one of his classmates. Cain warned that he would lose his life, but Bate shot back that these weren't the kind of people he wanted, showing their faces in public. So he'd do everything he could to make a scene. Even if he died, he'd still cause enough chaos to expose them. Closing his eyes, Cain asked what he wanted. Without hesitating, Bate asked for one chance. He looked back at Ian and asked for a chance to purify him. Cain said it was useless, but Bate repeated that he only wanted one chance. That shocked Flame. His plan meant her magic might actually bring Ian back. When Cain asked what happened if he failed, Bate said he'd leave. Even Regine was surprised, but Cain agreed and told her to undo the illusion. She asked if he was really going through with it, and he said that if this was a lie, killing him later would be easy. With that, everyone was released from Regine's illusion. Bate went to Flame and told her she could bring Ian back to normal. At first, she apologized and said she didn't have that kind of power, but then he asked if she was really going to let what happened to Jackie happen again. That caught Flame off guard. She shook her head fast and said she didn't want that. Our guy just smiled. Then in a calm voice, he told her to go save Ian, because he knew she could do it. Those words stayed in her mind as she clenched her fists. Even Ian thought to himself that if this regressor believed in her, then she really must be able to do it. So she told Matthias to move back. At that moment, Jackie's final moments flashed through her mind. She refused to stand there and do nothing. This time she would save him with her own power. And then golden light began to shine all around her. She chanted her spell in a voice so gentle it almost sounded angelic. Hyjin Macaron asked if that was really light magic, and Cain said yes. As wings spread behind Flame, he said he'd heard of a girl who could use light magic even though she wasn't a saint of the church. Looking at Flame, he figured this was probably that girl. Then a burst of light filled the area. Cain thought it was pointless that at best, she could only hold back the corruption for a while. But then something caught his attention. Ian had been completely purified, with no trace of dark magic left in him. He looked at his own palm in confusion. Then he realized what a relief this was. In front of him, Flame smiled brightly and said she was glad he was back to normal. To his surprise, she suddenly collapsed. Before he could do anything, someone stepped in front of him. It was Cain, saying he would check her condition. Sometime later, everyone was gathered there again. Cain asked Regine for the result, and she said Ian was completely normal now. Looking at Ian, she added that it might be more accurate to say he hadn't had any negative emotions to begin with. From what she felt, those emotions had been forced into him. After hearing that, Cain said they would head back. She simply stood up and gave a long sigh. With her eyes closed, she thought that if this was what he wanted, then so be it. Cain had always killed with absolute certainty, believing dark magic could never be purified. To him, it was a one-way road. And yet, that unshakable belief got broken by a bunch of kids like them. But the biggest surprise of all was learning about the strange guy called Bayuk. Before leaving, she spoke to them once more. She said they'd meet again, while he thought he never wanted to see them again. After that, a good amount of time passed, and night finally came. In the streets, a hooded figure moved through the area. Looking around, that person thought this was strange. She was sure dark mana had come from here. That person was Floor. She raised her hand and asked the wind to show her what happened. The wind gathered around her and glowed with magic. But what confused her most was that someone had purposely erased the traces of what happened here. She raised her hand again, pushed more power into her spell, and asked the wind, in the name of the one who ruled the elves, to whisper back its memories. Then pieces of the earlier battle appeared before her. In the end, she saw a certain person wearing an Estella Academy uniform. But what shocked her most was the familiar scent coming from that person. There was no doubt that scent belonged to Iphanel, the statue that became friends with our guy. Still, none of this made sense to Flora. She started to wonder if this Estella student was the one who had broken into the secret garden before. With a pounding headache, she muttered that she couldn't read any more memories than this. Even so, one possibility stood out to her. The person who invaded the secret garden, and the one who stole Iphanel's heart and left her petrified, might be the same person. Clenching her fists, she told herself that if that was true, then wiping away the evidence made perfect sense. With fury in her eyes, she swore that no matter what, she'd make that bastard pay in full. The next day, Ian was asleep in a hospital room. When he woke up, Flame was right there. He asked where he was, and she told him they were in the hospital. She gave him the rundown. She had made up an excuse for the professor about what happened, and she also made sure our guy and Matthias kept quiet. But what really surprised him was what she said about spirit contracts. She explained that he could still join if he wanted, but he was dealing with side effects right now, so he should rest first. Before leaving, she told him the choice was his, and then said she was heading out. Ian just watched her. Then he called her name. But when he tried to say more, he stopped himself. In the end, he told her to forget it. It was nothing important. Before she left, in her own way of saying get better, she told him to buy her a really expensive lunch after he got discharged. That caught him off guard even more when she said she wanted a feast, fit for a celebrity. Ian gave a small smile and said, "Okay, leave it to him." She smiled back at him, then she left, leaving him alone. He looked at the sliced apples shaped like little rabbits. Taking a bite, he let out a quiet laugh. Sometime later, everyone stood in front of the portal. Fusedo said that from here on, they would enter the roots of the world tree to make a contract with a familiar beast. After saying that, he told them all to go in and wish them good luck. Soon after entering, our guy got a notice that he was now in episode 7, the familiar contract ceremony. The green glow of the place left him amazed, and he said it really was incredible. Beside him, he spotted a small slime. When he touched it, he figured that maybe because it was only a 7th rank spirit beast, he couldn't feel any hostility from it. Spirit beasts range from 7th rank, the lowest, up to 1st rank, the stage right before becoming a divine spirit. The higher the rank, the stronger the beast, but making a contract with it also gets much harder. Even so, he forced a smile and told himself none of it mattered. The road ahead was long, so he had to move fast. Outside the portal, a hooded figure showed up. For the guards, this was very bad news. That stranger quickly took them down. After that, the mysterious figure let out a quiet laugh. Meanwhile, our princess was with the others. She looked around and thought it matched the book, but the first floor still wasn't that special, so she told the girls they were heading to the 2nd floor. Off in the distance, Arshwang came into view. She was worn out, confused, and wondering what was happening to her body. Then, to everyone's shock, Arshwang dropped to her knees. It was obvious she was in bad shape. The others explained that people with low spirit beast affinity could grow weak in this place. That made Baya say they should stop and rest. Arshwang insisted she was fine, but Baya cut her off and told her to listen. Rushing now would only leave them drained when it really mattered. Arshwang quietly agreed, feeling like she was holding everyone back. A little later, she was resting nearby. Her breathing was rough and her mind was a mess. She couldn't understand why she felt this awful. Then an old memory surfaced from her childhood, and she wondered if this was some kind of dream. Someone had once told her she had amazing talent, enough to control fire like it was part of her own body. That person believed she would grow into a great mage in Estella. Back then, little Arshwang happily asked if that was really true, but she suddenly came back to herself, unable to remember the last words clearly. Someone came over and asked if she was okay, and she said yes. Then she got up and left. But something strange happened where she had been sitting. On the 2nd floor, after a fight, she felt her body had improved enough that she might be able to form a contract now. Then something caught her eye. It was a spirit beast called the Red Corso. The beast walked calmly among them. Arshwang thought that even if it belonged on the 5th floor, it was still an excellent spirit beast. Then she saw it show affection to someone on its own. Someone asked Bia if she would make a contract with it, but she said no. The girls couldn't help saying how amazing Bia was. And when Arshwang heard that Bia was born with the blessing of fire, she clenched her fists. A full day passed, and soon they reached the 3rd floor. After defeating a huge spirit beast, one of the girls warned Baya that they should stay away from the north. There was a barrier there blocking the path to the 4th floor, so Baya decided they would camp here and search for divine beasts nearby. Sometime later, our Shuang wandered off on her own. She told herself that 5th level divine beasts and weaker ones should be on the 3rd floor, and she would do everything she could to make a contract. But after an hour, she still failed. Even after 2 hours, nothing changed. She kept moving through the area, still unable to form any contract. Then she heard her friends say they had already succeeded with theirs. That filled her with all kinds of ugly feelings. Still, she refused to panic, and after walking a bit farther, she found something. Near the lake, she spotted a spirit beast. A closer look showed it was a silver-maned wolf, a 5th level divine beast. She thought no student had ever made a contract with one before, and if she pulled it off, everyone would notice her. Slowly, she walked toward the silver-maned wolf. She reached out, called to it, and asked if it wanted to become her spirit beast. The wolf approached her, but for some reason, it suddenly turned hostile. Confused, she wondered what was going on. Standing right in front of it, she couldn't understand why every spirit beast kept rejecting her. Before it could attack, a fireball shot between them. Baya had rushed over as fast as she could. The silver wolf turned all its attention to her. Worried, our Shuang told Baya to be careful. But before she could finish, she saw something unbelievable. A 5th level divine beast was courting the princess. Our Shuang asked if Baya was going to make a contract with it. Instead, Baya said no, while gently petting the wolf. She explained that she was looking for a different spirit beast, the one she truly wanted. Then Baya apologized to the wolf and told it to go, but right after that she heard our Shuang laughing. Our Shuang said she could barely even get near divine beasts, yet they all chased after Baya, who just kept rejecting them. Then strange magic began to gather around Baya. Our Shuang cried out that it was unfair, far too unfair. Her eyes started to change as she screamed the same thing again. Black energy poured out of her while she shouted for Baya to stop mocking her. That dark power rushed at Baya, who blocked it with a barrier. A huge explosion followed. A little later, Baya calmly brushed off her shoulders. Then she looked at our Shuang and saw she had fallen deep into black magic. Baya knew she could beat her easily, but if she got serious, she might hit the barrier they heard about earlier. Another reason she held back was one question. What would that human do in her place? The smile on her face showed she already knew the answer. So Baya called out to our Shuang and told her not to do something she would regret later. Our Shuang laughed and asked if Baya really thought she had the upper hand. After all, someone like Baya could never understand a person with mediocre talent. Baya stayed quiet and listened. Then she looked away and asked our Shuang to hear her out. Our Shuang mocked her, asking if she was about to brag about being born into a powerful family blessed by fire. Instead, Baya said that if she didn't become heir to the throne, her fate was death. With pain in her voice, she explained that surviving meant killing her own siblings, and she understood that when she was only 7 years old. That stunned our Shuang, especially when Bia said she knew our Shuang had grown up surrounded by love. Bia thought about her own relationship with her mother. She admitted that when she heard our Shuang's story, she felt jealous because she had never had any of that. Then she asked how far our Shuang thought she had gone to compete for the throne. Our Shuang could only answer that being born with so much already sounded like a blessing. Before she could finish, Bia cut in. She drank fire like water. She swallowed flames instead of food. She even bathed in them. Her skin filled with sores. The itching nearly drove her mad, and even drinking water made the burning inside her worse. Because of all that, Bia said she couldn't taste any food at all. Raising her hand, she said fire was her weapon but also her worst nightmare. Our Shuang shouted that Bia was lying. Who would believe a story like that? She stared at Bia and said no one could survive something so horrible, so this had to be a trick. Then Bia made a tiny flame on her fingertip. She brought it toward her tongue. Our Shuang yelled, asking what the hell she was doing, but the sound of the flame going out shut her up. She stared at Bia, wondering if she was really okay. Bia asked if our Shuang still thought this was a blessing. She said that, all in the name of raising her elemental affinity. She trained like this since childhood, often thinking it would be easier if she just died. Our Shuang didn't even know how to respond, and Bia asked her to stop talking about blessings and talent. In a sad voice, Bia said she envied our Shuang deeply for never having to live through something so awful. By the end, she was on the verge of tears. After hearing all that, our Shuang told herself she never wanted to imagine a life like that. She had always believed everything came easy to Bia, but she knew nothing about her. Without understanding anything, she had judged the person in front of her by her own ideas. That realization made her eyes fill with tears as she apologized. From the bottom of her heart, our Shuang begged the princess for forgiveness, and Bia chose the second path. She responded the same way that certain commoner would have. She gave our Shuang a warm smile and said it was okay. That moment hits hard every time. This adaptation really delivered the emotion of the scene well. Anyway, I'll stop the video here for today. I'm getting pretty tired, but I promise I won't take long with the next part. This Sunday, when the next video goes up, I'll try to bring the side story about Mori. New chapters are out, and I really want to cover them. Then next Thursday, I'll bring the next part of Beichi here on this YouTube channel, so please wait for me until then. Honestly, I just finished reading all of Chapter 9 not long ago, and this manhwa really surprised me. The way it adapts the story is so good. It cuts some parts down, so if you already read the novel, you'll notice little panels and short lines that sum up certain parts really fast. A good example is the car our guy got in with Bia. In the manhwa, they keep it short, but you still get how shocked Beige was seeing a car like that in this world. This manhwa really does the story justice. Of course, when I need to, I'll add a little extra context here and there if I remember it. No way I can remember everything. I don't have perfect memory. I did remember Rhea and Jean's magic though, because that's going to matter later. I'm trying to avoid spoilers, so I won't go into it, but their magic will be important. And who she really is matters too. That's all I'll say. There's something else I skipped earlier so the video wouldn't drag, but since we're near the end, I can bring it up now. That spell Flory used to ask the wind what happened is a lot more detailed than it looked. The wind, kind of like a spirit beast, is treated like a living thing in this world. Since the wind is basically a spirit and Flory rules over the elves, the race closest to nature, she can use that bond to learn what the wind saw earlier, so it's not really a normal spell. It's more like talking to the wind. That's why, even though Kane erased the traces of what happened there, she still caught a glimpse of it. Even with the evidence gone, the wind still held little bits of memory from that moment. That's also why she couldn't see his full face or tell exactly who the human was. She only caught part of him and recognized the uniform. The one spoiler I can give here is this. Ifanel is a close friend of Flory, and someone stole Ifanel's heart while she was changing from a spirit beast into a higher divine beast. Yeah, this part is a spoiler. That kind of transition is when a spirit beast is most vulnerable, and that person took her heart. That's why she's stuck in that petrified state. And since someone broke into the secret garden and stole the heart, and our human also kind of trespassed there, Flory ends up thinking it might be the same person. From that point on, she starts seriously looking into who this mystery student is. I'm really trying not to spoil what's coming. When I read this part, I got so excited waiting for Flory and our human to finally meet. After Bia and Arshwang settled things, the other girls came over to ask what happened, since they heard a huge explosion. Bia noticed the dark aura around Arshwang was completely gone. She even thought that her old self would have tried to kill Arshwang right away the moment she was threatened by that dark energy. With a faint smile, Bia wondered if that change came from the influence of a certain little commoner stuck in her memory. Then she told everyone that the redhead still wasn't feeling well, so they should take a break and look after her. That left Arshwang surprised, and she asked about her punishment. The princess said it didn't matter what anyone else thought. Arshwang was talented, so she had no plans to punish her over this. Still, she wasn't going to forgive her that easily either. That made the redhead emotional, and Bia added that if she worked hard, made up for this, and stayed loyal, things could change. This time, Arshwang looked at Bia and wondered why she had ever tried anything against someone so amazing. Then a loud noise grabbed everyone's attention. The barrier between the third and fourth layers shattered right behind Bia. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the third floor, Flame, worn out and catching her breath, said she had finally found it. She was looking at the flower in front of her, the shimmering flower. A little later, she remembered hearing there was a divine beast near the fourth level, so she felt relieved that she had finished her contract safely. Making a contract didn't mean she could summon her familiar anytime she wanted, but it still greatly boosted both her casting speed and her magic power. So with everything done, all that was left was to relax. That peace didn't even last 10 minutes, because she soon ran into Mateus and Isle. She looked completely confused. Mateus just smiled a little, and said it was a nice coincidence running into her here. But before they could really talk, a huge explosion shocked all of them. Worried, Isle commented on the energy coming from it, and Flame narrowed her eyes, sure that it was dark magic. Matrix was the first to rush off, while Flame wondered if this was because of the novel, since the story was no longer following the original plot. Maybe that's why everything was changing. Something else was bothering her too, Matrix's condition. Still, she pressed her lips together and told herself this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. At the explosion site, girls were down all over the place. Banja struggled to get up and quickly noticed Arshwang beside her. Seeing that she was unconscious, Banja called her name. Then something else caught her attention. Looking at the broken barrier, she realized dark magic was pouring out from there. A strange sound filled the area. Banja's eyes went wide as she wondered if it was really that. A divine beast corrupted by dark magic stood before her, and she questioned if it was the flame fairy Gafinio. Getting back up, she thought that no matter why a divine beast had been corrupted, if they left it alone it would lose control and put everyone there in danger. Then another thing caught her eye. Chains kept wrapping around the Gafinio again and again. Right after that, something came down from above and slammed straight into it with flames. The one behind it was Mateus, who appeared right in front of Bia, like he had nothing to do with this mess. She stared at him, wondering what he was doing there. Something else stood out too, that golden energy surrounding the Gafinio. Seeing its condition, Bia could hardly believe it. Was the dark mana really being purified? Off to the side, the girls were channeling that magic together. And just like that, the corrupted divine beast was purified. Flame gently patted it and said the treatment was finished. In the end, the fully cleansed Gafinio left, leaving everyone behind. Then catching Bia off guard, Flame turned to her and asked what had happened. Bifa answered that she didn't really know. There was suddenly an explosion, and the barrier to the fourth floor got destroyed. But before she could finish, a huge energy surged around them and shocked everyone there. Ahead of them, they could make out someone approaching, and the face looked very familiar. Looking at the group, that person said it wasn't just Class A students here. Even Class S was around, and it seemed today was their lucky day. Bifa asked if it was really her. Staring at the crack where that huge dark magic was pouring out, she asked if that was really their teacher, Mesenterin. Morph demanded to know what Fesher Mihara was doing there, while Matthias thought he never wanted to imagine that a Stella teacher could be a dark mage. And on top of that, the amount of dark magic she was giving off was insane. To everyone's shock, she said she wanted to save the best for last, but there was no reason to waste a chance like this. She raised her hand as dark energy covered her, saying that from now on she would enjoy this wonderful banquet. A few hours earlier, standing in front of that barrier, our human wondered if the fourth floor was on the other side. Thinking it over, he guessed that his training in Ifanel's secret garden made divine beasts react to his affinity, which was probably why he'd made it this far without trouble. But he still didn't know how that would work on the fourth layer. He touched the barrier, hoping he could at least get a divine beast heart for Ifanel. A bright light suddenly surrounded him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a place covered in vivid pink, making him wonder if this was the fourth floor. Before he could figure it out, a Pumba from an alternate reality he had never seen before charged at him. He quickly drew Teravo and muttered that it was a level 3 spirit beast. But this is our human basic, right? He just went straight in and attacked without hesitation. Looking at the Pumba, he thought it was a good thing he had brought the item Annalicia gave him, otherwise he never would have pierced that monster's shell. On the fourth floor, the space itself can make people lose their way. That's why he asked Flame for the flower that always points in one direction. As long as he had that flower pointing east, he wouldn't get lost. With a small smile, he told himself to keep moving. After walking for a long time, he muttered that it should be showing up by now. Then a sound suddenly reached his ears. A beautiful dark-haired woman appeared in front of him. This fox-eared woman was one of the 12 beings at the very top of this world's power scale, one of the 12 divine moons, Ayan Chusawa, the scarlet spring moon of March. She gave him a soft smile. Looking at him, she asked what a human was doing in a place this far out. Bifa told himself to pull it together. He stared at the spring moon, knowing her mana carried the power to charm people. Even her face felt like it had been made to put others under a spell. He set the guiding flower on the ground and told himself to force that invading mana out of his body. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. For a normal person, this would be impossible, but he could do it, and he did. He pushed the spring moon's charm mana out of his body. Thanks to his mana leakage syndrome, Bifa could pull it off. Then he opened his eyes. The spring moon's figure in front of him started to blur. A moment later, the rosy scene around them suddenly shattered. Cold sweat ran down Bayek's face. With his current mental strength, he couldn't reveal the spring moon's true form yet, but at least he could keep from being charmed. She admitted that wasn't bad for a human. A normal man would have thrown himself at her right away. Then she noted that he clearly knew who she was and asked why he had come. He said he was looking for the heart of a divine beast. She asked if he planned to kill one for it, and he quickly said no. He had neither the will nor the power to do that. He only wanted to find an ownerless heart in the graveyard of divine beasts. When she asked why, he figured there was no reason to explain everything, or reveal that he also wanted to learn the breathing technique. With that, he pulled out the gift Ifanel had given him. Thinking there was only one move he could make now, he activated his maxed-out acting skill. With a heavy, sad tone, he told her he came only to save a friend's life, because nothing works better than stirring someone's pity. Surprised, the spring moon asked how a mere human like him had something so precious. He thought, as expected. She noticed right away. The spring moon had an especially deep bond with divine beasts. Even among the 12 moons, she had poured her own magic into creating this entire fourth floor, just to protect the divine beasts she loved. Uneasy, she said she had found it strange that the scent of a divine beast was coming from him, slowly leaking out with his breath. But instead of attacking, the spring moon reacted in a very different way. Amused that a human could have that kind of relationship with a divine beast, Bayek wondered what nonsense she was imagining. All he had done was breathe the way Ifanel taught him, so he asked if that meant he could take a heart. She said no. Even so, she still couldn't trust a human, because every time a beast got too close to one, betrayal followed in the end. Before he could answer, she cut in and asked if he was about to claim he'd be different. She'd heard that promise hundreds of times already, and he figured this was exactly what he expected, and that was the issue. If someone completes the conquest of one of the divine moons, they can inherit that moon's abilities, but each one has different conditions. For Vera, the requirement was reaching the right level in certain traits. His bond with divine beasts and his own personal ability had to rise high enough to satisfy her. In short, with his current stats, he had no chance, but conquering her was never his real goal. Not yet. Still, leaving without a divine beast's heart would be a problem too. So he told her that an important friend of his was close to dying and begged for help. Vera simply narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. Then she said that maybe, if he proved he was worthy of being a divine beast friend, she might consider it. He asked how he was supposed to prove that. Vera smiled lightly and said it was simple. He had to prove he could give up his own life for a divine beast. Cold sweat ran down his face as he looked down and thought it over. But the answer came fast. This was too much. He was doing all of this to stay alive, and in the end, his own life was still his most precious thing. Vera watched him closely, Then, to his surprise, she said she did not want divine beasts handing their hearts over to humans. With her eyes closed, she said a human life is short, but human greed has no limit. Every spiritual beast that joins with a human or gets involved with one ends up hurt. Basically, she sounded far too certain. At this rate, he'd have to find another way to get a divine beast's heart. Suddenly, the screen for episode 8, The Erosion of Darkness, appeared. It had been moved forward, merged into the current episode, and its difficulty had increased. Looking at the screens for episodes 7 and 8, the contract with the familiar and the erosion of darkness, he wondered what the hell was going on. That was when a noise caught both of their attention. Farah wondered if the energy she was sensing really belonged to a dark mage. Had one entered her territory? Feeling the black mana spreading out, she realized this was no ordinary dark mage. At minimum, it was someone at risk level 6 or higher. Clenching her fists, she said the mage was on the 3rd floor now, and it frustrated her that in her current state she likely couldn't go fight. The Spring Moon had spent most of her power creating the 4th floor to protect her divine beasts, but the cost was that she could no longer leave this place. She could clearly hear the cries of divine beasts being corrupted by dark magic. If this kept going, her children. Then she heard him ask where it was coming from. He looked at her in desperation and told her to say it quickly. Unlike her, he couldn't easily pinpoint the exact location. She started to say that at his current level, he wouldn't be able to stop it, but he shouted that there was no time for that. His outburst caught the Spring Moon completely off guard. Unsure how to react, she finally shut her eyes. Then she pointed in a direction. Knowing that was the place, he took off as fast as he could. As he ran where Vera pointed, he could only hope he wasn't too late. Elsewhere, Arshuang and the other girls were lying unconscious on the ground. Not just her. Izire, Bia, and Matheos were down too. This time Flame was on her knees, coughing up blood. Seeing them all in front of her, Majira said she was impressed. She said that for kids their age, to have this much talent made her hungry to steal their power. Then she raised her hand, and a huge sphere of black energy wrapped in chains of lightning appeared. Laughing, she declared that these lovely Estella students would now become part of her. That massive black energy swallowed the whole area, showing just how overwhelming her power was. Flame realized this was the end. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger. She couldn't fight, and she couldn't escape. Closing her eyes, she asked herself if this was where her life would end. Special function of the American pendant activated. The pendant blocks one 6th class spell or lower, one time only. Out of nowhere, a huge sphere of bright light filled the area and scattered all that black mana. Just before losing consciousness, Flame stared at that warm energy, smiled faintly, and thought, honestly, seeing the person before her, standing with the kind of confidence and presence of a knight from a forgotten age, she wondered why he had taken so long. The pendant in her hand crumbled away. This time Bage turned his gaze forward. After checking the area, he realized no one had died, but this was still his fault. Everyone got hurt because he provoked Professor Megara too soon. Even so, he closed his eyes and told himself there was no other choice. If everyone was going to leave here alive, he had to fight. Then someone else called out to him. It was Matthias. Struggling to stay on his feet, he said the two of them had to fight Professor Megara together. Our guy looked away and said the real problem was figuring out how. Even through the smoke, Megara looked terrifying. With their current strength, facing her head-on would be a huge mistake. Tossing his bag aside, he said they had no other choice. He pulled that branch from his pocket and told Matthias they would only get one shot. This was the branch of resentment, and it had these abilities. First, it plants resentment in the target. Second, it can blow that resentment up for extra damage against dark attribute enemies. Third, the damage builds up over time for as long as 3 months. Fourth, if the target has a death risk of 6 or higher, they can cut the damage in half one time by using their mind. Matthias said he got it, and that meant they needed to make the perfect opening for our guy to strike. That caught Bage off guard. Even if it sounded pathetic, Matthias said this was not the time to worry about that. From the back, Mazine said she had been wondering who blocked her magic, and finding out it was Bage was shocking. Then she asked if he planned to get in her way again like always. Without any hesitation, he firmly said yes. Resentment spread through her whole body, boosting her dark magic. She burst out laughing, saying this made things even better, because the person she wanted dead most had finally shown up using that power. Her sharp eyes glowed with pure rage. Right after that, she fired a blast of dark magic and screamed Bage's name. The attack rushed straight at him and caught him completely off guard. But just before it hit, Mathage jumped in front of him. A huge explosion shook the area. The blast was so strong that our guy had to shield his face. Then he opened his eyes and saw a hand holding back that magic. It was Matthias. His eyes, dark like the night sky, shone with a deep red light like a blood moon. He stood there without moving, as if taking that attack meant nothing. Bage could only stare at him in shock. Before he could even process it, Matthias moved at insane speed, fast enough to leave Bage stunned as the ground shook from the impact. Bage still couldn't believe Matthias had actually used his demonic transformation here. That possibility had not even crossed his mind. Matthias usually avoids using this power as much as he can, but this enemy clearly wasn't someone he could beat while holding back. Megara, still gathering magic, mocked the whole thing as a joke. Then she unleashed a flood of energy at Matthias. She laughed the whole time, enjoying her own power. But before she noticed, Matthias was already beside her. he raised his hand and gathered his magic, then charged straight in. Before she could react, he landed a direct hit. From a distance, Bage watched it all. He was stunned. Sending a level 6 demon like Witch Megara flying was unbelievable. After transforming, Matthias's stats should be around the level of a strong 4th class mage. If he adds that to his control over other dark mages, he can bring out even more power. Megara was buried in the dust from Matthias's attack. Then black magic bolts shot out from inside it. Both Matthias and Bayek were caught off guard. In one quick move, one used air steps and the other teleported, letting both Matthias and Bayek dodge the attack. As he reached into his suit pocket, Bayek thought Megara's power was insane. And in this situation, he still had no clear way to use the Branch of Resentment. Those 4 thorns were the main attack pattern from Phase 2 of this fight in the game. They were a form of her magic power itself. Touching them directly was extremely dangerous, but he had to get past them to reach her. Right now, the Branch of Resentment had built up about 3 months' worth of power. But since the target of her resentment was our guy, Matthias couldn't use the item himself. As she kept attacking wildly, Bigger realized that while Matthias held her movements down, he would have to use the Branch of Resentment himself. Then another attack came flying in. He glanced at Matthias and thought getting close like this would be hard. But still, the two moved at the same time, like they were perfectly in sync, circling to opposite sides of Professor Megara. Matthias wondered what our guy was trying to do. He watched him move through the area, dodging attacks while sending out bursts of force. Those same bursts slammed right into Professor Megara. Caught off guard, she heard him say his current attacks weren't enough to kill her, calling her Megara. Then he hit her with the most painful damage he had. Mental damage. Our master troll had spent so long messing with classmates, and now he had moved on to messing with a teacher. He said that even after getting all this dark magic power, this was still her limit. In truth, he just wanted to pull her attention away and make an opening. Megara laughed at that. Closing her eyes, she called out to him and said he seemed to be trying to hurt her pride with some cheap trick, but it would not work. Still, he knew exactly how to make her mad. He said he never expected much from someone like her. After all, Alicia, the amazing alchemist Alicia, was way better than her. Furious, she attacked and shouted that if he wanted to die that badly, he would be the first one she killed. Bayak dodged the attack skillfully with his teleports. From the side, Matthias watched the fierce exchange. He realized our guy was provoking her on purpose, to draw her focus. But Matthias was the only one who could beat her, so why was he doing this? He kept wondering. Clenching his fists, he finally understood this was all to buy him time to act. He remembered a moment from earlier, when a shield had appeared instantly and stopped him from using his ability. Shutting his eyes with resolve, he told himself that this time he would make it work. Meanwhile, as all those attacks kept coming, our guy barely managed to dodge every one of them. He didn't even have time to catch his breath. As time went on, avoiding them got even harder. Before he knew it, another attack rushed straight at him. He pulled out his Atirivol. Using it, he formed a saber-like blade in his hand and knocked away Megara's attack, but his blade started to crack. A second later, it split in half and was flung away by the impact. Staring in shock, he wondered what had just happened. Did this mean that at his current strength, he couldn't even block one basic attack from Professor Megara? She laughed and shouted that this was the end for him. Before our guy could react, a whole wave of attacks came at him, and just as they were about to hit, Mateus called his name and said he had kept him waiting long enough. A huge explosion of dark magic burst out across the area. In front of all that black magic, Bache broke into a cold sweat. Watching the clash, he realized this was good. Mateus had entered the range of Mateus's domination over other dark demons. In one fast move, he grabbed her by the neck. Then his bright red eyes glowed even stronger. He stared right at Megara and forced her under the domination of the dark demons. Before she understood what was happening, her mind started to shake. Her hands trembled as she dropped to her knees, wondering what this feeling was. Looking up at Matthias as he overpowered her so easily, she realized she couldn't even move. Videk rushed in, thinking this was his chance to use the Branch of Resentment as fast as possible. Then a strange sound suddenly stopped him cold. It was Megara, grumbling through clenched teeth and biting her lip, calling both of them unbearable. She looked at Matthias, called his name, and said she didn't know how he got this power. Furious, she asked if he really thought she would surrender like this. Suddenly, black magic thorns burst out from her body as she screamed that she would not go down so easily. Before Matthias could react, the attack shot out and it flew past our guy at crazy speed, smashing Matthias away. Confused, Bayek looked back and saw Matthias unconscious on the ground. More and more attacks from Megara came flying out. As he dodged, Bayek thought he never expected her to break free from Matthias's domination that quickly. Still, when he looked up, he realized the speed of those black thorn attacks had dropped a lot too. He looked toward Megara and thought this was his only chance, while she was still under the effect of the domination. He started moving as fast as he could, telling himself he had to get close first. For some reason, Megara started laughing. Before Bayek understood why, the ground in front of him began to shake. Then those black thorns shot up and rushed straight at him. Delighting in it, Megara screamed that she had finally caught him, and now he was going to die for good. He tells himself he never wanted to use this skill, but he has no other choice, so he activates the third form, Breath of the Celestial Spirit. His senses jump up by 147. At the same time, his spiritual erosion rises too. Because of the area around him, the effects get boosted even more. Even so, he dodges every attack at a speed that feels unreal. Then the system warns him this state will only last 15 seconds. Without wasting time, he rushes straight toward the Rift Hag. She stares in shock, asking how he got that fast. He coldly tells her this is the end. That only makes her grit her teeth harder. Then before he can finish it, the dark magic spikes slam right into him. The hag bursts out laughing, screaming that she finally got him. The branch of resentment slips from his hand, but he uses teleportation and catches it again. Before she understands what happened, he drives it straight toward her chest. Stunned, she can only wonder what is going on. At the same time, the system tells him he has made contact with the target of resentment. Suddenly, the hag lets out a scream of pure pain. Then she notices the black spikes coming out of her body are starting to vanish. Furious, she demands to know what he did. Glancing at him, she screams that she is going to kill him. Her hands shake as she yells that she will end him right here. But before she can finish cursing him out, her whole body fades away from the branch of resentment's weakening effect. The branch then drops to the ground, and after its one-time use, it disappears. Badik then sees the system window. Episode 7 and 8. The family contract and erosion of darkness are complete. Since he guided the story to the ideal path, Project Constellation promises a special reward. After that, Badik lowers his gaze. Before he can even breathe in relief or say it's finally over, he drops face first to the floor. He's completely unconscious now. Right then, soft cherry blossom petals begin to fall over him. A gentle figure appears before him, surrounded by a pink glow that makes her white clothes stand out. It is Spring Moon herself, and she keeps her eyes on him. She lifts him by the shoulder. After checking his condition, she apologizes and says she had been too stubborn. Thinking back to their first meeting, she realizes his earlier desperation was not because he failed to prove his innocence, but because he had no way to do it after being doubted like that. Seeing him now, she says that was the only reason he ended up like this. Then she says it is amazing that a human like him exists, someone willing to risk his life to prove his beliefs and protect the spirits here. Holding a sphere in her hand, she says she will give him the heart of the divine beast he wanted as his reward. With this, the heart of the celestial spirit he treasures so much will beat again, even if she has little power left. Spring Moon, a being so powerful she could be mistaken for a goddess, gives him a small kiss on the forehead, places her hand on his chest, and softly thanks him for protecting her children. After the kiss, she slowly steps back, and just like that, she disappears, leaving only that soft pink space around her great benefactor. Alright, quick pause here. I won't go too deep into it, but this part happened a little differently in the novel. Not what Vera did or anything like that, but this exact scene, when she appears in front of our guy while he's still unconscious, both Azel and Flame are awake and actually see her appear. They get worried right away because they feel a divine presence coming toward Bayek, and Flame, who knows a bit from the novel about the divine moon, is completely shocked by what she's seeing. So everything's shown here in the Manhwa. Her words, the way she touches him, and the heart she gives him. Both Flame and Azel witness all of it. I won't get into what Flame thought after she and Azel saw that, because the Manhwa will probably reveal it later, along with our guy, who still has no idea this happened or what he received. Anyway, I just wanted to point out that the girls saw Bae having a moment with someone like a goddess, and that made them even more interested in him. Back to the Manhwa. After all that, under Flurry's orders, once the Black Maida was detected, the elves who had been knocked out by the Rift Hag were found. The elf knights were mobilized, and every Ostilum student was rescued safely. Some students were hurt after fighting corrupted spirits, but none of them were in danger of dying. Thankfully, the students who fought the Rift Hag made it out alive too. After making sure the students were safe, Ostilum finished her contract with level 5 spirits before the rescue was even over. Priorities. Meanwhile, Matthias and Bake were rushed back to Estelum Academy and admitted there. The doctor in charge, named Rayburn, asks what she just said. The nurse in front of him is sweating as she explains that Bake is a mana dissipator. Rayburn says he never thought he would meet a real mana dissipator. The nurse asks how someone in that condition even got into Estelum. He explains that everyone in academic circles knows it's almost impossible for a mana dissipator to learn magic, since their body can't hold mana. Not fully impossible, but in the end, the effort usually goes nowhere. Looking over Bake's medical records, he says it seems he somehow gave meaning to those wasted efforts. Still, he adds that someone with mana leakage syndrome usually only lives to around 20. That means Bake has just 2 years left, and even so, he chose to spend that time here at the academy. Looking at Bake's photo in the file, he says that only shows how much he values learning. What a joke. Not knowing Bake's real reputation as a lazy student who sleeps through class, the doctor tells the nurse this will stay between them. Even if he can't save him from mana leakage syndrome, as a doctor and as an adult, he has to respect that choice. That same night, in one corner of the hospital, someone is suddenly asked if she is Nurse Luna. Standing there is the older sister of our princess, smiling as she asks if they can talk for a bit. The next day, both Bake and Matissers are still unconscious. While peeling apples, Azomorph lets out a long sigh and says it's already been 3 days. She remembers Dark Flame telling her to just sit in the hospital room, peeling apples. and that soon they would wake up and act like none of this was a big deal. But as she narrows her eyes, she remembers that today is cooking club day. Looking at the two of them, she points out the club only has 3 members, so with 2 stuck in bed, there's nothing she can do. Then the hospital room door suddenly opens. Her eyes go wide and she stares at the person entering, wondering if it's really her. It is Ronskiardo, Adolovit, the older sister of our princess. She quickly notices Azel Morph there and says she was wondering who it was, but that face is actually pretty familiar. Smiling brightly, she says Azel has grown up so much and become very pretty, then jokes about whether she wants to marry her someday. Azel Morph, sweating nervously, asks why she came here. Still acting playful, Adolovit asks if she needs a reason to visit someone in the hospital. She says she only came to see the boys who saved her little sister. But then, with narrowed eyes and a sharp smile, she asks if she really needs permission from a traitor's daughter. Those words catch Azel Morph completely off guard. Her fists tighten and start to shake as she thinks about the one who turned her into a traitor's daughter. A cold pressure fills the room as she realizes the person who made her live with that name is the woman standing right in front of her. Adolovit doesn't care at all and tells her to watch her tone unless she wants trouble. Then she asks if she's close to one of the boys lying here. She even mocks Azel Morph, saying it makes sense for her to stick around them just to feed off scraps. Then she throws out another question that confuses Azel Morph. If she's really his friend, does she know his biggest secret? When she sees Azel Morph knows nothing, a faint smile appears on her face and she asks if they really are friends, if she doesn't even know that. Then she drops the shocker. Bakusul is going to die soon. Pointing to his face, she asks if Azel Morph has ever heard of a condition where someone is born unable to store mana in their body and dies before turning 20. She says that is exactly what our guy has, mana leakage syndrome. When Azel Morph says that can't be true, she tosses over medical proof and tells her it's unfortunate but it is true. She steps closer and asks what Yusul thought after getting to know him. Hearing that he never told her anything real, not about himself, his condition, or his secrets, she thinks back on all the time she spent with him and admits Sylvar was right. The protagonist gave her so much, yet she knew almost nothing about him and never even tried to learn more. With a cold look, Sylvar tells her to stop acting like they were close. A failure like her should stay quiet and keep to herself. That catches her off guard when she hears someone cut in. It was Bio Fine. She walks in and says it's pretty low for an Adolovit princess to talk down to a normal student like that. Then she lands an even sharper hit. Her sister graduated from this academy a long time ago, so why was Sylvar still wearing the school uniform at 27? After her age gets exposed, Sylvar goes quiet for a moment. Then she narrows her eyes at Bayan and asks if this was confidence talking or just pure shamelessness. She adds that someone like Bayan, who only got where she is because someone else died, has no right to say anything. Bayan doesn't back down. Hand over her chest, she says she's a princess too and she has every right to become queen. That answer leaves Sylvar completely stunned. Before either of them can react, another voice cuts in and says the only shameless ones here are them. Now Hanwol joins the argument. She says she may not know much about Uziel, but she won't brag about private things the way those two are doing. Even Bien looks a little offended when Hanwol says that if they were really his friends, they would wait until MC chose to tell them himself. Sylvar just gives a faint smile after hearing that, then she leaves saying, "This is enough for now. Kids these days really do have too much energy." Right before going, she glances back with a small smile and says she hopes they keep that same attitude next time. After watching that whole storm roll in and out, Izel asks what just happened here. Instead of answering, the princess glances toward Izel lying there unconscious. As the fruit basket is shown, she tells Izel that she's leaving too. Once the chaos is over, poor Izel is left even more confused, wondering what that sudden mess was all about. That's just him. Better get used to it. Then a low groan breaks the silence. To her surprise, Izel wakes up and asks why it's so noisy this early in the morning. Some time passes after the protagonist wakes up, and night finally comes. While eating an apple, he thinks about how he never expected to sleep for 3 whole days. He remembers earlier when Mitale asked him not to bring up the details of that fight, only saying he somehow managed to avoid getting blamed. Looking at his palm, MC is glad he beat that awful teacher. But using a skill Mitale wasn't used to, pushed his body way harder than expected. If that keeps happening, it'll become a serious problem. Remembering the reward he got before passing out, he opens the system window to check his stats. 4 of them are already at 2 stars. His mental power is at 3 stars. Teleport is level 2, and Breath of the Celestial Spirit, the skill he used against that teacher, is level 1. His traits are Mana Dissipator level 3, and finally, the Blessing of the Spring March Moon at level 1. Seeing all that, he wonders why his stats jumped so much. Then he realizes it was because he received the Blessing of the Spring Moon. Looking closer, the Blessing of the Spring March Moon, level 1, raises his senses by 12, and his mental power by 90. Psychometry uses mental power to read memory fragments from an object. Telepathy uses mental power to send or receive another person's will. Mentalist uses mental power to read minds through actions, gestures, or souls. Mental Shield uses mental power to block mental attacks. And the Blessing says that even if the whole world turns against him, a spring-like pink heart will never let him break. That startles him. Then he wonders what even happened here. Why was the blessing of the spring moon mixed in with his traits? He quickly figures out why he spent 3 full days stuck in bed. It was because his body was absorbing the blessing of the spring March moon. Thinking back to her, he realizes it must have taken a long time for his weak human body to absorb the blessing of one of the 12 divine moons. Suddenly, his eyes widen and he wonders if maybe he pulls the pink orb from his pocket and says it really is still there. Smiling in relief, he looks at it and says, "This is the heart of a divine spirit." Yizel gets so happy he starts dancing around, saying all that suffering was totally worth it. He can hardly believe this is real. The problem with Ifanel is finally solved, and now he can even claim an extra reward from the system. It's a total win-win. Then the system says that because he guided the story toward the ideal path, Project Constellatio promises him a special extra reward. Staring at the screen, he wonders what he should ask for this time. So far, he's made up for his weak attack power with items. But after fighting that teacher, it's clear that won't be enough anymore. Touching his chin, he admits what he needs most right now is real attack power. After thinking it through, he decides that since Project Constellatio would reject any item he used in the game before, he asks them to add the derived skill Mana Focus to the Mana Dissipator trait. The system stays silent for a moment, then says the request is possible after verification. A surge of energy wraps around his body, catching him off guard, and he realizes it really worked. He has gained the derived skill Mana Focus tied to his Mana Dissipator trait. Since Yahello is a Mana Dissipator, his body releases all the mana he takes in and can't store any. But with Mana Focus, he can gather that leaking mana into one single spot. So what happens if he actually does that? He answers it himself. If he controls the mana that should be leaking through his whole body and forces it into one point, all that power will gather there. That means his attacks will hit much harder and endure much more. Satisfied, he tells himself that now he can return Ifanel's heart and also learn to control his mana dissipation. Thanks to that, he'll be able to grow much stronger. As the late hour sinks in, he says his body is already starting to itch for action and hopes the weekend comes fast. A little later, in a grassy field, there's a small cabin. Someone heads toward it. That person is Cain, captain of the 13th Division. He steps inside and calls for the Lord of the Tower. This is the Lord of the Tower of the Waning Moon, Rudalik Hollow. He asks if Cain has arrived. Cain walks up and asks if he still looks like that. Rudalik says there's not much he can do. So much time has passed that he's forgotten both his age and his old appearance. Cain reports that, just as he said, a demonized human appeared at the cradle of the celestial flower. But it turned out to be just a student, and the other students purified him. Rudalik comments on that purification and says Cain did something unusual for himself, making Cain wonder if he's going to be scolded. But Rudalik asks if Cain wasn't the one he taught himself that all dark demonized humans should be destroyed, so why would he scold him? Rudalik says times have changed, the world has changed, and his old words can't stay the absolute truth forever. Cain is shocked when Rudalik says he heard that another one corrupted by dark magic appeared after passing through the cradle of the celestial flower. Cain clenches his fists, but Rudalik tells him not to worry. That problem with the teacher has already been handled. Looking far away, Rudalik says this is all his fault. From the start, he never passed along the warning that another dark mage could appear. As he looks up at a sky with only a few stars, he says he hasn't been able to see the future clearly for some time now. It's like everything is covered in fog. Cam asked if that could turn into a serious problem. Ludwig said no. If he got stuck only believing what he could predict, he would stop seeing everything else. Lately, he's actually been enjoying these new surprises now that the future is hidden from him. Kami was about to say it was still a problem when the name Betonieras Betonildo da Silva caught him completely off guard. Ludwig explained that boy had come to see him and people were saying he was the one who beat the crazy teacher. Kami's thoughts turned cold just like he suspected. There was something very unusual about their human. But Ludwig answered as if he had read his mind. He said their human was still just a normal 17-year-old student. He simply had a lot of secrets. Kami said that made no sense. He was only a boy. Ludwig calmly replied that this world is full of unbelievable things, so he shouldn't force himself to understand everything. Some things just have to be accepted. Before Kami could react, a strong gust hit his face. The next moment, he was back in the grassy field. As he stood there, he kept thinking about Ludwig's words, not to try forcing the world to make sense through strength alone, but to accept even what seemed impossible. The next day at Estella Academy, the papers revealed that the dark demonic human was actually Maze, Estella's alchemy teacher. The news shook the whole academy. Then Fleury mentioned she had managed to keep most of the case quiet. She said that to their Manuel Tinhalten, but he pushed back. Hiding it was fine for now, yet there had to be a limit. Things like this would keep happening, and they couldn't cover it up forever. When Fleury started to respond, he cut right in and said yes. That was exactly what he meant. Closing his eyes, he warned that dark mages had already spread deep roots through magical society, and Estella Academy was no exception. He told Fleury she needed to be very careful with those dark beings too. She narrowed her eyes and simply said she understood. Even now, she still suspected that the one who killed a spirit had their soul corrupted by black magic, and wore an Estella uniform at the place where the demonic human appeared, might all be the same person. Looking at Eltwin John in front of her, she thought that if the killer of Ifenel was really hiding inside Istila, a mage as skilled as him should have noticed such a filthy soul. Still, as she clenched her fists, another thought crossed her mind. What if dark mages had improved their mana hiding skills so much that even Estila's magic technology and even Eltlor's senses couldn't detect them? In that case, they couldn't rule out the chance that Ifenel's killer had already infiltrated Estila. She also thought there might be other traces left behind in Ifenel's garden. With a firm look, she decided that was why she had to go there herself and check. So what happens next? Will our flower girls finally cross paths with our human Batonius? This weekend is shaping up to be huge. I mean the weekend in the story, of course. We still don't have those answers yet, so stick around on this YouTube channel and let's find out. And yeah, like I promised, here's the Thursday video, here's our human Batonius, and we finally caught up to the current chapters of this manhwa. Honestly, I really didn't think they would cut the scene of Isela and Flame seeing our human get blessed by the divine moon of spring. Because no matter how you look at it, the guy was being blessed by a god. Of course that would make them even more interested in him. Still, I get why that scene was removed. Right after the moment when our human passes out with the spring moon, Flame already understands he's being blessed by her, so she knows those powers are coming to him. That means the manhwa's version makes more sense. Both our human and us get surprised when it turns out he really was blessed by the spring moon. Not only did he achieve his real goal, the heart of the divine beast, but he also received her blessing without even knowing why. From his point of view, he just got blessed. That's all he knows. Among the divine moons, some are my favorites. I won't go deep into that right now, but one thing I can say about the spring moon is this. Out of the 12 moons, she's one of the most important. From start to finish, she keeps supporting our human. And once you see how she interacts with him, it's hard not to love her. Trust me, you guys are going to like her. This was supposed to stay between the lines, but I'll say it now. So spoiler warning. You already understood that the spring moon carries enchantment mana, right? And you also get Florin's so-called curse. The one covering her whole body comes from carrying that same enchantment mana. That's exactly it. Florin was blessed by the spring moon, so the question is, will our human end up dealing with that too? Well, the one spoiler I'll give about this blessing is that it makes him a very different kind of character. Whenever he starts getting too worried and anxious, the blessing kicks in and calms him down. Anyway, I won't go too far, because then we'd get into heavy spoilers, and I don't want to ruin your experience. Actually, I even wrote down that I wanted to talk about our Manabia's older sister. I remember that when she first appeared, I had a theory that because of the fight for the throne, she really did see Bea as her younger sister, but she still had to become queen because of the Autolevic curse. After reading more of the novel, that theory actually made a lot of sense. I think this character was written incredibly well. I do have my criticisms of her, of course, but I won't get into that because of spoilers. What makes her great is that she's a strong antagonist, not just some evil villain. It's her drive, her beliefs, and how hard she pushes to get what she wants. Then there's that strange relationship she has with our mana Bea. Even though Bea hates her with all her heart, she doesn't really return that same hatred. She sees Bea more like a rival for the throne, someone she has to beat no matter what to become queen. And for part of the story, she didn't even see Bea as a real rival. Watching that slowly change is great, and it ties in well with our princess's own growth. Anyway, to me, Sylvek is the kind of character you can't excuse for everything she's done. But at the same time, I can't just hate her either. I wish I could go into more detail and talk more about her. But my biggest criticism only comes much later, near the end of the novel. In the last chapter of Teleportation Genius, our guy Florent was set on going to Ifenel's secret garden and facing the scumbag who stole his best friend's heart. That meeting is getting close. At the same time, our teleporting goat kept telling himself he had to reach Ifenel's secret garden as fast as possible to give her the heart of a spirit beast. Only then could he learn to control mana dissipation and grow much stronger. That same weekend he hurried to Ifenel's garden, acting like everything was normal, and with that smile only he asked Ifenel how she was doing, only to get buried under questions about why he took so long, whether he'd forgotten her, and why he had kept her waiting so much. After that flood of questions, he gave a small smile. Then he showed her the heart of the spirit beast, and said he had finally gotten one. The heart began to float up from his hand, moved to Ifenel's statue, and settled into its chest. Then a burst of light exploded around them. For a moment, our guy could barely see what was happening. But as the light slowly faded, the gray statue started gaining color little by little. At last, free from what had bound her, Ifenel returned, beautiful, playful, and alive again. She started jumping around in pure joy, saying she could finally move, that she was really moving, and that she was so happy. Then she suddenly caught our guy off guard when he realized it was all real. Before he could process it, she leaped at him and hugged him tightly. With a bright smile and flushed cheeks, she thanked him for saving her life. He smiled back and said he was just glad everything worked out. Sadly, that moment wasn't going to last long. Before they knew it, Ifenel's body started turning transparent. With a bittersweet smile, she explained that the heart couldn't handle the power of her body, and she could already feel herself starting to fall asleep again. Before anything else, she handed him a robe and told him to put it on with the necklace she had prepared earlier. He did as she said, and the clothes fit him perfectly. Then she said she would send him to a hidden place where his friend was asleep, and he nodded like he understood. But right then, he felt someone else's presence. Seeing that face, he couldn't believe it. He thought he was the only one who could enter this place. A system message popped up. Special curse, affection-absorbing body, activated. That screen made everything click, and he finally understood who was standing in front of him. What confused him even more was that the blessing of spring kept activating and completely ignored the curse on his body. He quickly realized that without that blessing, he would have been in serious trouble, because the affection-absorbing body was terrifying. The owner of that power was Flora, but she was so shaken that she could barely make sense of what was happening. But before that, let's go back a few minutes. Outside the garden, Flora was on her way in. As she looked around, she wondered how long it had been since she'd come here. Back when Ifena was alive, she used to visit all the time. As she walked, the branches and roots moved aside for her. Smiling, she touched one branch and said he had always been the one taking care of her. Soon she decided it was fine to take off her mask here since nobody else was around. And just like that, we finally got to see her purple eyes and soft smile. Once inside the garden, nostalgia hit her. She walked through it happily, thinking almost nothing had changed. Then something caught her attention. Far away, she sensed a familiar face, a familiar energy, someone's mana. Her eyes widened and she could only wonder if this was really possible. Then she saw the face clearly. It was her old friend. Was that really Ifena? Was she truly alive and standing right there? Flora couldn't hold back her joy and cried out her name. At the same time, our guy wondered if someone else was here besides him. The two looked at each other, and Flora started to wonder if this boy was the one who had brought her dear friend back. But before either of them could speak, a sudden energy wrapped around her. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from in front of them. Then Ifena called her name, catching Flora off guard. That was all Flora needed to know for sure. It really was her friend. Overcome with emotion, she hugged Ifena tight and asked if she had truly woken up. Ifena said the boy from earlier had brought her a heart. Relieved, Flora realized it was true. The boy had really saved her friend. She told her how happy she was to see her again. Ifena felt the same way. She hugged Flora back and said she had missed her so much too. Sadly, sleep started to take over her body. She leaned into Flora's arms and in a sleepy voice said she was very tired and just wanted to sleep for a little while. Seeing her like that, Flora figured her heart still wasn't working right. She had so many questions, whether she was okay, how she felt, and much more. But the one question she couldn't stop thinking about was simple. Who was that boy? Then she realized something. She jumped so suddenly that she almost startled Ifena awake. She remembered they had locked eyes, which meant he had clearly seen her uncovered face. What made her even more curious was that the moment their eyes met, he stepped back. That was strange, and it made her wonder if he could really resist her curse. Her thoughts were a mess, but one thing became clear. She had to meet him again. If he really was immune to her curse, then he might be the only person in the world she could talk to while looking straight into his eyes. Meanwhile, our guy groaned from the pain all over his body, complaining that getting here definitely wasn't a 5-star trip. Still, he pushed the pain aside and looked at the huge cave ahead, wondering what kind of place it was. A little later, after going inside, he wasn't even sure why he had entered. He just hoped this was the right place. He also wanted to ask Ifena a lot more, but he never expected Flora to suddenly show up like that. And on top of that, she was unbelievably beautiful, seriously hard to look away from. He also knew he had almost been in real danger. If he had met her before getting the blessing of spring, he would have lost his mind from her beauty alone. While thinking that this blessing might one day fully cancel Flora's curse, just not yet. Because his level was still too low, something caught his eye. He saw a door ahead and told himself to stop thinking about Flora for now and focus on what mattered most. As soon as he entered, the system notified him that Ifena's energy had been found. Looking around, he said the place was old but much more normal than he had expected. Then something else grabbed his attention. A sword was resting nearby. When he went closer, he felt a strange energy coming from it, and suddenly a barrier rose around him. Even though he was curious, he decided to leave that for later and ask Ifena about it. Right now, mana dissipation mattered more. Soon, he found a book titled Mana Dissipation, written by Hapa Yang. He flipped through it, and this is what it said. Mana dissipation is so rare that barely one person in a generation is born with it, but by bad luck, the author explained in first person that he himself had been born with that condition. Historically, everyone born with mana dissipation died young. He thought the same would happen to him, but he managed to survive past 40. Even so, death was still close. If he had learned this sooner, he could have lived longer. Mana dissipation can't be cured by medicine, science, or magic. For people with mana dissipation, the only way to survive is to grow stronger. So the solution he found was something that shocked our guy. The method was breathing and spreading mana through the entire body. The method of the mind. Control the mind, become one with nature, and accept everything in the world as it is. That was the base of this breathing technique. After reading that, he smiled a little. This method would boost mana flow through his blood and help him live longer. So he decided not to waste another second and started practicing right away. Meanwhile, at the cemetery, the royal cemetery of the Aniclimax kingdom, we see Baya calling out to her older sister, saying she had come. To understand this, we need to go back 11 years. The maids were searching for Baya, wondering where she had gone. Elsewhere in the castle, someone was hiding behind a pile of cloth. Sometime later, near a lake, there was Baya, looking beaten down and miserable. She threw a stone into the water so she wouldn't have to see her own reflection. For some reason, she looked sad and curled into herself. Then a noise came from the forest, startling her. Baya braced for the worst, but the one who came out was Aniclimax, her older sister, smiling as she said she had finally found her. As Aaron came closer and asked why she was hiding, Baya got scared and backed away. To Baya's surprise, her sister said everyone had been looking for her. The look on Baya's face caught Aaron's attention, but before she could do anything, Baya turned and ran off as fast as she could. At first, Baya thought it was just a passing bit of curiosity from her sister. But the next day and the day after that, when her life had become a nightmare because of training to raise her fire affinity, Aaron kept coming to her with the gentlest smile. Back then, Baya had no idea how to react to any of it. In desperation, she shouted at her not to mock her, saying Aaron had no idea what she was going through. She told her to go away and said she never wanted to see her again, convinced it was all just pity. Then that day came. Behind a door, she overheard that Princess Aniclimax, her older sister, would not survive the year, and everyone needed to prepare. That was when she learned about her sister's incurable illness, the family curse that makes the whole body burst into flames and turn to ash. All she could do was break down in tears, realizing her sister had been going through the same hell she was. Aniclimax was the only person in the whole world who could truly understand her, and that was why, on that day, Aaron was suddenly surprised by the sound of footsteps coming closer. It was Baya, holding a flower in her hand. Stumbling over her words, she said she wanted to give it to her sister. Aniclimax accepted the flower. Even then, she kept the same warm smile and gentle voice as the day they first met. Though her life was slipping away, she still thanked her sweet little sister for the gift. Baya loved that smile. For the first time, she tried her hardest for someone else. She wanted to see, hear, and feel as much as she could so she could share it all with her sister. Every moment with her made her feel alive and happy. But that happiness didn't last long. In the end, her sister lost to the curse and turned to ash. That was when Baya learned the hard way that losing someone you love hurts even more than swallowing flames. As she placed the flowers on the grave, she told herself she never wanted to suffer like this again. The Aniclimax royal family has an heirloom passed down for generations, the fire spirit flower. Once you smell it, the fire incarnation descends into your body. The price is your magic. Its use is forbidden, because if the user loses control, those flames could burn an entire country. Still, when the fire incarnation descends, it also fills the body with an insane amount of mana. Of course, this item doesn't guarantee the mana dissipation will stop, and it might not save their human, but it's the only option she has, and only the king is allowed near it. Set on doing it, the future queen swore that before their human's life ran out, she would become queen of the Aniclimax kingdom, no matter what it took. Meanwhile, their human was sitting alone in that old room hidden inside the cave. He was deep in meditation, trying to learn the mind method written in the book. A long time passed, and the sun was starting to set. He kept meditating until his whole body was drenched in sweat. Then suddenly, the skill Supreme Spirit Divine Art was unlocked. As that power filled his body, he was glad he had finally done it. Supreme Spirit Divine Art absorbs natural energy through breathing, following the rules of yin and yang and the 5 natural elements. Its mana flow grows stronger depending on the environment. It can grant the 5 natural elements, and it can even absorb other kinds of magic too. The system then explained that self-learned skills can be trained anytime with a focus on growth or turned off. After that, it notified him that Supreme Breath was a low-rank skill linked to Supreme Spirit Divine Art, and the system improved it. After reading all those system messages, he looked at his palm and wondered if Divine Breath had really been registered as a sub-skill of the Supreme Art. Clenching his fists, he told himself that even if he couldn't use it often because of the Divine Beast's erosion, the mana flow in his blood would rise so its effect would be stronger than before. In short, he wouldn't be crushed like last time in his fight against Professor Mashera. Anyway, there was something he wanted to test with this new skill. When he activated Supreme Spirit Divine Art, a huge amount of mana surged through his body. With it active, all his stats were boosted. Next, he called Teravan to his hand. Teravan is a magic sword that turns the mana leaking from his body into a blade because of his mana leakage syndrome. He hadn't been able to use a strong blade before, so he relied on other tools, like the items Manaless made for him. In the end, the real reason he couldn't use Teravan well was his lack of power. As he activated Mana Focus, he wondered what would happen if he poured the power enhanced by Supreme Spirit Divine Art into Teravan. Sadly, the energy he tried to gather into the sword scattered. A sharp pain hit his chest. He dropped to his knees and started coughing hard. Cold but calm, he admitted this was expected. Using Mana Focus together with the Divine Art was going to be tough. Right now, it takes him about 10 minutes just to activate the Divine Art. If he adds Mana Focus on top of that, it becomes even harder to use in a real fight. Even so, he told himself it still wasn't impossible. It only lasted a moment, but the sword really did take shape. If he keeps training, someday he'll use it freely. There are no shortcuts on this path. He just has to keep moving forward one step at a time. Sometime later, at the cradle of the Heavenly Flower in the Elf City, Florence said the students of Estella should be rewarded for dealing with Professor Mashera. Since she couldn't appear in public herself, she asked someone else to attend the ceremony in her place. She was speaking to her assistant Orhancha, and he agreed at once. Florin said it was a relief to have him around, and he answered that, as someone who served Her Majesty, he was only doing his duty. That caught her off guard. She told him no, that wasn't true. Thanks to him, she could do many things. Orina hid how happy he was to hear that, and simply thanked her. At last Florin said she was leaving because she had a personal matter to handle. Then she walked away, leaving him behind. Orina let out a long sigh and thought about how it had been so long since his last audience with Florin. Flustered with his cheeks burning, he pressed a hand to his chest and said her name out loud. The main reason Florin chose this elf as her assistant was because he seemed highly resistant to her curse, or so she believed. But this elf, Orenha, had long ago fallen under her beauty and the curse that troubled Florin. Ironically, the reason Orenha accepted the job was simple. He loved Florin with all his heart, and she had no idea. Meanwhile, he rose from his seat and wondered about Her Majesty's personal matter. Was she searching for the killer of the divine spirit? With a serious look, he told himself that even if he could never be seen by Florin, if something would make her smile, he'd do anything for her. A few days later, at Estella Academy, a meeting was announced. The root of the spirit tree had decided to award medals to the Estella students who faced Professor Majera, and today Orantia, Florin's assistant, had come to present them. The medals were to be given to Mateus, an S-class first-year student, surrounded by arrow after arrow. More than anything, this event was meant to show the dark mages that the bond between humans and elves was strong, even though Mateus himself was half dark mage. Orantia congratulated Mateus. Mateus thanked him for the praise. As he watched Mateus leave, Orantia felt uneasy for some reason, though he couldn't explain why. Then the next student was called Baik Nuras da Serva. Not paying much attention at first, Orantia just handed over the medal and offered his congratulations. But in that exact moment, he clearly felt something. He stared at their guy, who looked confused by that reaction, while Oranha wondered if that energy was really coming from him. Another elf asked if something was wrong, and Oranha said no. As Bayek walked away, Oranha wondered why the aura of Ifanel was coming from an Estella student. Maybe the boy in front of him was the real identity of the divine spirit killer, the one who stole Ifanel's heart and left her like a statue. A chill ran through him. From the start, it had seemed strange that students could defeat a Risk 6 Dark Mage, and if their guy had infiltrated the academy, that it actually made sense. Fixing his gaze on him, Orana thought that if he captured this boy, Her Majesty and Florin would be pleased with him. He might even win Florin's heart, but he couldn't rush in carelessly. So he vowed to expose their human once and for all, reveal his true identity, and win Florin's heart through it. And now, a new subject had been added to this year's first-year classes. Their teacher, Pedalati, was in charge of the familiar studies class, but some students were screaming at the top of their lungs, while others were trying as hard as they could not to panic. Right in the middle of it all, the cheerful teacher just laughed softly and said everyone was doing great. One important detail, only the person who made the contract can see their familiar. Then something caught the teacher's attention. Of course, it was Manalus, calling for that guy to come over right now. And there it was, her cute familiar, Perumi. The teacher walked over and joked that even Manalus was having a hard time this round. As she came closer, she asked if the familiar was a glacial thunderbird, and said it was adorable. Giving it a close look, she explained that this bird is famous for being very sensitive, which makes forming a contract with it extremely hard. With a small smile, the teacher tells her there must be a special reason that familiar chose her. If she truly tries to understand him, he'll come closer. She explains that when a mage's bond with their familiar reaches its highest point, like the giant wolf she summons beside her, they can call that familiar out directly and fight together. At that point, the familiar becomes their most trusted partner, so all she needs is a little more patience. After hearing that, Azel smiles and happily says yes. Still, even after that answer, she doesn't get any closer to her familiar at all. Quietly, she wonders if she'll ever be able to summon him to fight by her side. Then something else catches her eye, a newspaper article taking up a full page, all about Matthias and our guy Bake. Seeing it, Azel is surprised that another story like this came out again. After the familiar contract ceremony, news spread that 2 Estelia students had defeated a dark mage. Even with all that attention, our guy acts the same as always, like nothing amazing even happened. That's why she starts wondering if she talked to Bage now, would he still listen so calmly and believe her like he did before? But she quickly pushes that thought away, telling herself she can't keep relying on him. Feeling a little sad and unsure, she decides she has to do this on her own. Then we move to combat class. The teacher announces that magical combat practice is now required, not just because of Professor Majera's attack, but because anyone living as a magic warrior will someday have to fight. He tells them the key in a duel isn't just throwing out strong spells. What matters is using the right magic at the right time. As an example, he brings up shooting-type magic. It has long range and strong power, but you can react while it's being cast, so the caster is most open during that moment. Target-type magic appears at set coordinates. It has shorter range and less power, but it's much harder to react to, even if you're fast. He adds that a target spell's range changes depending on the attribute, so controlling distance is everything. Once you get outside your enemy's effective range, the basics of magic combat are putting them inside yours. A wooden dummy appears behind him, and he tells everyone to use only Class 2 target-type magic. For this training, they can use only 2 shields. Their goal is to break into the dummy's blind spot and stay safe for 30 seconds, or survive more than 10 seconds inside its range. Asura is worried, since lasting 10 seconds inside that range with only 2 shields sounds nearly impossible. Flame figures the first shield is meant to help them learn the dummy's attribute and spell formula. Baya adds that the second shield is for measuring the target spell's range and slipping into its blind spot. That's what everyone thinks, but they all know it's way easier to say than do. The training begins, and Amelia tries first but fails. Aiden goes next, and he fails too. After that, it's Ian's turn. Now he steps up for the test. Sadly, Ian fails as well. A lot of students fail, but Paug and Harang manage to pass, and Matthias passes too. Of course, the genius does. The teacher notes that so far, only those 2 succeeded by entering the blind spot instead of trying to endure inside the range. He narrows his eyes, thinking normal reaction speed alone isn't enough for that. A Class 2 target spell activates in just 0.1 seconds. To beat that, you need to read the flow of mana and go beyond normal human limits. After thinking that over, the teacher turns his attention to the next student, and that student is Becky Newton da Silva. Before stepping forward, he takes a deep breath. He remembers that until now, he's been using his 6th sense to escape outside the range of target spells. But after learning the divine art of the Supreme Spirit, that 6th sense got much sharper. Looking at the wooden dummy, he decides to test it. Can he react to and dodge target magic even from inside its range? As the assistants signal him forward, he gets ready. The wooden dummy prepares to fire. Before anything can hit him, he dodges. The spell slips right past him like it was nothing. Standing before the dummy, he realizes this is insane. It's not a normal attribute, it's space magic, something even rarer than light. Still, he shuts out everything else and focuses on reading the movement of mana through space. One step, then another, calmly. No matter what surrounds him, he avoids every attack aimed his way. And that's exactly what happens. He simply keeps walking toward the wooden dummy. Now right in front of it, he thinks that in this state, he can open his eyes, use mana focus, and strike. But before he attacks, the teacher announces that Beta has already passed. Confused, he looks back and wonders if it's really over. The teacher, still cold as ever, says this is the first time in his life he's seen something like that from a human. Beta wants to keep going since he's just starting to understand that state, but the teacher refuses. Beta can only complain about how unfair that is. Then we cut to a divine being, and to Flame, hearing that being call her name again and again. The figure touches its chest and tells Flame to remember that no matter what happens, it will always protect her. Then it starts to tell Flame something more, but she wakes up before hearing the rest. Rubbing her head, she lets out a long sigh and mutters that it's that kind of dream again. She still doesn't know why, but ever since she used an angel's power to stop Matthias from being corrupted, she's been having dreams like this from time to time. Crossing her arms, she wonders what that being was really trying to say. Was it asking her to come with them, or something? She can't quite tell. Then one of her classmates calls out, saying they need to hurry to the next class. With another long sigh, Flame pushes the thought aside and tells herself it's probably nothing, just a dream. Back in class, the teacher announces today's lesson will be a combat match between Class S and Class A. Flame is caught off guard when she hears the matchup. Bayek against Yuslek Senul. The two stand face to face, and Flame quietly thinks this should be interesting. Both students are told to prepare their spells. The moment the duel starts, Yuslek attacks at once, shouting for waves of light to rise. The students around them stare in shock, saying that's a third-class spell, and that the Class A guy is really good. But what confuses everyone is that our guy is just standing there. Yuslek thinks the rumor that Back beat a Risk 6 Dark Mage with swordsmanship alone has to be exaggerated. He already didn't like him much, and now that they're finally facing each other, he plans to prove it. He sends a torrent of water rushing forward and yells for Back to be crushed. Suddenly, our guy opens his eyes and casually uses one of his flashes to dodge the attack. Yuslek sneers and asks if all Back can do is teleport around like a rat. Then he fires off his second spell, Water Dragon Cannon. Once again, Back avoids it with teleportation. And that's exactly what Yuslek was waiting for. Before Bay can notice, target spells appear around him as Yuslek shouts that he's entered his range. But right then, Bay gives a faint smile. With one easy step back, he dodges every single attack. The teacher and Flame are both stunned, while Yuslek is left in disbelief. Flame stares at those shining golden eyes and wonders if he really just avoided all of those guided spells. Furious now, Yuslek pours out all the mana in his body. He gathers it into a massive water sphere. Laughing with confidence, he tells Bei to try blocking this too. But before he realizes it, he senses mana focus. There's a brief slash and Bei's sword glows with a bright gold light in his hand. Yuslek doesn't even know how to react. When they were told to put their staffs away, he got soaked by his own spell. The whole class was stunned. Now they believed it. Beige really was amazing. And the story about him beating a level 6 Dark Mage was true. Flame grew tense. He had already shown this much in training before, and now he was doing it right in front of everyone. Watching him, she thought about how he had already caught the professor's eye. At this point, he had no real reason to keep hiding his strength. Seeing that little smile on his face, Flame realized something. What Baker really needed to hide wasn't his skill but what he knew about the future. The next match was decided almost right away. The winner was that crazy prince. Flame looked over as the students started freaking out over the prince again. There he was, smiling and waving at her like always, and all she could think was, here he comes again. Trying not to deal with him, she went straight to Bakey, called him old man and said he did great. Bakey shot back, asking who she was calling old man. Flame didn't miss a beat, him obviously. He was the only old man there. The prince looked annoyed when he saw the two of them talking. Staring at Flame, he thought to himself that girl was causing trouble again. He didn't want to use that method, but now he felt like he had no choice. A little later, at the girls' dorm, Flame walked into her room saying she was dying from sleepiness, when something caught her eye. She called out to her roommate Han Milka, asking why she was still awake. Then she noticed the letter in Han Milka's hands and asked if it was from her boyfriend. Han Milka hesitated, not sure how to answer, then told Flame there was something she wanted to ask. A little later, in another room, Flame knocked and called out asking if anyone was inside because she had something to deliver. So now she was stuck delivering Han Milka's love letter, grumbling that kids these days were way too shy. But the person who opened the door surprised her. It was that psycho prince himself, asking if she had called for him, while Flame wondered what he was doing there. Jeremy Scarlvin acted innocent and asked about the letter in her hand. Was it for him? Flame quickly said no. A friend had asked her to hand it over, and now that it was done, she was leaving. Just like she said, she handed him the letter and took off. Jeremy Scarlvin watched the feisty short girl leave and smiled to himself. Then he said he could come out now. Another boy stepped out of the room, looking nervous about the whole thing. He was holding a camera crystal, and he handed it over. Jeremy took the crystal and smiled faintly. Looking at the recording of Flame handing him that so-called love letter, he muttered that these were perfect pictures. The next day, as Flame walked around, everyone kept staring at her. She felt the weird mood right away, and wondered what was going on. Then someone suddenly bumped into her. It was a girl who snapped at Flame to watch where she was going. She kept insulting her too, saying Flame was always crawling around like a worm without looking ahead. Suddenly her shirt got grabbed, and that was enough. Flame drove her head straight into the girl's face. The girl yelled, asking if Flame was crazy, but Flame was already ready to throw hands and dared her to keep going. Then the girl shouted that it was unbelievable. Someone like Flame was dating Prince Jeremy Scarlvin. Flame froze for a second and just said, "Repeat that." Now furious, she demanded to know who exactly this girl thought she was dating. Then we cut to the pictures of her handing that letter to Jeremy Scarlvin. That was when Flame finally put it together and realized why those photos were spreading everywhere. After taking a long breath to calm down, she admitted the one behind this was pretty obvious. Closing her eyes, she thought about how she couldn't believe that little prince really did something this low. The next day, right after class, everyone was getting ready to leave the room. That was when someone caught Flame's attention. Of course it was him, the annoying prince, asking if she'd like to have dinner with him. Flame knew that even if she turned him down, Jeremy Scarlvin would just come up with another excuse. Running wouldn't solve this, so there was only one way out. Catching him off guard, she asked why she would ever have dinner with him. Jeremy gave a slimy smile and said she was being cold. He hadn't expected her to get this embarrassed. Flame told him to stop acting like there was something between them, and just as he was about to use those photos, she cut him off. To his total surprise, Flame announced that she already had a boyfriend. She was using her brain at full speed trying to think of which guy she could name on the spot. And to Jeremy Scarlvin's shock, she said Bayek, loud and clear. Flame declared that Bayek was her boyfriend. She explained that last night she only went to deliver a letter for a friend, so Jeremy needed to stop being delusional. There was no reason she'd visit his room when she already had a boyfriend. After shoving the letter at him, she excused herself and said she had to go meet her beloved Bayek. The classroom went dead quiet. Everyone felt like making one wrong sound would get them buried on the spot. As for the prince, he just smiled and said she really wasn't easy to handle. A while later, at a nearby restaurant, the so-called boyfriend stared in shock and asked, "Wait, I'm what?" Sitting across from him, Flame could barely look him in the eyes as she admitted that he was now her boyfriend. Bayek asked how things had ended up like this, and Flame basically said, "It just happened." While eating, he guessed this had to do with the rumors from earlier. And if pretending to be her boyfriend was enough to get that annoying prince off her back, then the price wasn't bad. With that warm smile of his, he said that if this helped her, he was fine with it. So from that day on, this rental boyfriend would be paid in meals. Even after that, one thought wouldn't leave Flame alone. She kept looking at Bayek and wondered why he was the first boy who came to mind. In the end, she apologized for dragging him into all this. He looked confused and asked why, and when she almost brought up Jeremy, she stopped herself. Then Flame's imagination ran wild. In her head, Bayek had only come back in time because he loved Isel so much, and by fake dating him, she was basically stepping into someone else's place. But honestly, Isel wasn't even her biggest problem. There was also a certain Yvime. Then another idea crossed her mind. Maybe Bayek only agreed to be her fake boyfriend to protect Isel from Jeremy Scarlvin. So maybe it was better to leave things as they were. Still, this was all just Flame's overactive imagination. I love Flame. Anyway, after understanding what was going on with Flame, Bayek agreed to be her fake boyfriend in exchange for a few meals. But the next day during practical class, he ran into a problem. Our little princess was glaring at him for some reason he didn't understand. To make things worse, she ended up facing him in combat training, and he had no idea why she looked so mad. As Flame burned with anger, Bake wondered if it was just him, or if she was seriously upset about something. Meanwhile, Flame herself didn't even fully know why, but today more than anything she really wanted to punch him in the face. When he tried to get her attention and talk, she cut in and said this fight would be very different from the last time they faced each other. Bea went all out, using the last of her mana to call up countless fireballs. Then she hurled that whole storm at him. Yeah, more like pure jealousy than fire. A huge blast shook the arena, and everyone got the message. Do not mess with this princess. Even so, our guy made it out of that attack without a scratch. Catching his breath, he muttered that he'd almost lost a leg. But Beige still wasn't done. Her anger was through the roof, and the fire kept coming. After that, the arena was filled with nothing but his panicked screams. Flame had no idea how to react. She could only wonder what he did to make Beige this mad. Then someone suddenly cheered for Baya. The ones rooting for the princess were those two restaurant friends of Baya, and Flame asked what they were doing there. With the most innocent smile ever, they said they were just cheering her on. Seeing that, Flame figured Matali and Bayak must be close since they were in the same club. But that smile looked really suspicious. There was something else making her curious too. While Bayak was fighting for his life, she asked Isla if she was cheering for Baya too. Isla quickly said no. She was only watching. Meanwhile, as he ran for his life, Bayak thought her attacks were too fast. If he had just 5 seconds to focus his mana, he could cut through her spells. Fire blasts came at him from every side. Pillars of flame rose all around him. Burning arrows rained down from every direction, and a massive wall of fire blocked his path. Breaking into a cold sweat, he realized there was nowhere left to run. That was when he stepped on a trap, and all he could think was that Baya had set traps for him too. Long story short, he got blown away in a chain of fiery explosions, with only Bayak's scream left behind, yelling that he was dying. And just like that, the princess was declared the winner over Bayak. Even Bayak could hardly believe it, wondering if she had really beaten him. As for him, he knew he'd barely survived. If this had been a real battle, he'd already be dead. There was another thing that caught his attention too. Baya looked confused about her own win, thinking the skill she showed today was on the level of a 4th-class mage. Setting aside the fact that he almost died, he smiled a little. The training he gave her on being creative had clearly helped, and that made him happy. While Tarisha came over to ask if he was okay, and he said no, his whole life had flashed before his eyes. Meanwhile, the other girls gathered around Baya. One of them said this was exactly what everyone expected, that Baya would beat Bayak easily. Then Harang asked why Baya didn't look happy at all. Baya asked if she hadn't noticed the obvious. Bayak had been holding back the whole fight. She brought up their last training session, when he used swordsmanship sharp enough to cut a 3rd-class spell. This time he didn't even draw his sword. He only kept dodging her magic. She also clearly remembered what happened in the dungeon. Compared to that, he hadn't fought her seriously at all, and barely used his real strength. Clenching her fists, she wondered if he just didn't see her as someone worth taking seriously. Harang caught her off guard by saying that probably wasn't it, raising a finger like she had it all figured out. Harang asked if Bayak might be following some old knight's code. She'd read in an old book that knights used to treat ladies with special care. That didn't make much sense to Baya since he treated other girls normally, meaning he never went easy on them. But Harang pushed her idea further. Maybe he only did this because Baya was the one girl he truly saw as a real lady. Baya quickly turned away and told her to stop saying such nonsense. In the end, none of that mattered. Yeah, right, she just didn't want anyone seeing her bright red face after hearing that. In Bayak's eyes, she was a true lady. And honestly, Harang came through big time there. That was a perfect setup. Later, we cut to our guy meeting up with Flame. Since the two had agreed to go out once a week as part of their fake relationship, after doing his part as the pretend boyfriend, he returned to Ifanel's secret garden. But to his surprise, Ifanel had been weakened, so he asked what happened to her. She said she was fine and could recover soon enough. It would only take about 1,000 years. Then she surprised him by saying there was actually a much faster way to recover. Ifanel gave him a sly little smile. Catching him completely off guard, she took his hand and said she could recover much faster if they made a familiar contract. Confused, he asked if she was seriously suggesting that they form a familiar contract. Way too happy about it. She said yes. A long time ago, she used to be very weak, but after making a contract with Hatar Yong, she became much stronger. He asked how that was possible. Since neither he nor Hatar Yong had any mana at all, they both suffered from mana syndrome. With another teasing smile, she admitted she had no idea how it happened. Still, she repeated that even if she didn't know why, the contract really had made her stronger. So she asked him once again to make a familiar contract with her. She grew uneasy when he stayed silent for a few seconds, clearly unsure if he should go through with it. But after thinking it over, he reached out his hand and said okay. As long as she remembered she was the one asking for this. As she moved closer, he was still stunned. Who would have guessed he'd end up making a contract with a divine spirit? Ifanel gently kissed his fingertips. Right after that, a great arrow of light appeared around them. You have formed a soul pact with the spirit, Ifanel. 5th level divine spirit. Nature attribute, absolute loyalty. She would stake her heart on you. Traits, self-purification, whisper of the winds, and memory of flowers. Looking over the status, he thought that even if he'd lost his attributes, He never expected to have this many special traits. Getting 3 of them must have come from how close their bond was, and Ifanel looked adorable, bouncing around in joy over the contract. Self-purification was a cleansing effect, while Whisper of the Winds let him read the flow of the air. Then he checked Memory of Flowers, since that was one skill he didn't recognize. The system explained that smelling flowers would activate the language of flowers. Not really getting what that meant, he asked her what the skill actually did. She happily said that when he smelled flowers, his mood would improve. He asked if it had any other effect, and she said it would make him happy too. He just gave a weak smile and said okay. This wasn't exactly why he came here today, but thanks to her he ended up with a familiar contract with a divine spirit, so not a bad result. Getting her attention, he said he'd be counting on her from now on. Beaming with happiness, she answered with an excited yes. Sometime later, at the International Alchemy Organization, we find the trusted partner of our guy. He asked Alicia about Teravan's condition, and she said it was worse than expected. Then she asked if he had pushed it past its normal limit lately. Embarrassed, he admitted he broke it while it was in blade form, and then had to keep using it during training too. Alicia said Teravan was tough, but it was still best to use this chance to repair it properly. She added that the item presentations were coming up soon, so he needed to pick Teravan up that very day. Changing the subject, he asked how the item presentation was going, and she instantly got nervous. Just thinking about standing in front of all those important people made her stomach twist. When he asked about the items for the investor showcase, she told him not to worry about that. Then she pointed out a ribbon and said that was the item she was working on. It was a choker that could summon a cloak anytime, anywhere, but it still wasn't finished. She added that it was supposed to auto-activate a second-grade barrier, but since she didn't have the skill to finish that part yet, for now it only covered the body. Cutting in, he asked if that was a mana pen, and borrowed it for a second. Right after that, he pulled up Haku through his glasses. Looking at the mana circuits, he said she needed to set a boundary on the particle reduction line, then add a memory thread in the right way. To put it simply, it worked like avatar upgrades in old games. When something got upgraded, new circuits were added at set points, and he had all that data saved in his glasses. He told Alice that right now he could only fold and unfold it, but the main idea was to add a circuit that also records the form. If the boundary lines were drawn right across the particles, it should work. As he explained, he reached for the choker to show her what he meant. After summoning the cloak again, he asked Alice what she thought. She was stunned. He had solved so easily what she'd been stuck on for over 2 months, and just as she was about to call him a genius, the other alchemists crowded around him and started firing off questions. That was when he noticed her, smiled and told Alice to come ask her questions too. With a bright smile, she happily said yes. A little later, he said goodbye and figured it was time to go. Too bad no one even noticed. They were all completely absorbed in their research. The most focused of all was Alice. He let out a small sigh and smiled when he saw how hard she was working. Before long, a huge item revolution would hit this world of mages. Compared to modern times, it would be like the jump from old brick phones to smartphones. The gap in value and tech between magic engineering and magical alchemy engineering was massive. Even though it was still being developed, this would become the biggest tech boom this world had ever seen. People didn't know it yet, but they'd be shaken by all the possibilities Alice's items would bring. Not long after, that breakthrough was almost ready to be revealed to the world, and some bad people were already moving. Others who were hunting those bad people were moving too. Everyone had their own goal, and all of them were heading toward this coming breakthrough. In one carriage, that girl had become even more interested in a certain guy who was also involved. And at the center of it all, the target tied to everyone's plans, stood this pair of alchemists. Just like that, the long-awaited presentation day finally arrived. So what's going to happen next? Will the Dark Mages go after Alice because her alchemy threatens their world? Or will that villain-like little elf finally meet our guy and completely fall for that smile of his?